to see you. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. You know what I'm going to say. Roll the intro. Let's hope it works this time.
Hold on. Wait a second. That's it.
That's it?
Yeah, that's the melody to Funky Town.
You heard him, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a towel. He's a towel. That's Christina Towel in a shirt from yesterday that I forgot to take down. And welcome. I'm T-shirt towel today. All right, I got my special BC military army logo. There you go. Christina Towel, thanks so much for your wonderful contribution to Towel Channel. I really appreciate it. Now, good morning. Hello. Nice to see everyone. Welcome, welcome. We have things to do. We have an agenda, ladies and gentlemen. We have things to accomplish. My name is Grant Smith Ellis. It's 11:11 a.m. Look at that on June 9th. What is it, Wednesday? I think it's Wednesday. Yes, it's Wednesday, June 9th, July 9th, 2025. Very good to see you all. For those of you in England, it is actually 4:12 p.m., okay? But not everyone gets the luxury of being on Greenwich Mean Time. We're all very jealous of you. Hello, Dewdrops and Steph and Nancy and Allie K and Jesse. Towel has a lot of things to say. We'll let some people kind of meander in here. No court today, so we're doing some more research in preparation for the Wendy, Donna Adelson trial. Wendy Adelson may never be tried if Towel's theory is right, that she's some kind of government agent who does asylum law and helps the government learn about human trafficking. She also is fluent in Spanish, Wendy Adelson. But anyway, Donna Adelson's trial related to the murder of Dan Markel, the law professor who was married to Wendy Adelson until they got a divorce, and then Charlie Adelson allegedly contracted a hitman from the cartel in order to it was a very complicated case. It started about 10 years ago. There's been 5 trials, one of which was done twice, and now we're heading into Donna Adelson, the mother, the matriarch of this family. Her trial is in August of this year. So we're getting caught up. Part of our agenda today, part of our agenda is we're going to keep watching Wendy Adelson's. She was directed by the state during Charlie's trial as a hostile witness under use immunity, which means she could be charged again, but the things she says on the stand can't be used against her, and she can't go down for perjury. Then, and she's a lawyer too, Wendy Adelson, remember that. Then she gets crossed by Charlie's lawyer, okay? So we're going to watch the end of that cross, then there might be a redirect, and then we're going to finish up Wendy Adelson's testimony. Then we're going to watch a little panel discussion about Brian Koberger that was sent in by Vicky Moore, so thank you very much, Vicky, for that. Then, after that panel discussion, and we do some analysis, we're going to watch the opening statements from the state in the Charlie Adelson trial. And then interspersed with that, I may just randomly drop interesting pieces of information for you about ongoing developments. Oh, thank you, Drew Drops. I agree. LA Connection put that intro together, and it is amazing. No promises, though, about when and or if I will drop interesting nuggets of information. It really has to do with whether I either see something in the comments that sets me off on one of my soliloquies, or there's a development that sets me off on a soliloquy. If you catch me while I'm delivering a soliloquy, it's possible that I will just randomly start providing very useful pieces of information. I have always said that esoteric layering is the intelligent man's braggadocio. And if you can parse together that sentence, ladies and gentlemen, then you will understand why occasionally it becomes necessary for a little towel to just start yelling things in a soliloquy form. Yes, the Markel case is very important. God bless you, kiddies. So glad to have you with us on the chat today. Of course, my dear friend, God bless you and the kiddies. And also, I am a towel. See, there you go. Look at me typing my nice little message. Look at that. I typed a nice thank you message, and I said I'm a towel. Yes, Steph, you know what I'm saying? I'm not saying that that's going to set off a towel soliloquy, but there may be some things that towel wants to relay today. I can make no promises, ladies and gentlemen. All I know is that the block is hot and the feds is watching. And I think it's in a way that hopefully will help the justice system. Am I going to say more? I don't know. I think a lot of people would like me to probably say more, but at least for now, Dan Markel is the victim in the Adelson case. Dewdrops, former professor at FSU of law, former professor of law at Florida State University, which is where Wendy Adelson worked before they got divorced. Of course, thank you, Kitty. Steph, I'm not saying you didn't do a good job. I'm just saying we got some things on the agenda. Oh, and also towel trivia. So here's the plan. We got to give folks some time to come in. All right. Now we have all these different minds that have all these different opinions about their approach to trivia. Everyone gets an equal opportunity. You want to play, you get to play. You don't want to play, you don't have to play. Nobody's going to force you to play towel trivia. However, I know that a lot of you like to compete against each other. So if you want your friends to join in, let's say we'll aim for towel trivia after the Adelson, Wendy Adelson direct and cross and redirect finishes up. So 55 minutes from the start of it. I expect us to be ready for towel trivia sometime afternoon. So about 12, I'd say 12:20 p.m. sounds about good Eastern time. We will do a round of trivia, and that'll be fun. We'll do about 20 to 30 minutes of it. It tends to be an opportunity for folks to learn things. Towel got unseated from his throne yesterday. We have a new champion. We do day-to-day champions, and then we'll think about doing a monthly points thing. I don't know how that works. But right now, Steph is the champion. All right, Steph beat me by half a point yesterday because she got 4 points on it was 15.5 to 15. She got 4 points on a disputed answer, but she won. We apply equal rules, and the Trivial Pursuit system determines Steph won the question. So, as a result of that, ladies and gentlemen, Steph is our new Towel Trivia champion, at least until later today. Now, if Steph's not here for Towel Trivia, she's going to lose her crown, whether to me or someone else. But we play day to day. It's mostly for fun, and you'll learn something. So that's our agenda, okay? Agenda. Wendy Adelson, finish up the direct, the cross, and then the redirect. Towel Trivia. Opening, then we'll after Towel Trivia, we'll go to Vicky's panel that she sent in, and then the Charlie Adelson opening statements from the state. Interspersed in there, depending on how Towel feels, once I get some food in me at Towel lunchtime, I may have interesting things to tell you all. I'm not guaranteeing what those things are going to be. I just have a lot of things ruminating in my mind. You don't understand. I feel like sometimes there are 100 different things I have to keep track of in my mind at the same time. And I compartmentalize it all in order to make sure that I don't say anything in a way that would undermine the integrity of ongoing developments in such a way as to protect the what I see as the integrity of the justice system. In any event, that's just my personal opinion. But then sometimes I get really riled up and I'm like, you know what? I think there's something really wrong with the way Rachel Rollins and the DOJ and Josh Levy and all those folks handled the Karen Reed case. Whether it was in the service of more noble ends, I do not know. But even if it was, sometimes Towel soliloquies just start coming forth from the well. So I'm not guaranteeing any such Towel soliloquy. And Steph, despite her best efforts, despite the best efforts of mice, men, and Stephs alike, I am not ready to deliver such a Towel soliloquy. But if I become incredulous about something or otherwise want to do it, I may do so. Now, Ruth, I'm only a few days into I shouldn't say that. I'm a few months into my Adelson case research, having paid some attention. I've seen the bump video, except from the FBI related to the Adelsons, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. I don't think Wendy Adelson's ever going to get indicted because I think she cooperates for the government she not just cooperates, she looks into human trafficking. So she's definitely my point is I don't think she's ever going to get indicted. And I don't know if we have an actual debate going, but Murder by Maestro and I definitely have this ongoing debate. And I think that if Wendy Adelson never gets indicted for this murder of Dan Markel, then I'm saying, that's very good evidence that she cooperated, not with regards to this probe, but that she's some wider, useful informant. Okay, that's life sometimes. That's what I'm saying. She has not been indicted. It makes no sense that Wendy Adelson hasn't been indicted. Part of the reason why we're watching Wendy's cross and direct and cross from Charlie Adelson's trial is, one, to prepare for Donna Adelson's trial next month, but also because it doesn't make sense why Wendy hasn't been indicted. She's an amazing, asset, an amazing actress, an amazing counter-interrogation specialist, and she even trained people how to testify on the stand. She is but her real role, I think, is probably related to the human trafficking and things like that. And that means she cultivates information to give it to the government to break up cartel influence over human trafficking operations. That's what I'm saying, Ruth. So like I think she's government. You know, like she's government. All that stuff's government. And as you know, even if you're government, you get in trouble. If you're important enough, they'll just make it go away. They always do. All right, so what are we doing first? All right, we're doing the Wendy Adelson Direct. All right, so then towel trivia, we're planning for, let's shoot for, what are we saying, 12:20 p.m.? Yeah, 12:20 p.m. Eastern or so, towel trivia. So let me grab Wendy Part 2. I have everything all prepared here, so we go right into it. Let me just grab that on the screen for you. All right, so this is Part 2 of the Wendy Adelson direct and cross from Charlie's trial. We're going to watch this over the next 55 minutes, and then once we're done, we're going to do a round of towel trivia. Then we're going to watch a panel sent in by Vicky. Oh, that's what we have to do. Is Havid Yad here? I think Havid Yad's working, but Havid Yad sent in a picture, ladies and gentlemen. Let's just say it's possible.
Do you recall that your parents and
hold on.
Charlie
we're not ready for that yet. Havid Yad sent in a picture, ladies and gentlemen, and let's just say Havid Yad's doggo might have misbehaved a little bit. All right, so the Havid Yad's doggo is getting added to our towel zoo. All right, but let's just say the doggo might have gotten in a little trouble yesterday. I think he was a little hungry for some paper, and the doggo got in a little trouble. All right. So, you know, we love super towel doggos on this stream. And, oh, what did you eat? Was that a shoe, a purse? I can't really tell, but the doggo was clearly hungry. I don't think you can actually eat paper, towel doggo, but I understand. I understand you were hungry. Now, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There. Oh, goodness. Yep, he ate a shoe. Oh, he ate a shoe. Harvard Yard was not pleased. Oh, the poor shoe. Why? Oh, towel doggo, you ate the shoe. Well, at least you got the shoe. I mean, it seems like you're very proud of yourself. He's like, well, you know, it could. He's not really guilty. The little doggo's just like, it could be worse. You know, it's just a little shoe. Well, there you go. You see what I'm saying? Bad Harvard Yard's bad doggo. Well, the towel doggo, he doesn't look that guilty. He's more just like, listen, you know, it's a little mess. You know, we'll get the broom. We'll clean it up. It could be worse. You know, I think he's kind of saying, like, I didn't eat the couch, you know, like, you know what I'm saying? We love towel doggos, ladies and gentlemen. Even as we get ready to do our Adelson case catch-up, we love towel doggos. Oh, look it. There he is. He's on the screen twice now. Got to find a nice little poem for him. This is becoming quite a towel zoo, ladies and gentlemen. You are brilliant, Steph. Your accolades are well-deserved, dear friend. All right, so let's see. We got to shrink him a little bit now so that he doesn't cover up the other two doggos from, I believe that was Vicky's doggos. I could be wrong. I think I'm right. All right, and then let's shrink this one just a little bit. All right, there we go. It's just a zoo. It's a towel zoo, ladies and gentlemen. It is a towel zoo. The Sunken Grave says the doggo is thinking success. Hi, Barbara. It's good to see you, friend. We're just about to start our Adelson case catch-up for the day. We're finishing up Wendy's, I believe it is Wendy's Direct, is it? Wendy's Cross. We watched her Direct yesterday, so it's Wendy's Cross from Charlie's trial. And this is going to be the resumption of that cross. So it's Charlie's lawyer cross-examining Wendy Adelson, who's technically a friendly witness for him, but the state called Wendy on direct and gave her immunity. So this is Wendy Adelson testifying in Charlie Adelson's trial. We're going to resume with the, remember, this is a cross-examination, but it's by Charlie's lawyer. Okay, so the state has already directed Wendy. If you missed our stream yesterday, we don't have time to watch like all, well, it was like 2 hours of direct and a little bit of cross. So we're picking up with the last part. It was 2 hours and 6 minutes, actually, we watched yesterday. We're getting ready for the August trial. So over the next month, you're going to see a lot of Adelson material. So as Kitty said, those of you who are excited, I shouldn't say excited, but those of you who are looking forward to hearing my insights about this case, especially as we get close to Donna's trial, I assure you I'm going to have a lot to say over the next month. This touches on a lot of areas where I happen to have subject matter expertise, immigration law, human rights, human trafficking. Like, I studied a lot of this. I was going to get a concentration in it until my professor went to Yale, but I can't fault her for that. She's like a super towel. She's more than a super towel. She's like the person Towel like looks up to the most, probably. But yes, anyway, so of course, Steph, of course. I'm looking forward to this next month of catch-up in the Adelson case as well. We're going to continue monitoring other developments. As I mentioned, I may just randomly go into Towel soliloquies. But for now, let's get back to our Adelson case review, because a lot of people want to get ready for this trial next month. It's going to take us a full month, because literally this is a case that's 10 years old. It's going to take us an entire month to get ready for Donna's trial. So let's go back to it and let's dive right in. Towel trivia coming up in about an hour.
Do you recall that your parents and Charlie were quite excited to come watch you in Tallahassee at this event in August?
Yes.
Do you recall your brother saying he couldn't wait to book a ticket, that it was fucking awesome?
Yeah, he was very excited.
Do you recall discussing with Professor Markel who would have custody of the boys during various trips in August and September of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall having those discussions in July of 2014?
That would make sense, yeah.
Do you recall scheduling a whole host of meetings after July 18th, 2014?
Yes.
Let me be more precise. Before July 18, 2014, do you recall scheduling a bunch of meetings that were to occur after July 18, 2014 in Tallahassee?
Yes.
Do you recall making plans with a friend moving to Tallahassee for July 25th, 2014?
I don't.
Let me see if I can refresh your memory. Do you know an individual named Tahira Lee?
I do.
May I approach Your Honor with Defense Exhibit 15? And I would direct you to the email on June 17th, 2014, which I think is the fourth email on the first page, and see if that refreshes your memory. But feel free to look at the whole document.
I see it, but you were asking if they were moving to Tallahassee on the 25th, or if I...
No.
No.
Did
you yourself, Ms. Adelson, don't reload.
Okay, sorry.
I'll repeat the question.
Okay.
Do you recall making plans with her where you said you would make plans with her after August 25th, 2014, because your family was coming to town?
Yes.
And that happened, that correspondence was in late June of 2014?
Yes.
Do you recall in June, you can put that aside now.
Okay.
Do you recall in June of 2014, late June of 2014, expressing interest in joining the board of a Tallahassee-based child advocacy nonprofit called American Children's Campaign?
I do.
That was in Tallahassee, right?
Mm-hmm.
Do you recall scheduling a meeting for July 23rd, 2014 with a Professor Van Dern with the FSU College of Medicine?
So I don't, but I ran a medical legal partnership, so I would have been setting up meetings with the medical school, with the law school, with the social work school, so that would have been normal, but I don't remember it specifically.
May I approach, Your Honor? Does this refresh your recollection that you were scheduling a meeting with Professor Van Dern for July 23rd, of 2014.
Yes.
Do you recall schedule? You can put that aside.
Okay.
Do you recall scheduling a meeting with your divorce lawyer to meet any time of the week of July 21, 2014?
Again, I don't remember specifically, but it sounds like it would have made sense for the time.
Do you know an individual named Cindy Jean?
I do.
Do you remember emailing her and asking her if the kids were available to go swimming at the pool on July 19th to 20th?
I don't remember, but it sounds like something I would have asked.
May I approach Your Honor with Defense Exhibit 20 for identification purposes only?
You may.
Does this refresh your memory about trying to set up that play date for July 20th or July 19th with Miss Jean?
Yes.
You can put that aside. Do you recall that your mom planned to visit Tallahassee in November of 2000? I'm showing, may I approach Your Honor with Defense Exhibit 21 for identification purposes only?
You may.
Please take a look at this.
Okay, I think I kind of got what I was looking for. So I need to trace it to that group, but you all are not going to believe this. Guess what? Okay. Hello, Harvard Yard, you're a super towel. Yes, Doggo Picks incoming. You work hard, Harvard Yard. We are with you in spirit, my dear friend. You spend the day with us. We are with you in spirit. You are going to do wonderful at work. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. We support our super towels. Now listen. I think I figured out what happened. Okay? I need to get this letter. But if her school was, I think I found out what happened. Oh my God, this is really scary. All right, so look at this. I was looking up that American Children's, what's it called? The American Children's Campaign. And, all right, what's weird is it's not just about, oh my God, how do I even say this? If I can get confirmation, remember how she said it involved like an interdisciplinary thing with medical schools? Look. So it took me a second to kind of figure out what I was looking at, but I get it. Oh my God. Wendy Adelson ran an interdisciplinary group at Florida State University. Okay? Read this. Hold on one second. I can't even believe what I'm looking at right now. All right, come on now. All right, hold on. Look at this. Do you see what that says? You all are going to... Listen, I'm going to be able to prove this. I don't have the letter, but a journalist has the letter, so I can get this letter. All right? There was a program operating right up until 2014 involving a bunch of U.S. medical schools and probably law schools. And guess what they were doing, ladies and gentlemen? They were collecting a giant database of DNA on children for anti-terrorism efforts, which is why I was saying, okay, I can't really comment either way on this. But look at this. Look at this. The CIA organized a fake vaccination program in the town where it believed Osama bin Laden was hiding in an elaborate attempt to obtain DNA from the fugitive leader's family, a Guardian investigation has found. As part of extensive preparations for the raid that killed Osama bin Laden in May of 2014, Was it 2014? I think it was 2014. Hold on, what day was this? 2011, sorry. The doctor, hold on, as part of an extensive preparations for the raid that killed bin Laden in May, CIA agents recruited a senior Pakistani doctor to organize the vaccine drive in Abbottabad, even starting the project in a poorer part of town to make it look more authentic, according to Pakistani and U.S. officials and local residents. The doctor has since been arrested by the ISI for cooperating with the American intelligence agents. The Washington and Islamabad relations strained over this. The vaccination was conceived after American intelligence operatives tracked a courier who turned out to be to what turned out to be his compound. They monitor it by surveillance, and then they confirmed he was there. This is the important part. DNA from any of the bin Laden children in the compound could be compared with a sample from his sister, who died in Boston in 2010, to provide evidence that the family was present. So they approached a health official in charge of Khyber, part of the tribal area that runs along the Afghan border, and then they went and did this operation. Now here's weird. Here's what's weird, okay? If you go to the bottom here, all right, let me see 1 second. Hold on. If you go to the bottom, we don't need to look at the operational details, but look at this. Hold on. There's one thing that I came across that's really weird, okay? Like, it's this vaccination campaign, and then I found this journalist, okay, Pulitzer Prize winning journalist, and look what she had to say about this, okay? Right like 3 years later, okay, so after 2011, 3 years later, the White House and the CIA sent letters to deans of U.S. schools, public health, to U.S. schools, public health, vowing never again U.S. fake vaccination, as did to track bin Laden. Okay, so how much do you want to bet? I'll bet you dollars to donuts that one of the schools that received this letter, because they were working on this program, was Florida State University. And how much do you want to bet that the American Children's Campaign or that interdisciplinary research unit that Wendy Adelson was involved with had direct connections, or somebody involved got this letter? How much you want to bet? How much you want to bet? And yeah, I get it. It's this woman though, Lori Garrett, is not like just some random Twitter account. It may look like it only has like 12 likes, 31 reposts, whatever. But first of all, that was a very different time on Twitter. And second of all, look at who she is. All right, Lori Garrett. I'm gonna have to follow her and follow up on this because I think I'm onto something here. Because so what really tipped me off was that Wendy Adelson was working on an interdisciplinary project at the law school with the medical school. And like, I know a little bit about interdisciplinary projects and stuff, but this must be classified, like code word classified, because look at this reporter. She's a member of the Council on Foreign Relations. She's a Pulitzer Prize winner times 3. And she's won the Peabody Award as well. She's won some of the most prestigious awards in journalism. All right, and she has access to this letter that was sent 3 years after the Osama bin Laden operation. And it all times up. It's so weird because like this doctor, the Wendy Adelson, right around this time, like 2011 to 2014, was like trying to work at all these different jobs, and they kept like losing funding. I'm pretty sure this is what we're going to find out, that Wendy Adelson, I know, but just give me a chance to get the letter. I think we're going to find out that Wendy Adelson or her institute or some of the things she was connected with were tied into this U.S. domestic or international intelligence gathering program that used victims of human trafficking to do a bunch of different things. One, collect DNA samples to track terrorist targets. And then also it probably was more than just like tracking human trafficking and interceding in those networks. It also was probably like using that those people, the people who they were like the victims, as part of this larger intelligence operation, but without telling them. I think this immunization thing was just one component of it, and the DNA tracking and all that. Sounds a lot more like modern intelligence. I couldn't really figure out what this woman was doing, Wendy Adelson, but now it all's fitting together. And I'm telling you, I don't get this stuff wrong. If I start looking into something, like I'm telling you, it's not going to be that hard to get this letter, okay? And if this letter went to a dean that was overseeing that program that Wendy Adelson was working at, I'm telling you, check, check, check. It checks all the boxes. I can't guarantee it. I need to find documents that show it. And listen, this is an initial insight, but what made me realize something was up was, one, Wendy Adelson met Dan Markel in Washington, D.C., okay, on like a dating app. But Wendy Adelson she testifies during her direct by the state in this testimony that she was like, oh, I went to Washington, D.C., or maybe it was on Cross. I went to Washington, D.C. to apply for a job, and that's where I met Dan Markel. Okay, what job? What were you doing there in, what was it, 2000? I want to say it was 2004 or something. Like, what were you doing in Washington in 2004 applying for a job? Like, how long have you been involved in this world? And then furthermore, more importantly, in my opinion, like, what happened by 2011 where you're applying, or 14 where you're applying for the American Children's Campaign? What happened between you not going to work there, or you like working there and whatever, and then simultaneously setting up this interdisciplinary, clearly highly classified project at Florida State, where you were doing like coordinating an departmental, like graduate level program involving the medical school, the legal school, and I think the school, maybe the School of Public Health. And then you were what? What's the purpose of that interdepartmental coordination? You're providing medical services, okay, to refugees and people that are victims of human trafficking. Okay, I get that's the cover. But no, like most human beings, and there's no funding for this, nobody provides a network of health services and legal services to victims of human trafficking on a philanthropic basis. It's for intelligence purposes. I'm not saying that you can't both have a benevolent reason for wanting to help vulnerable people and simultaneously want to not, it doesn't prevent you from being able to do intelligence work. You can do both of those things, trust me. Not that I would know. I know nothing. I'm not part of the government. I don't know anything about the government. I'm a towel. But anyway, it's very possible that that's what we're going to find. I'm not saying it's 100%, but I think, Towel just has these moments, you know what I'm saying? And I realize that, like, people will say, Grant, these cases have been going on for a while. Like, how do you come in like 3 days and just be like, oh, this explains everything? Well, one, I know a lot about how the intelligence community works because I study it. Two, although it's hard for us to get anyone to get access to modern classified information, inductively from various leaks and stuff, whatever, you can figure out kind of what's going on. And then three, if you listen closely enough, like, you can't hide stuff on the stand. You can, like, gloss over it. Like, what were you doing in D.C. in 2004? What were you working on at your interdisciplinary clinic at FSU between the health school or the School of Medicine and the law school, whatever? Like, you just know that the fact that she's not bragging about it, talking about it, going into detail, okay, that's the tip-off. Then you start hearing things like the American Children's Campaign. Like, okay, can I find that, like, in a declassified document? Oh, okay, if I can't find that, can I find something that ties what this work could be? Okay, wow, there was this vaccination program. Oh, it was used right around this time until 2014 to track terrorists. Oh, that sounds very classified. Oh, that ties in with human trafficking and human rights work. Oh, one of the Obama bin Laden family members was in Boston in 2010. Oh, I see what this program was. So then you start seeing it, but then you're like, all right, I got to prove it, right? And then you find a tweet like this, and it's like, oh, I don't have the letter, but give me that letter, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, dear goodness, give me that letter. Let me see it sent to Florida State University. Check. All right, every box checked, and then we go from there. More research to do, but okay, it didn't take me that long to figure out Wendy Adelson. I like a puzzle, you know what I'm saying? Like, put a puzzle out there, I will solve it. You might not like the answer, but whatever. Okay, I'm a towel.
Yes.
Does this refresh your memory that your parents planned on being in Tallahassee on November 17th? Does that
Yes.
refresh your memory?
Mm-hmm.
You can put that aside. Do you recall asking your parents to come to Tallahassee on August 1, 2014 for a birthday party with Ben?
I don't remember doing that, but that sounds, it's close in time to his birthday.
May I approach your honor with Defense Exhibit 22?
Hey, how much do you want to bet that there's something with the global... How much do you want to bet that her program at FSU, Wendy Adelson's, is somehow linked to the Global Polio Eradication Initiative? Just saying. Mark, remember this moment.
Does this refresh your recollection that you were going to have a birthday party for Ben in Tallahassee in early August of 2000, making flight reservations to travel to Newark and then back to Tallahassee? So you're going to leave from Tallahassee and go to Newark, come back to Tallahassee for a wedding in October 2014.
I do.
And you made those reservations in July of 2014. Do you recall that?
I don't recall when I made the reservation, but I remember the wedding.
May I approach? Does this refresh your recollection that the reservation was made sometime around July 14th, 2014?
Yes.
That you were booking tickets for a wedding in New Jersey on October 24th, 2014?
Yes.
And the cost of those tickets were over $400, right?
That's right.
You put that aside. Those tickets weren't to go back to Miami, were they?
No, it was Tallahassee to Newark, Newark to Tallahassee.
Why did you make those tickets to go back to Tallahassee?
That is where I lived.
We're going to move on to another subject. Ms. Kappelman talked a little bit yesterday about the litigation that occurred after the relocation litigation with Professor Markel. You recall that?
I do.
And there were these pieces of litigation back and forth about money and about filing false affidavits. You remember those?
Yes.
There was what was called the motion against your mom that Professor Markel filed. You recall that, right?
I do.
Okay. With regards to the motion that Professor Markel filed claiming that you and your attorney filed a false affidavit, did you get the sense that you were going to prevail on that litigation?
Yes.
Was the judge getting frustrated with Professor Markel on that litigation?
Very.
Did the judge admonish Professor Markel regarding that litigation?
The judge said he needed to stop.
Were you concerned about getting disbarred?
No.
I want to talk a little bit about Jeff Lacoste. You first met Mr. Lacoste in the fall of 2013.
Yes.
It was casual at first.
It was.
You were dating other people as well.
I was.
It got more serious around March of 2014.
That's right.
Fair to say he was in love with you?
I don't really remember. I don't think I could say, but it was more serious.
Okay. You weren't so sure about him. Is that fair to say?
I think my feelings developed over time.
And then they undeveloped?
And then they undeveloped.
You were very different people from very different backgrounds, right?
Yeah.
He didn't spend much time with your parents, right?
I think maybe he met them once.
He wanted to meet them more than once, right? He didn't like that he didn't get to see them more times.
I think he wanted to be more integrated into my life.
Jeff Lacoste met Charlie Adelson one time in March of 2014, right?
That's right.
he accompanied you on a trip with law students, right?
I used to run an alternative spring break, and he came with me.
And you decided to come down to South Florida for a day or two, right?
That's right.
And you had dinner at a place called Yardbird, right?
That's right.
Are you aware that that happened on March 11th, 2014?
No, I don't remember the date, just that it was during the spring break.
Fair enough. You remember sitting outside on the patio?
I do.
And it was you and Mr. Lacoste and Charlie and a woman named Catherine Magbanawa. Do you recall that?
That's right.
Who was Charlie's girlfriend at the time.
Yes.
Are you aware that Sigfredo Garcia was watching you at that dinner?
No.
Are you aware that he was contemplating running your brother over with his car at that dinner?
No.
After dinner, you and Jeff Lacoste stayed at Charlie's house, right?
We did.
Miss Magbanawa wasn't there, right?
I don't remember her being there.
It was just the three of you.
I think so.
And you left the next morning.
We did.
Now, you and Mr. Lacoste started having issues around May of 2014. Is that fair to say?
That sounds about right.
You started to become nervous around him?
I don't really remember if I was nervous around him, but I started thinking it wasn't the right relationship.
He started accusing you of being unfaithful, right?
He did.
He accused you of having an affair with someone that you had previously dated?
He did.
Excuse me. You told him that you didn't. You denied it.
That's right.
And he didn't believe you.
He did not.
And before this individual that you used to date, you had coffee with at a place called All Saints in Tallahassee, right?
I did.
And Mr. Lacoste saw you having coffee with this individual, right?
He did.
And that caused a confrontation. Is that fair to say?
He flew into a rage.
Subsequently, he went through your phone and planner, right?
He did.
And this is around May, June of 2014.
That sounds right.
And you and Mr. Lacoste went to Gainesville for a weekend for his work at some point around this time frame.
Yes.
And that Saturday night, June 28th, he basically exploded at you.
He did.
He yelled at you for hours.
He did.
He accused you of having affairs with multiple people.
He did.
You were very upset, to say the least.
I was devastated. Yep.
Now, you were scheduled to leave for South Florida, I believe it was on June 30th or June 29th to celebrate your dad's 70th birthday, right?
That sounds right.
And Mr. Lacoste wasn't invited.
No.
You went down to South Florida on June 30th, and you and the boys stayed with your parents, right?
We did.
You had the boys with you the whole time.
Yes.
Dan Markel didn't have the boys at that point in time. The boys were with you.
Yes.
And Charlie knew that, right?
Yes, he was with us.
Your mom planned a big party for the birthday.
She did.
Now, I think when Miss Kappelman asked you if the birthday fell on a Saturday, you weren't sure.
I remembered it being on his actual birthday, which I thought was a Saturday, but I don't remember the calendar from 2014.
May I approach Your Honor with Defendant's Exhibit 25? Ms. Adelson, does this refresh your recollection that July 5th, 2014 was on a Saturday?
Yes.
And that the party was at 7:30 p.m. or
Yes.
thereabouts?
Mm-hmm.
Put that aside. Now, when you got back to Tallahassee, you saw Mr. Lacoste on July 13th,
That sounds right.
and when you saw him, it was not a good meeting. Is that fair to say? It's uncomfortable.
Yeah.
You saw him the next day at a yoga studio,
I went to yoga and he wanted to come.
and it was awkward
It was.
and kind of tense.
It was.
And he asked to see you again later that week,
He did.
and you didn't want to.
I did not.
And when you got home that night, you sent him an email asking him not to contact you for at least 7 days, that you wanted to think things over. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
You never saw him again, right?
No?
Are you now aware that there was a first attempt on your ex-husband's life on June 4th and June 4th, 5th of 2014?
Yes.
When you lived with Professor Markel on Trescott, was your address publicly listed?
I believe so.
May I have one moment, Your Honor?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I got it. I got it. I always get it. I feel so bad sometimes because I'm like, I'm just a little towel, and I don't know. I'm just a little towel. You know what I'm saying? This isn't like the worst thing we've ever found, but it's just like, okay, this was not hiding very well. So if you've been following the Adelson case, you want to see what's going on? All right, so take a look at this. Hold on. All right, so this is where she tried to work, right? Let me bring it up on the screen for you. So she tried to work here, right? Wendy Adelson tried to work at the American Children's Campaign. And you might be like, okay, like, that's nice, Grant. Like, I know you have your theory, but, like, how are you going to connect this? Being a little towel, and I'm just looking around, and I'm like, all right, who is this founded by? Oh, it was founded by a guy named Roy Miller. Okay, and what does Roy Miller do? Well, I'll read it. Roy Miller built a direct service agency for children and families over a 13-year period before becoming a political consultant, managing both candidate and issue campaigns, the Strategic Advocacy Science of American Children's campaign, which he founded in 92, builds on the knowledge of information he acquired from both of these professional experiences. He's described as the state's top watchdog for children, an insightful political strategist, determined lobbyist, plain-spoken media spokesman and commentator, and more important, an unapologetic yet neutral critic of ineffective services to children. His innovations have resulted in new nonpartisan approaches to public policy, new service structures for at-risk children, and a powerful new advocacy voice. His models and strategic communication techniques have been replicated in other states. In 2005, he received the statewide Champions for Children Award from the Early Childhood Association of Florida, where his work was featured for the launch of the national website for Pre-K Now, a project of Pew Charitable Trust. In 2006, Miller received the statewide President's Award from the Florida Network of Youth and Family Services. It's been bestowed only 4 times in the previous 30 years. He got the Youth Advocacy Award by Florida Juvenile Justice Association. He's spearheading conversation and action across the country for building a stronger, more effective political voice for children. He likes the beach, tennis, and golf, and supports organizations for care of dogs and animals. Now, you might be like, okay, Grant, okay, well, take a look at what I found. So I went into this declassified file from the National Institute of Health in 1986, right? You know me, I'm a little towel. I know what I'm looking for and I know how to get it, right? So this is the World Bank group, and they have records of the population health and nutrition sector, and it's the National Council for International Health, okay? And so this was produced by the World Bank. I think it was between 80 and 86. So we found this guy in 86. All right. Now it lines up with his bio, right? Because if we go to page 10, first of all, this little form they had them fill out apparently to give some feedback on the conference. I think that's hilarious. The government's very efficient. But anyway, so you go to page 10, right? And you see this guy, Miller, right? What's his name? Roy Miller. And he was running the Community Systems Fund in Ann Arbor, Michigan. All right. Now, does that line up with this guy? Yes. The Community Systems Fund was a direct services agency for children. Okay. So now you might be like, okay, Grant, well, this guy started his thing in 92. What did you find? Well, in 2005, okay, USAID. It's not just USAID. USAID, the WHO, Measure Evaluation, and the World Bank. Note the World Bank is the same exact people who Roy Miller was working with. They launched something called a Guide for Monitoring and Evaluating Child Health Programs. Okay, now look at who they thank for helping them. And by the way, note that this Roy Miller works with Eric Mintz at this firm. Okay. Now, hold on. This Roy Miller works with Eric Mintz at this firm, okay, which is where Wendy Adelson was going to go try to work, okay? So, just look, I'm pretty sure. But take a look at Roy Miller, okay? That is the same Roy Miller who is involved with this World Bank document, and it is the same Roy Miller, without question, in my opinion, because it all lines up with his timeline and his work experience, and then founding this American Children's campaign in 92. This is not a non-governmental organization. Well, it is in name. It is part of this. Okay, do you see this? This is what we're dealing with Wendy Adelson. That's why you were dealing with the interdepartmental operation. I don't know where she ended up, okay? She didn't end up at the children's campaign. But the very fact that she was applying there, okay, and she had connections there means that it's USAID, which is the CIA, okay, the World Health Organization, which is God knows what. I don't even want to think about that. The World Bank, which I don't even want to think about. And then this measure evaluation thing. So just those three, the World Bank, the WHO, and the USAID, tell you that this woman is straight. Like if she applied to work with Roy Miller, who has connections to this, and we can trace as far back in declassified World Bank documents, this Roy Miller guy to like these type of research programs. I'm telling you, this woman is government. I don't exactly know how she ended up where she did, who she was a contract for, who she was working under, whether she even knew what she was working on, whether she was compartmentalized, whether she had a clearance. She probably had to have a clearance because she was working with human trafficking victims. I'm just telling you, USAID, WHO, World Bank. Okay, that's the connection. Now she didn't even work at the American Children's Campaign for very long, if she even worked there, and it took me 10 minutes to figure this out. Okay, now yes, you can't just Google Roy Miller. You have to know what you're looking for and know how to get there. And, I'm telling you folks, like, it's not that hard. Okay, if you look hard enough, like, you're gonna, all it takes is the right Google, right? Like, I didn't hit on the Global Polio Eradication Initiative, but I hit on these declassified World Bank documents. You trace down the name, you confirm that this is what Roy Miller worked on before he went to found his initiative in 92. You confirm that this 2004 report is the same Roy Miller that either employed or was going to employ Wendy Adelson, and there you go. Then you see her doing interconnected work with health offices, with like the medical school at FSU, the legal clinic. That's exactly what these people do. Okay, it's intelligence. It's all population intelligence. And Wendy Adelson is never getting charged. I told you it wasn't going to be that hard to find. Now, this is one place. They just gave it away because they gave one name. She didn't say Roy Miller. She didn't say like USAID. She didn't say any of this. She said the American Children's Campaign. And that was enough. Now, does the American Children's Campaign just say on its website that it's associated with the World Bank and the WHO and USAID? No, but it just takes a little bit of know-how and savvy. And clearly Roy Miller was the head of this thing. If she's applying to that kind of world, she didn't do it once. She did it a lot of times. It started when she got out of college, probably in 04 or whatever. And then by 2011 or 2014, she was trying to work with this organization. Then she went to FSU. She did her own thing. I'm telling you, this is government. It screams government. It was not that hard to find. It took me like 20 minutes. It's government. Where's Murder by Maestro? Hi, Taterbug. I'm a Super Towel. I would just like to say, Murder by Maestro, I'll take my bow now. I will take my bow. I was right. I was absolutely 100% right. She's government, and it's more than just government. She's like international, kind of like, it's more, listen, I don't even want to talk about what the World Bank and USAID and what was the other one? The WHO. Oh my dear God. It's like, it's population monitoring on the biggest scale possible. It's like, it looks like it's public health initiatives, but it's way more than that. It's like intelligence gathering, and we got busted doing it with the Osama bin Laden thing, but we probably do it. I have no more comment on this for now. Murder by Maestro. Hi, Ange. I'm a Super Towel. Hi, Nunya. Hi, Peony and Rose. Where is Murder by Maestro? I need to talk to Murder by Maestro just so I can be like, one, I told you so. Not in a, like, pedantic way, but just being like, I told you so. And then two, to be like, okay, now that we have this, like, what was her institute at FSU? Who was the head of it? How are they connected to USAID and the WHO and the World Bank? All right, what agency was she working for? Why was she working for them? And now we know she's never going to get charged. I'm telling you right now, this woman Wendy Adelson is never going to get charged. Just from that alone, this is bigger than, I mean, it touches on everything, but how do we wind up? All I had to do was watch this woman testify, and I was like, oh yeah, like, she's straight government. Like, it took me like 10, like, I must have some kind of radar for this, because I was just like, she's government. I would be a great interrogator. Like, you can't get anything past me. Like, she's not even in the room with me, and I was like, all right, what agency do you work for? Why are you doing it, and what were you doing? And it took me like 24 hours to figure it out. There's more to it. I don't have it all, and I don't really care to know too much, but I understand. Listen, come on now. Towel specializes in this. Hi, Vicky, you're a Super Towel. Hi, we're going to watch your video after Towel Trivia. We got to keep going with this. If I just keep researching Wendy Adelson, we're never going to get through her examination. I just can't believe... yeah, Ange, which means that Dan Markel was also government. I'm telling you, these people are government. Dan Markel might have been government too, which is why you kill a government agent. You're going to get screwed unless you're some more powerful government agent. Clearly, Charlie Adelson was a nobody, maybe low-level federal informant on, like, narcotics or steroids or whatever, money laundering, maybe. But he couldn't get help. And then... I don't think the father or the mother or whatever, I don't think they really had intelligence connections, but I think Wendy did on her own, probably through Dan Markel. And Wendy must have, through her work, gotten just enough connections to not take to not get in trouble for Dan's murder. Everyone else did in her family, which means they all were not assets the way she was, but Wendy didn't, and Wendy probably is a very valuable asset. She probably has run like uncountable assets into foreign territory. She probably has like facilitated the deployment of like cover programs. She's probably such a valuable asset that like her institutional knowledge is so important that they can't have her go to jail or even get charged. I'm telling you, I can just read it. Yeah, no, Ange, and I'm telling you, we'll find that it, like, however these agencies deploy their assistance, it's never like the CIA never comes in and is like, okay, you're free now. It's always like somebody represents their interest who tells the judge or tells the prosecutor or whatever, like, this is national security, like, stop, don't bother Wendy Adelson. Like, you can have her testify, give her immunity, she'll give you enough to whatever, but you are not charging her. That's how it works. They straight up tell them, like, it's like a special kind of thing, and it does exist. I'm not talking about this case, but I've seen records, multiple records, where the FBI and the CIA will come in to a DOJ prosecution or a state-level prosecution and say, you are not prosecuting this person. Now, the DAs always go along with it. I've never come up against a situation, other than maybe the Karen Reed case, where the DOJ approached like a DA and was like, you can't prosecute this person because they're like an asset. And then the prosecutor on the state level was like, screw you. I've never seen that. Maybe with the Karen Reed case. But on the whole, if they tell you not to do it, you're not going to do it. Especially if they invoke national security. Hello, Brazilian girl. I love your username. No falamos portuguese, but entiendo español un poco y puedo hablar en español si tú puedes entender español y portuguese, pero no falamos portuguese aquí. Lo siento. That was a little bit of English, Spanish, and Portuguese all at once. But yes, I put it all together. It is my opinion that Wendy Adelson is never going to get indicted or charged or anything to do with this case, because Wendy Adelson, whether it was through Dan Markel or through her own intelligence, like, she is a very, very valuable asset, because she's probably, whether it's in the like medical field or the legal field or whatever, she has developed and cultivated, I'm going to speak very broadly, a number of very valuable connections that will help the government. And I'm not talking about like in organized crime. I'm saying this woman was a very useful asset for some very high level people if she was applying at the American Children's Campaign or whatnot. And that kind of work that they do is all intelligence gathering, even though it's under the veneer of, and it is ostensibly about helping vulnerable children and women who are trafficked. It's really about intelligence, because you can study population flow, you can study criminal gangs, you can study, like, it is the most valuable form of intelligence possible, like medical information on trafficked people, and like human intelligence and signals intelligence on trafficked people, because it will lead you to transnational criminal organizations. It will like lead you to like domestic operations. It will it will protect your own people, because if your own people get caught up in it, like, that's the very first people who are going to detect it, the on the ground staff. Like, so it's scary, okay? And I'm telling you, like, I know what I'm looking at, and I didn't need more than 48 hours to find it. I'll look into it more, but I'm telling you, just that connection alone, and the fact that you can't just, like, see it. It's when they don't brag about it that you know. Like, it's these networks, they're everywhere. I'm telling you, they're everywhere. They're in every sector. And when these big trials happen where there's this, like, weird kind of illusion of, like, what's the word? It's like an illusion of generality. Like, oh, let's speak very generally. I went to Washington in 2004 to apply for a job. I applied to the American Children's Campaign. Then I went to FSU and formed a multidisciplinary unit involving the medical school and the law school. No details. Nobody on either side wants to ask. Like, that's, as someone who's I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. I'm a law student. Caveat: go get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. As someone who's trained in how to ask questions like that, okay, you don't just do that. You don't just be like, okay, 2004, you went to Washington. Like, nobody on either side of a case would just be like, that's nice, don't tell me anymore. Okay, 2011 or 2014, you applied at the American Children's Campaign. That's nice, don't tell me anymore. And then you formed an interdisciplinary unit at FSU. That's nice, don't tell me anymore. No, both sides got a talking to. And they were like, you may ask very broad questions and she will give very broad answers. Do not violate the security agreement. I'm telling you, I know what it looks. I can't prove it right now. I'm getting close. But, like, first of all, where's Murder by Maestro? Second of all, I knew I would be able to figure this out. And I'm telling you, mark my words, I'm now putting this at like 100-1 odds against. Like, it is a very, very good chance that Wendy Adelson will never get arrested or indicted because she is a protected informant, and even, or not an informant, she's an agent probably, but even her testimony was coordinated by the powers that be, who told the state prosecutor and Charlie's defense lawyer, you will not get into detail. I can just tell you that's what it's like. But yeah, it's really scary. I mean, it's also like international finance, like, towel friends, I don't know how to explain this to you. Like, you're not just talking about the CIA anymore. You're talking about like very, very high level, like almost eyes wide shut type stuff, like stuff you're not supposed to ask about. You should not make further inquiries. They are fruitless. Like, why are you even asking? Like, that's the type of, it's not just an FBI operation to bust organized crime. It's not just a CIA operation to gather intelligence to protect the American national interest. It's not just a monitoring program for like population flow internationally. It's not just a private database of health information. It's more than that. It's like this kind of global, I'd call it super territorial, super like national network that kind of operates outside the realm of government. Like, government is subservient to this network. It's not really like a conspiracy. It just makes sense. Like, international finance, okay, it's going to be bigger than governments. They're the people who like fund governments. That, like, you can look back to the Norman Rothschild and Sons and the different bankers. Like, you have to take private loans to fund wars normally, You don't just like you either fund wars by raising money domestically by taxing the population, or you borrow money on credit, okay? Like, war debt was a big issue during the Revolutionary War in America too. Like, you borrow money from bankers or you tax your population. And like, a lot of these people, the government is more just like outer rings of international finance. And I know it's not like, I'm half Jewish. It's not a Jewish thing, all right? The reason that stereotype exists is because for a long time in Christianity and in Islam, it was very, very wrong to lend money with interest. I mean, very wrong. Like, if you read the Bible, the last thing Jesus does before they kill him is he flips over the money changers table in the temple, which is the only time he ever used violence in the entire Bible, okay? And then they kill him. And so usury at all, any interest on lending money, which means banking, okay? Banking is fundamentally lending money at interest, okay? That's all it really is, okay? It's storing money, but really it's lending money at interest, all right? That's the business of banking. You'd make no money if you just held money in a bank for people. You have to lend it out to make money. So for a long time in Islam and Christianity, okay, which are two of the three major religions in the West, in Europe and the United States, you could not lend money at interest, okay? It was very shameful. It was wrong. Now let me just be very clear. If you do a study of Turkish banking, okay, you'll see that Islamic banks do have a way of somewhat lending at interest, but they don't, it's very haram to lend at interest at all, okay? But what they do is, the Islamic banks, and you can do a case study on Turkey in this, I know a lot about this, but Islamic banks lease property, okay? So the way that they do it is they buy a property, the bank, and then they lease it to someone who like that they're investing in. Okay, so you want a loan from the bank? Okay, fine. You go to the bank and they like structure a complex lease agreement where a bank-owned property is leased to you. The payments on the lease per month are more than the principal, okay? But the way they get away with it is it's not usury because they justify it, and I'm speaking very broadly, they justify it by saying it's like a commercial service and it's like appreciation on the land and whatever. You're paying a lease on land that has a market value, and therefore it's not usury. It's not just lending the money, it's the bank has provided a property that you're leasing, so the bank can make money off you leasing the property, which is different than the bank making money off lending money to you at interest. Do you understand? It's a very subtle difference, but it's why the core of it is that you can, if you look in Islamic countries right now, you cannot as a bank lend money at interest. You cannot. It does not exist. It's not a thing. There are ways around it because banks need to be profitable, but you do not lend money at interest. It's not a thing. It's very illegal. So, for a long time, and this is not a cultural stereotype, but for a long time, the only religion, and there were mostly religious people for a long time in the history of the world, over 2,000 years, the only people who could run international banks were Jewish people. Now, banking is more than just Jewish people, okay? And obviously, there are lots of people involved in banking. But the reason why this system that I'm talking about here, it has nothing to do with Jewish people. I'm just explaining to you international finance. The reason why it's international, transnational finance, it's bigger than governments, they finance governments, is that these international lending houses, which evolved, by the way, there's lots of them. There's international lending houses in China, in Germany, in France, in London, in the US, in Singapore. They're everywhere, okay? It mostly started with the Rothschilds and the five sons going out to the different countries, but it's everywhere now. And what the premise is that international finance, like big banks, lend, first of all, they own a bunch of companies, all right? Like all of our companies and the companies that own those companies are owned by like a few small groups of international like financiers, all right? And they also own governments. They don't like literally own them, but like the governments of the world owe a lot of money to private bankers. And it's like the debt that we owe to each other, each country, is just kind of like a shell. It's like a cover because the actual debt is owed to the bankers that can afford to lend this money to the countries who lend it to other countries, all right? It's not like your domestic industrial economic production leads to money that you lend to other countries. No, you borrow money from bankers against your anticipated future domestic economic industrial production or technological production, whatever, and then you can use that credit to do a number of things. One, you can lend it out domestically to your own polity, you can lend it internationally to other countries, whatever. But the point is, you as the country, the state, become the middleman, the vassal for this larger international network. When you start talking about the World Bank, the World Health Organization, and USAID, you're talking about the highest elements of the food chain. Forget like the American government. Forget governments. That is the power structure. So if this woman, Wendy Adelson, was in any way, shape, or form tangentially involved with that network through Dan Markel or otherwise, she's never going to get in trouble for anything, because it's like, it's not just politics. It's not just local Florida politics. And I don't even know if the family was involved in this or if it started with her, but she got right to the top of the food chain, and the way you do it is exactly through what she was doing: medical research, legal research, like you have an institution behind you like a university, and then in reality you're working for the real power players who can, 100 million, nothing. Like nothing. Chump change. So that's crazy stuff. It's crazy. It's wild. And it's very obvious. It hides in plain sight. But, all right, Murder by Maestro, listen. No, we figured it out. Murder by Maestro. Hello. Listen, I got to show you. Hold on. I have it on the screen. Look at this, Murder by Maestro. So, Wendy Adelson worked for the American Children's Initiative? Or, what was it? The American Children's Campaign? So, do you know who the founder of that is? It started in 1992. It's a guy by the name of Roy Miller. Go ahead and take a look. He built a direct services agency for children. You're going to find out, I'm pretty sure, that it was called the Community Services Fund. Anyway, so Roy Miller built this is where Wendy Adelson went to work, or tried to work at a certain point around 2011, 2013, 2014. Well, take a look at this, Murder by Maestro. Roy Miller, you know where you're going to find him? You're going to find him in a declassified World Bank document from the, what is this? The Conference Evaluation Form from the 1980 International Health Conference of the World Bank. Now, it's really, really interesting, right, that he was at a World Bank event in 1980, right? It's declassified from the World Bank. Okay, there you go. Just to show you, this is a World Bank declassified document. I don't know why they get to classify things. Have you ever thought about why the World Bank gets to classify things? It's not a government. How the fuck is it classifying things, bruh? It's a supranational government. Anyway, it has its own classification rules. That's fucking scary. What do you find in this 1980 document? Well, you find Roy Miller. All right, there he is. Community Systems Fund. Roy Miller. There you go. Right in the middle there, okay? Roy Miller. That's Roy Miller, all right? Highlighting that for you. Well, Murder by Maestro, what do I find next? All right, 25 years later, I find a USAID WHO World Bank document, all right? It was declassified, written by 3 authors, Anastasia G. Gage, Disha Ali, and Chincho Suzuki. And what do we find on page 3, which is page 2 of the cover letter under acknowledgments? Roy Miller. Huh. That's interesting, isn't it? What are we going to find, Murder by Maestro, when we look up Wendy Adelson's Institute at FSU? And how much do you want to bet, my dear friend, that it ties to this? Yes, my dear friend. Yes, I think this is it, Murder by Maestro, my dear friend. So yeah, let's see what we can find. Anyway, back to the testimony. I told you I was right, by the way. Yes, she did, Murder by Maestro. We just heard the testimony about it. You got to understand, I'm paying very close attention now. Yes, she did.
Members of the jury, when the parties agree that certain facts are true, that is called a stipulation of fact, you must accept stipulated facts as having been proven. However, the significance of these facts, as with all facts, is for you to decide. In this case, the stipulated facts that you must accept are true are: the Markel children were enrolled at Creative Preschool located in Tallahassee. During the week of July 14th, 2024, their drop-off pickup schedule was as follows. Monday, July 14th, 2024, dropped off at 8:55 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 5 p.m. by Dan Markel. Tuesday, July 15th, 2014, dropped off at 8:25 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 4:50 p.m. by Dan Markel. Wednesday, July 16th, 2014, dropped off at 9 a.m. by Dan Markel, picked up at 4:30 p.m. by Wendy Adelson. Thursday, July 17th, 2014, dropped off at 8:30 a.m. by Wendy Adelson, picked up at 4:45 p.m. by Dan Markel. Friday, July 18th, 2014, dropped off at 8:50 a.m. by Dan Markel.
Thank you, Your Honor. So I want to first focus your attention on the July 17, 2014 schedule. On July 17, 2014, as Your Honor just recited, do you recall dropping the kids off at school at 8:30 in the morning?
Listen, I'm sorry, Murder by Maestro, but I'm gonna track down the name of the institute where Wendy Adelson worked at FSU. I'm gonna track down who the director was, and I'm gonna prove that this woman was working for the government. You can come along for the ride, or you don't have to, but I'm gonna prove it.
Yes.
And Professor Markel picked them up at 4:45 p.m. on that day, thereabouts.
Which I just heard, but I wouldn't have known what time.
You didn't pick them up that
I
day.
did. No, it wasn't my day.
So it would be impossible, the person would be wrong if they said that they saw you and the kids by Professor Markel's house in the afternoon or morning of July 17, 2014, correct?
It would be some other woman and some other kids.
You spoke to your mom probably close to daily, right?
Yeah,
During this time period. She would know when you had the kids and didn't have the kids, right?
probably.
Now I want to go back to something briefly that we talked about yesterday before we stopped. You knew that Professor Markel posted his travel plans on Facebook and on his prof's blog, right?
Yes,
He would talk about places and conferences that he was speaking at, right?
he would.
Listen, there's something a little weird, and Taterbug, maybe we should look into this. Murder by Maestro, you gotta stop discouraging people from looking into this. I know you're very pot committed to her not being involved with the government, okay? But you can't, you're gaslighting people now, and I want you to stop. It is perfectly okay for all of us to question and look more into whether Wendy Adelson has not been charged because she was working for the government. I want to make this very clear. I've seen 48 hours of it. I respect you a lot, my friend, but you need to be open to the fact that other people might want to look into this. Constantly trying to shut them down is weird, and Wendy Adelson has not been indicted for any of these crimes, which strongly hints that she is an intelligence asset. So I just want it to be very clear. Anyone in this chat at any time is welcome to ask whether Wendy Adelson was connected to the government, whether through her work at FSU at the interdisciplinary clinic between the medical school and the law school or otherwise, or during her time in 2004 seeking a job in Washington, or during her time applying for the American Children's Campaign, which is connected to the WHO, the World Bank, and the USAID. I don't care if this ends up leading to some insight about the fact that these networks have influence over governments. I don't care, okay? I don't have any loyalty to them. They can fuck off, okay? I understand they think they're doing good work. That's great. It's not my responsibility to insulate people from having questions asked about their behavior. World Bank or otherwise, WHO, USAID, or otherwise. I don't care where it leads. I don't care if it touches foreign intelligence. The only thing that will stop me is if a matter of U.S. national security comes up, and then I will stop. I don't care if it touches other countries' intelligence. I don't care if it touches their royal families. I don't care. If it's not about the United States, nothing is sacred to me. I don't care. I don't care. All right? Screw them. So that's where I'm coming at with this, all right? Just want to... Yes, no, so Murder by Maestro, I will look up every lead you give me, but I'm telling you, whatever, so if that was the name of her thing at FSU, we will dig this down, we will go to the very bottom of it, and barring U.S. national security becoming an issue, we will find out who she was working for, Wendy Adelson, and why she has not been charged. Now I have a very, very firm commitment to this case. Very firm. To figure out exactly what happened and why this woman has not been covered up. So no, Murder by Maestro, I think you only stumbled onto one small part of it. Murder by Maestro thinks that the hitman was connected to a money laundering ring and was a low-level federal informant, which I agree with. Wendy Adelson is not operating in that world, nor is she on that level. She is a high-level governmental employee who, in my opinion, who may have been working on programs that used human trafficking centers, services, legal aid and medical aid, to do like population spying and run these kind of artificial governmental vaccination programs that look ostensibly very real, but are really about things like getting DNA to track Osama bin Laden. Do you see why I'm now saying it's very highly secure? So, yeah, Murder by Maestro is definitely onto something about this hitman, one of the hitmen involved with Charlie, being a very low-level federal informant for some racketeering stuff and whatever, organized crime. Nothing to do with Wendy Adelson at all. The very low-level federal informant stuff. That is not what we're talking about. And I'm going to keep hitting this home, Murder by Maestro, until you address it. Wendy Adelson, while working at Florida State University and prior, was involved with high-level governmental programs related to human trafficking, immigration, and medical services that all tied directly, at least in one case, to the World Health Organization and the World Bank. All right? So, Murder by Maestro is very, very intent on saying that the only cooperating informant in this case is one of the hitmen who was connected to Charlie Adelson. And that might be true, but that's low-level cooperation. Wendy Adelson, and these are the facts, has not been charged. Wendy Adelson was in the orbit of high-level governmental informants and operatives. And Wendy Adelson, if she is not charged, that will be 100% confirmation that it's not that the hitman in the orbit of Charlie Adelson was an informant. It's that Wendy Adelson was working for the government. Okay? And that will prove it. There's no debate about it, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, Murder by Maestro, I agree that low-level FBI informant was involved in the hit team for the cartel. That has nothing to do with Wendy Adelson. And I'm sorry for getting frustrated, but you're now making me more suspicious because you're dodging it. You're dodging it. Wendy Adelson has not been indicted. Wendy Adelson was not cooperating with some organized crime stuff. She was operating a multidisciplinary clinic at Florida State University involving legal aid for human rights purposes in the context of trafficking victims. And the clinic also involved medical services. She had a security clearance. Okay? Murder by Maestro, she worked for the government. Come to terms with it. Eventually, I'm going to prove it. You may as well just accept it now. No. Murder by Maestro, you definitely got me on the right track, but I'm telling you that it's not just she was working for a government organization. It was a cover organization because she was actually doing this kind of larger project involving, and it was right around this time, 2011 to 2014, she could have very well have been involved with these larger projects where it wasn't just you were doing human trafficking work and helping victims get legal services and medical aid. It was that it was a surveillance project to track terrorism. Okay? So I need to do more research. Okay, Murder by Maestro, I agree with you. That's part of what she was trained to do. Use information from trafficking victims to disrupt transnational criminal organizations. I agree with you. But that's only part of it. It's also a much larger thing. And I'm telling you, we're going to stumble onto it. I will get every document. I'll call every lead I know. I will trace this down. It's not that you and I are saying different things. We're agreeing that whatever she was doing had some purpose for the government. I'm telling you, I think we're going to find that it was multifaceted, multi-purpose, and that the reason she hasn't been charged is she wasn't just helping break up transnational criminal organizations. That's dime a dozen stuff. Any agent can do that. It's that she was helping them do something far more serious, which involves U.S. aid and other stuff. I'm telling you, I can sense it. You always mirror your sentence. Grant won't always mirror. Yeah, that's true. It's true. And listen, I'm actually having a fun intellectual debate. Murder by Maestro is someone who pushes me to always learn more, study, make sure I'm right. And I'm not tormenting or trolling Murder by Maestro here. This is like my deliberative process, like playing out in real time. It's that we both end up seeing things. Like, he knows a lot about this case and has done his research. I'm now starting to do my research, and we both see things from our silo. And then we talk about them, and inevitably we end up kind of like going on this path where we overlap and eventually we settle on what we think happened. All right, so that tends to be our process. Now, sometimes we don't agree, and then Murder by Maestro just goes off and does his own research, and I'm just doing my thing. But combining our two brains, we will oftentimes stumble onto stuff that we don't even expect to find, right? So that's how it always starts, and this is step one of a very long process. I'm just telling you, it's not combative. It's a deliberative process that is necessarily sort of adversarial, because if we both just took the same positions, if I were just like, okay, I agree with what you say, I'm never going to look into anything else. Or if Murder by Maestro was like, okay, you're 100% right, then we wouldn't do our thing, and we wouldn't create the conditions for the historical synthesis to emerge by virtue of antithesis and thesis merging together. Hegel would be proud of our discourse, is basically what I'm saying. All right. I'm going to start calling Taterbug says she's going to call me an MBM, the Sons of Thunder. All right, can we get back to this? I will get so distracted by this Wendy Adelson rabbit hole. Can we just finish our video so we can do towel trivia? We're already 20 minutes late.
Are you aware that on the weekend of the 20th, he was supposed to speak at a conference in New Jersey, and he posted it on Prof's blog as well as on Facebook?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit about Best Buy. May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
I'm showing you what's marked for identification purposes only as Defense Exhibit 29 and 30. Looking at Defense Exhibit 29, does that refresh your recollection that the warranty was under your father's name for
Yes.
that TV?
Mm-hmm.
A warranty with the Geek Squad?
Yes.
Now, before you look at Exhibit 20, do you recall that your mother scheduled the appointment for the TV to be fixed with this Geek Squad?
I remembered that I scheduled it, but it looks like she scheduled it and gave me the number to call in case I needed to reschedule it.
And in fact, she emailed you on July 11th and told you if you can't keep the appointment on the 18th, call this number to reschedule it, right?
Yes.
You can put that aside. I want to talk a little bit more about July 18th. Do you recall leaving your house that day on Aqua Ridge Ray around 12:30 in the afternoon?
I do.
And you were going to meet a friend for lunch at a place called Mosaic.
Yes.
But you had to pick up a bottle of, I don't know if it's bourbon or whiskey. I don't even know if they're the same things, but Bullet whiskey.
It was bourbon.
Okay. It was for your friend's wedding shower that night?
They were having us stock the bar party, so they asked for specific kinds of alcohol to stock the bar.
And I'm showing you what's marked as Defense Exhibit 32. Is this the invitation that you received?
Yes, that's it.
Judge, I would move Defense Exhibit 32 into evidence at this point in time.
No objection.
Hearsay, Your Honor.
Exception.
State of mind.
You can provide me with the So
I'm going to show right-hand corner. Let me show the right-hand corner.
the objection is sustained. She may testify as to remember.
Do you recall on the left-hand corner of the invitation, it says, help the bride and groom stock the bar for their wedding and bring a bottle of Bullet bourbon? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You can put that aside. Now, you decided to go to ABC Liquors on Bedden Road to look for the bourbon, right?
I did.
Okay. You're not a big drinker, is that fair to say?
That is fair to say.
You went to that store because you were familiar with it?
I'd seen it close to my house, so
Close to your old house?
close to my old house.
There could have been liquor stores that were closer to your current house?
Sure.
Now, when you drove to ABC Liquor, you tried to go through Trescott. Is
I
that
did.
fair to say?
It was blocked.
There are other ways to go to ABC Liquor, right? You could have gone down other roads.
I don't have the best sense of direction, so when I find a route, I just kind of keep using that route. I don't look for something else.
Okay. You got to Mosaic at around 1 p.m.,
That sounds right.
and your lunch was interrupted by Investigator Isom, who told you that something had happened.
That's right.
You went with him voluntarily to speak
did.
with him? You let police search your car?
Yes.
You were interviewed with the investigator from approximately 2:45 p.m. until 7:50 p.m.?
Yes.
He told you that your ex-husband had been shot and was unlikely to survive, right?
Yes.
You were in shock.
Yes.
You were pretty open with police, telling them a lot of things, right?
They kept telling me they needed my help, and so I kept trying to help.
Now, you remember on direct, Ms. Kappelman asked you about this interview.
Yes.
And she asked you about all the people you mentioned during the interview, including Charlie.
Yes.
And you said I was just wheeling off names, right?
Yes.
In fact, isn't the first person in the interview that you mentioned was yourself?
Yes.
You said that you would understand if you were viewed as the prime suspect, right?
Yes.
Before you mentioned anyone else, you mentioned yourself.
Yes.
You told them about the motion to relocate.
I did.
You told them about the fight you had with Professor Markel that very morning about some swimming for the boys.
Yes.
You were spitting out a lot of ideas.
I was.
And you agreed to let the police search your phone.
Yes.
You agreed to let the police search your car.
Yes.
That's where they found that picture that I wasn't able to admit of the invitation of the Bullet bourbon, right?
Yeah.
You agreed to be fingerprinted.
Yes.
You agreed to be checked for gunshot residue.
Yes.
You gave them your computer to be searched.
I did.
Towards the end of your interview, you asked the police officer if you could call your parents, right?
I did.
And the police allowed you to do that.
Yes.
And you called your mother's cell phone sometime around 7:04 p.m.
Yes.
And you spoke to your mom. I don't know if you remember, but you remember your dad being in the shower because they were going out to dinner.
I don't remember.
Your mom didn't answer, actually, the first call, and you called back a couple minutes later and she answered. Do you recall that?
I don't.
And when you called your mom, she was surprised.
Yes.
And you asked her to call Charlie and tell him what happened, right?
Yes.
You didn't speak with Charlie that day, right?
I don't think so.
On July 19th, the next day, you spoke to Charlie at 10:50 in the morning. Is that, you won't know the exact time, but do you recall speaking with him in the morning?
I honestly don't.
Do you recall letting him know that Professor Markel had passed away in the early morning?
I don't remember the conversation.
When your parents came directly to Tallahassee, correct?
They did.
They stopped in Orlando and they got there on the morning of the 19th, right?
Yes.
And when they got there, they were scared and frantic, right?
Yes.
Your dad didn't sleep. He couldn't get police protection, so he planted his chair in the front of your window to make sure that no one was going to come to your house and shoot it up, right?
Correct.
Now, you all attended a memorial service on the 20th, right?
Yes.
And you arranged for the Markels to see the boys after the memorial service, right?
They all came over to my house.
And you left Tallahassee, correct?
Not on the 20th. No.
On the 21st.
Yes.
And when you left Tallahassee on the 21st, did you bring all your belongings?
I brought some swimsuits for the boys and some pajamas, and I thought we'd be back in a day or two.
And when you left, you were not yourself.
I was a mess.
You got to South Florida and you realized that you could not take care of the boys alone at this point in time.
I hadn't slept in days and I was terrified.
To get a little more specific, you wouldn't leave the house.
No.
And you would hardly eat.
I wasn't eating, no.
And ultimately, you decided not to come back to Tallahassee.
I mean, I made that decision much later, but...
And you had a friend who you grew up with, I think last name Keener, go back and get more stuff at your house, right?
He did.
You have one more moment, Your Honor. Now, it's been said in this courtroom that you have tried to erase Professor Markel's memory from your boy's life. Is that true?
It's not true.
For the first 2 years after the murder, did you limit Professor Markel's family from seeing the boys?
Absolutely not.
In fact, they had complete access to the boys, right?
100%.
They made dinners with the boys?
I cooked dinner for them, yes, every time they visited.
There were sleepovers and play dates?
That's right.
There was no animosity at all, right?
No?
And then in October of 2016, things changed, right?
Yes.
A letter was released where there was a suggestion that Professor Markel's mom was talking to the state about arranging custody for the boys in case you got arrested.
Yes.
And you saw that as a betrayal.
Well, the custody was foster care, so yes.
You saw that as her thinking that you killed her son.
Yes.
And as a result of that, rightly or wrongly, you decided to limit their access.
I was afraid they were going to put my children in foster care.
Do your children know anything about their father?
They know a lot about their dad.
Do they have a picture of him in their bedroom?
Each boy has a picture of them and their dad over their bed that we say good morning to and good night to every day.
Did you benefit from Professor Markel's death?
No.
Well, you got to live in South Florida.
It's not a benefit.
How are your boys doing?
They're doing very well, thank you.
How has your job prospects been since this case hit the news?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
How are you doing?
Objection, relevance.
Sustained.
Has this affected your life negatively or positively?
Negatively.
Does Charlie love his nephews?
Very much.
May I have one moment, Your Honor? Thank you, Ms. Adelson. I have no further questions.
Redirect examination.
The long list of plans that you went over with Mr. Rashbaum that you were going to have in Tallahassee post-murder date, none of those plans happened, right?
No.
Because you moved to South Florida, right?
Because I felt unsafe to stay here, yes.
And did you feel safe in South Florida?
No.
Did you buy a house in Tallahassee after the murder?
No, I did not.
Did you rent a house in Tallahassee after the murder?
No, I didn't live in Tallahassee after the murder.
Did the boys go to school that fall here in Tallahassee?
No, all our plans were broken.
And what was the purpose of those questions? Of course you didn't. You moved to South Florida. You didn't have plans in Tallahassee that got executed. Why were you asked about all those things?
I don't know why I was asked questions by the defense counsel.
The book event that you were asked about, did that event happen?
I didn't speak at the event, but the event still happened.
Have you had several events related to that book that have happened?
I have.
And what events were those?
Do you mean just in Tallahassee or do you mean in other places?
Everywhere.
I've spoken at various schools about human trafficking and about my book. I think there was one event that still happened in Tallahassee about a year later.
And is that the only book you've written, or have you written more than one book?
I've only written one book.
What was the book about?
The book was about human trafficking and about the vulnerabilities that lead to trafficking, the problems when it occurs, and basically how to recover from it after.
Where was the book set?
It was set in a fictional town,
What was the name of the fictional town?
Hiawassee Springs.
So Hiawassee. Is it located in the panhandle of Florida?
No, I used to see the name when I was driving from Tallahassee to Orlando, so it's somewhere in between.
And was the place modeled after Tallahassee?
It was definitely somewhere in Florida, but not supposed to be about Tallahassee, no.
Who was the central character in that book?
So there's 3 central characters. One was one of my clients, kind of a composite character from Eastern Europe. One was kind of a composite character of many clients I've represented from Latin America. And one was a public interest lawyer.
And was the public interest lawyer Lily?
Yes.
And is that the character that was sort of based after yourself?
No, really more based after a friend of mine.
And was Hiawassee, Florida, quote, just a small stop on the way back to what we had previously known as civilization? Is that a quote from your book?
That sounds like a quote from my book, yeah.
And who's the husband of Lily, the public interest lawyer?
You want his name in the book?
Yes.
I think it was Josh Stone.
All right, and what was Josh's employment?
Josh was an English professor.
I'm sorry, what was your answer?
Josh was an English professor.
A professor, where did he teach?
It's been a while. I wrote the book over 10 years ago. I don't remember what I named the university in the
North
story.
Florida State University?
That sounds right.
NFSU?
NFSU sounds right, yeah.
All right, and in the book, does Lily lament, quote, we moved to this godforsaken place for Josh's career?
Yes, that sounds like a line Lily would say.
All right. When you looked at page 187 of the divorce document on cross, and I'll hand that back to you. This is actually my copy. Just turn back to 187. Do you see the quote that you read previously from that page?
I don't.
Okay. It had to do with, let's see if I can find it. That you were very unhappy in the marriage. I think it's the 3rd paragraph there.
I see that line.
Okay, the wife has been very unhappy in the marriage and files her petition for dissolution of marriage in August 2012. The husband continues to characterize this as abandonment, and then it goes on to say that he had been disparaging you to some of the folks at the law school. Do you remember reading that?
I do.
Was that intended to be the place in this binder where you allege emotional abuse by your husband?
I mean, I think it's emotionally abusive to suggest somebody has mental health issues.
Okay. What is the Prof's blog? You were asked about that on Cross.
Yeah, it was a blog that Danny started with some of his colleagues to kind of promote community in the law professor world.
And who reads the Prof's?
Probably
Prof's blog?
other law professors and people interested in becoming law professors.
Who is on the Crim Prof listserv?
I don't know.
Were you
Probably.
on the listserv for that Prof's blog?
I may have been on the listserv at some point.
Do you remember seeing the post that you were shown on Cross?
I do.
And the post says something about Danny and I are planning to attend a conference that will begin Sunday, July 20th. Is there any other information on what you were shown about Dan's travel plans post-murder other than that?
I'm sorry, can you please repeat the question?
The post says Danny and I guess it's another professor writing this thing. Danny and I are planning to attend a conference that will begin Sunday, July 20th. Is that the type of information that he would typically have on something like the Prof's blog or Facebook?
That sounds right.
Okay, but as far as the date he's leaving, the flight he's on, that kind of stuff, would that typically be on the Prof's blog?
He wouldn't put what flight number he was on, but he would almost always communicate when he was going on a trip.
Okay, so going to a conference that starts July 20th might be an example.
Flying to New York tomorrow would be an example.
Okay.
But
he didn't
not
put
a flight number.
But he didn't put flying to New York tomorrow on this occasion.
No.
You were referenced several times, not on direct examination by the state, but by your brother's attorney on cross as a co-conspirator. Are you charged in this case?
No.
This isn't your trial, is it?
No.
Is your brother charged with conspiring with you to do a murder?
No.
Is he charged with conspiring with you to plan a murder?
No.
Is he charged with soliciting you to do a murder?
No.
Who is he charged with doing those things with?
I don't think anyone.
Have you had an opportunity to review his indictment in this case?
I have not.
Give you an opportunity to take a look at that document to yourself. Who is your brother alleged to have done these crimes with?
Catherine D. Magbanua.
Were you on the wire in this case, Ms. Adelson?
No.
So when the bump happened, are you familiar with the event I'm referencing as the bump?
I am now.
When law enforcement approached your mother on the street and handed her a piece of paper?
Yes.
Okay, when that occurred, who did your mother call?
I don't know.
Not you, right?
Not me.
Okay. And once your brother found out about the bump, did he call you about it?
No.
Who did he call?
I don't know.
Well, you listened to the calls to authenticate the voices, didn't you?
Just to hear the voices, not to hear the content of the calls.
Okay. And the voices were your brother's voice, right?
But I listened to the calls just to hear who was on them, so I don't know what content they're referencing.
I heard your answer. My question to you now is, your brother's voice was on the calls.
He was on some of the calls I listened to.
Your
I love
mother's
this
voice was on the
prosecutor.
calls.
She was on some of the calls I listened to.
Did you have any secret meetings with your brother post bump that happened in South Florida?
No.
You were asked about Jeffrey Lacoste and the way that your relationship ended. What is OkCupid?
OkCupid is a dating website.
Were you on that dating website?
I was.
Were you on that dating website at the time that you were dating Mr. Lacoste?
No, I wasn't.
And were you speaking, so I guess if you weren't on it, you weren't speaking to multiple men from the website during the time you were dating Mr. Lacoste. And I'll remind you that you provided your phone in this case and it was cell-brighted, downloaded.
Objection. Argument.
Didn't you just say that you weren't on OkCupid at the time that you were dating Jeffrey Lacoste?
I don't know when we say I officially stopped dating Jeff Lacasse, but there's a chance that, I don't remember in 2014 whether I had gotten the app and started talking to people before we officially broke up.
Okay, so my point is there's a chance that he was right. You were being unfaithful, or at least talking to other people. He had a reason to be jealous.
I think he had some serious jealousy issues that may or may not have been founded.
Yeah, I think we got from your testimony that you believe he had serious jealousy issues. My question to you is, did he have a reason to be?
No.
So he was wrong.
He was wrong in June when he accused me of being with multiple people that I wasn't with. Yes.
Okay. What was wrong with Dan's mother trying to make arrangements for the kids in the event of your arrest? Wasn't that a kind thing to do?
I don't think it's kind to put my children in foster care.
Wasn't the foster care intended only to cover the time frame that it would take for her to get on a plane and get here?
She never said that.
You thought she was just going to leave them in foster care?
I didn't know what to think. They have a mother. They don't need to be in foster care.
But they wouldn't have a mother in the event of your arrest, Ms. Adelson. Wasn't that the intention of the email?
I don't know what the intent of the email was. I was not going to be arrested for a crime I didn't commit.
She didn't know that though, did she?
I don't know what she knows or doesn't know. I can't speak to that.
Do Dan's parents know whether you committed this crime or not?
I don't know how to answer that question.
How would they? Particularly back at the time that she sent that email. It was fresh at that time, right?
I'm sorry, what was fresh?
All the events that were occurring, the arrests.
That was 2 years after Danny's murder. I don't know what she knew or didn't know. I know that my children don't belong in foster care.
Was it a specific foster care that she was requesting be called in the event that the children had no place to go and were going to be going into the custody of the state?
She did suggest a specific foster care agency.
A Jewish-run foster care agency.
A Jewish foster care.
So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. That was our Wendy Adelson review. And I will say we have more Wendy Adelson testimony to watch from the first two trials, but that was certainly telling. Hold on one second.
Did y'all follow Dan Markel?
All right, now, ladies and gentlemen, I believe hold on, let me make sure there isn't a part 3, but I believe that was the end of the redirect. So, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. If you just tuned in, you came at the right time. We're doing towel trivia. I love towel trivia. We're going to do 20 minutes of towel trivia, all right, that I'm going to put on. I'm going to do a little bit of an analysis. Surviving the Survivor did a Brian Koberger analysis last night, so I want to do a little analysis of that, not the whole thing, only a small portion of it. And then I'm going to eat my towel lunch, and then when we come back, we're going to watch the opening from the Koberger trial. All right, so a little bit of a break here, and we are doing towel trivia. Now, if you like towel trivia, well, let me just say there's nothing more fun than towel trivia. Yesterday, Steph took Towel's crown. Towel must fight for his crown again, ladies and gentlemen. Who's ready? I'm ready for towel trivia. You're ready for towel trivia. It's going to be a fun towel trivia day. All righty. Round 4 is taking place on 7/9/25. All right, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Now, oh, that's awesome. Anne's just made her bed with fresh sheets. That is a multitasking towel for you, ladies and gentlemen. All right, now, you know how this works. We play a few rounds. You get the way you're playing against Towel, and you're also playing against each other. If I get the question right, I get a point. If I get the question right and you are the first person in the comments, now listen, it goes based off of what comment shows up on Towel's chat on his phone first. We can't go based off everyone's phone because otherwise, or screen, there's no way for that to be fair. You all could see different things. We have to go based on my phone, and we'll use that result every time. So if you answer first after I get it correct in the chat, you get a full point. All right, you can use 1, 2, 3, or 4, or A, B, C, or D. That's the best way to answer. All right. If you get the question right after the first person, you get a half a point. All right. If I get the question wrong, and you are the first person to get it right, you get double points, 2 points. If you get it right after the first person, you get a full point. All right. That's the rules. Now, there's going to be one round. It is always about Watergate. All right, where you get double points. So in the Watergate round, which Steph dominated yesterday, to her credit, in the Watergate round, you must, if you get the question right and you get it first, all right, and I must get it wrong, you get 4 points. All right. The best way to make up points is the Watergate round. So don't get frustrated. You can literally jump up the entire scoreboard in the Watergate round if I get questions wrong. Now, someone asked if I could make the trivia screen larger. BGG Ruff, of course, my friend. Give me 1 second. The only issue is what it's going to do is, let me see if I can figure out a solution here. All right, so I can move the chat up. We're going to have to hide the doggos a little bit. Doggos are going to go just, hold on. I'm going to have to shrink the doggos is what I'm going to have to do. For you, my friend, though, BGG Gruff, anything. You want to be able to see the screen more easily, we'll do that for you. I will never turn down a request from my dear friend BGG Gruff. All right, so here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Let's make this just a little larger, and then let's bring the doggos a little bit down. All right, I want to see the doggo faces. Hello, doggos. I'm a doggo. I'm not actually a dog. I'm a towel. But I do like doggos. We have a lot of them. Now, I'm going to have to cover up Eva Towel. I'm going to have to cover up Brewski the Irish Setter. I'm going to have to cover up Bella and Chloe Dog, but they'll be back. Okay? All right, so there we go. That's our big screen there. And you're going to see the question is going to come up in the middle of the screen. I'm going to make sure it's centered, so give me 1 second. And then when we actually start asking questions, it's going to be right in the middle of the screen, all right? Oh, no, I covered myself up, all right? So get ready. I'll readjust this after the first question, okay? So it won't look like this the whole time. But the first question's about to start. Everybody get ready for Towel Trivia. We're playing till 1:35. We will start a round up until 1:35 p.m. Then after, and you know what? We're going to go until 1:40 because I'm just going to order my lunch before we start Towel Trivia. And the way we're going to do this is when my lunch arrives, we're ending Towel Trivia, all right? I'm going to play. I don't want to go out and get my towel lunch afterwards. Okay, what we're going to do is I'm going to just order right now. Oh, no, don't tell me it's closed. How dare you? No, that should be illegal. Hold on, it might be open. I want to get my free French fry. You give me a free French fry, I will order from you. Oh, they're giving me a free French fry. You know it's happening. All right, free French fry, chicken kebab. I love chicken kebabs, ladies and gentlemen. They come with rice. Oh, I need some pita bread, though. Hold on, you got to get. I need pita bread. It should be illegal to not offer me pita bread. Where's the pita bread? Hold on. I know you were all excited to start. I need to get my towel lunch. We must feed towel. I have not eaten today. I am very hungry. I got cranky earlier and started yelling at Murder by Maestro. I didn't mean to. I was just a little cranky. All right. I feel like sometimes Murder by Maestro yells at me and then I just yell back. I'm like, I'm a towel. Okay. Whatever you say, towel. But I am a towel. You don't understand. I'm an excitable little towel. I'm tipping $6. $5 is far too low. $6. Okay, wait a minute. Where's my free French fry? Please make sure that I got my free French fry. I demand that you confirm I got a free French fry. Wait a minute. Yes, indeed, I got a free French fry. That's what I like to see. All right, it's on the way. Okay, who's ready for towel trivia? I'm ready. All right, thank you all for allowing me to order my towel lunch before we get started. We are going to start with the daily challenge category. This is 6 hodgepodge questions. They're going to be really, really hard. Let's do it. All right, 10-second countdown. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Forensic RN made it. 2, 1. Here we go. I'm going to make the question bigger after the first question, by the way, so don't get worried. What med student travels through Argentina, Chile, Peru, Colombia, and Venezuela are featured in the award-winning 2004 film The Motorcycle Diaries? Che Guevara, Deepak Chopra, Sir Arthur Conan Doyle, Fidel Castro. I know that one, it's Che. Nailed it. Towel nailed it. I would just like to say Towel nailed it, ladies and gentlemen. Now get your answers in the comments. I have to go back to my towel phone. The first person to get this answer right will indeed, ladies and gentlemen, get a full point, but you're not getting double points because Little Towel nailed it. Little Towel came through and nailed it. All right, who guessed number 1 first? The first one I have getting number 1 is Kath Dawn. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Towel grabs a point. Kath grabs a point. Who else grabbed a point, ladies and gentlemen? Bossy Texas chick. You guys are in trouble. You towel friends are in trouble. The super towel Bossy Texas chick is here, and she grabbed half a point right away. Meredith, hello, my dear friend. You're a quiz master. Meredith grabbed half a point. Oh, Nancy, of course, grabbed half a point. Nancy's a super towel. Nancy just is slow and steady. She grabs every point all the time. Vicky Moore grabs half a point, and Vicky's internet's doing good today. Vicky was up there. Tater Bug. Tater, of course. It's great to see you, my dear friend. You grabs half a point. BGG Gruff grabs half a point. And if you're coming here for the first time, just be aware that I go through every point and I let you know if you got it right. So Monica also grabs half a point. Great job, Monica. And don't worry if your internet's lagged, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, Allie 90211. LA Connection comes in and grabs half a point. Allie Towel, I'll give you a chance to answer, my dear friend. You let me know what you want to answer for the first question. We'll hang out here and see if you submitted an answer. I didn't see one come in from you yet, but I'm not going to take away an opportunity for Allie Towel to get half a point. That's against the rules of Towel Channel, ladies and gentlemen. We make sure Allie Towel gets an opportunity to answer. So we'll hang out here for a second, and let me also make this screen a little bit larger so we can all hear. All right, here we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the timer at the bottom. So we're going to give, 10 seconds here before we go to the next question. 10 seconds before the next towel trivia question. Don't worry, Allie, we're giving you a chance to pick up half a point just by typing 1 in the chat. We're giving you a free point because you are Allie Towel. Don't worry. Also, Vicky Moore, remember, I can never get double points, so if I get anything wrong ever, people just, jump up the scoreboard. All right, Allie Towel, sounds good. Allie's an honorable towel. She doesn't want to answer. All right, here we go. Next question. Everybody ready? What region of Argentina and Chile is also the name of an outdoor apparel company? I can answer this without looking. Patagonia, Andes, Pampas, Tierra del Fuego. Oh, it's clearly about the earth, the fire of the earth, ladies and gentlemen. No, it's Patagonia. Another point for Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to get it? Oh, we got a bunch of people. Allie Towel was the first one in my chat. Allie Towel jumps up with a full point, ladies and gentlemen. That's Allie Towel for you. All right, I go by Steph. Great to see you, Steph. Steph was here earlier waiting for Towel trivia. Steph grabs half a point. Ruth, it's great to see you, Ruth. Ruth grabs half a point. Great job, Ruth. Meredith grabs another half a point. Not surprised. Meredith is a quiz master. Taterbug grabs half a point. Also not surprised. Let's see. I think BGG Gruff also grabbed half a point, but that might be out of order, so hold on. Taterbug, Kath Dawn also grabbed half a point, so Kath is up to 1.5. Ange Towel grabbed half a point. Ange is a multitasking towel, cleaning her sheets and also playing trivia. Nancy from the 508 picks up a point. Jew Drops, Nancy gets to a point, picks up half a point. Jew Drops grabs half a point. Bossy Texas Chick grabs half a point. Allie 90211. Wait, didn't you already answer this one? You answered it first. Allie, were you answering the other one? I can't tell. We're just going to give you 1 point, Allie Towel, all right? We're just going to give you 1 point for both answers. Vicky Towel grabs half a point. Colleen Henry, I see you in there. Colleen grabs half a point. All right, who else? Forensic RN, great job, my friend. You nailed it. Forensic RN grabs half a point. Monica, great job. Monica grabs half a point. Where's Monica? There you go. And BGG Gruff, did I get an answer from you? LA Connection grabs half a point. I don't think I saw one. Allie Towel's like, fine, I'll just take a point total. BGG Gruff, I don't know if I missed the answer from you or if you timed out, but I love the fur babies too. So we're going to leave BGG Gruff at a half for now. All right. Who was first on that one? Well, listen, Steph, this is a complicated one. So, Steph, we're gonna award you. Oh, this is tough. All right, Steph, we're going to give you an extra point. We're going to award an extra half a point. All right, Steph, so yes, there you go. BGG Gruff, good job. BGG Gruff grabs half a point. All right, next question. So basically, Allie Towel and Steph both got an extra bonus, half bonus point there. So there you go. All right, next question. What city's Maracanã Stadium hosted the deciding game of the 2014 World Cup in which Germany beat Argentina for the tourney win? Rio de Janeiro, Bogota, Sao Paulo, Buenos Aires. I watched this game. 7-1. They smoked them. Hummels and those guys just smoked them. I think it was in Rio. It was. Nailed it. 3-1. All right, who's going to get Rio? Steph, ladies and gentlemen. Steph grabbed the full point. Great job, Steph. Good guess, Bossy Texas Chick. You were in the right country. The other two weren't even Brazil, I'm pretty sure. Bogota is Colombia, and Buenos Aires is in Argentina. So you were in the right country, but it was actually Rio. Great job. Good guess, though. Ange Towel, great job picking up half a point. Kath Dawn. Brazilian Girl, this is right up your alley. Hold on, Brazilian Girl, we have to add you as to our blue wall of justice here, my dear friend. All right, so hold on. Brazilian Girl gets half a point. I'm taking that out of order. Kath Dawn grabbed half a point. She's up to 2. Jew Drops grabbed another half a point, of course, up to full point. And then I got Ruth ADS. Were you trying to guess A? Oh, ads. Sorry, Ruth. Vicky Moore, I see you're half a point there. Allie 90211 picks up half a point. Let's see. Sorry, BGG Gruff. It was not Buenos Aires. Ruth picks up half a point, even though the ads got in the way. Monica picks up half a point. Great job, Monica. And Forensic RN, keeping up the streak, picks up another half a point. Oh, no, Forensic RN, I'm so sorry. I wish I could. So we can do this. How about? It's going to take away a little more of the chat, but that's about as large as I can make it, all right? Without cutting off too much of the chat. And we cut off a little bit of the doggo's head. Sorry, doggo. All right. Who's ready for the next question? All right. No score updates till the end of the first round. Oh, thank you, Susan. I saw that in the DM. As soon as Towel Lunch is over and we get through Surviving the Survivor, I'm going to take a read of that. God bless you, my friend. I appreciate it. Oh, excellent. It has a video, too. Thank you. We'll take a look at that as soon as Towel Lunch is over after this. I know, Brazilian girl. Listen, I was cheering for Brazil in that tournament. I think that was Neymar, one of Neymar's first World Cups. The Brazilian team heading into that final, they had all the cards lined up, but that German team, I'll tell you, they went on that run there. Now, personally, I'm a Man City fan, right? So I think Gabriel de Jesus was on City at that time as a striker backing up Kun Agüero. And I remember distinctly cheering for Brazil because, one, I was pleased that there were no more those loud horns from the 2010 South African World Cup. And two, I really wanted Brazil to win so that City could either Argentina or Brazil would have been fine for me so that City could have a World Cup champion. I was a big Man City fan. You don't understand. Towel loves European football. Towel watches every World Cup. You wouldn't think Towel's a big European football fan, but I am, and I know a lot about it. All right, next question, ladies and gentlemen. It was a tough loss for Brazil, but they had a very good team. They still have a good team, and they have a good young generation. I haven't followed soccer. It's coming to the United States for the World Cup next year. I'm going to try to go to the game in Foxborough. That's a bit of an aside. Oh, Brazilian girl, super towel hugs to you. The future of Brazilian football is strong. Do not give up hope. Vinicius Jr., I want to say, doesn't he play for Brazil? He's on Real Madrid, or he was. He's pretty good. I don't follow as much European top-flight soccer as I used to. It's a little bit of a distraction, and I get really into it, and then I play Ultimate Team on FIFA, and then I get really, really into it, and then I learn all the players and everything. You know, it gets a little overwhelming. Next question. Which crime-solving technique was devised by an Argentinian police officer in the 1890s? DNA profiling, blood type matching, footprint examination, fingerprint identification. Ooh, that's tough. I want to guess fingerprint identification. Got it! Oh, we got a true crime question, ladies and gentlemen, and I still got it. It is not footprint examination. Nope, it is not. That's a good guess, but it's not footprint examination. Who's going to get number 4 first? Nope. Meredith! Meredith just beat out Taterbug. Meredith gets the full point. Great job. Taterbug, though, you were right there. It was a matter of seconds, Taterbug. You grabbed a half a point. Great job, Taterbug and Meredith. Jew Drops also nailed it. Jew Drops grabs a big half point. Great job. Ruth Lang grabs half a point. Excellent job, Ruth. Who else got number 4? BGG Gruff, great job, my friend, picking up points. Half point for BGG Gruff. Monica, great job, my friend. Monica picks up half a point, brings Monica to 2. Great job, Forensic RN. Good guess, my friend. Good guess. Good guess. I almost leaned blood type at first, but I went with fingerprint, and it was. LA Connection comes in and grabs half a point. Great job, my friend. Good job. Great job to Meredith and Taterbug. Excellent job, friends. All right. Who's ready for the next question? That was a hard one. This is the Daily Hodgepodge Challenge, so they normally have pretty hard ones. Tal's doing pretty good so far. A digit is a toe. Yes. Oh, don't pull a Harvard Yard. Harvard Yard answers with answers that aren't even in the 4, and she's like, I'm right. Like, maybe you are. All right, next question coming up. Here we go, little towels. Here we go. I love Brazilian football, too. Here we go. What islands were invaded by, I know this answer, by Argentina because of a territorial dispute with Britain that triggered a brief battle for their control in 1982? A, the Falkland Islands. 2, Bermuda Islands, 3, the British Virgin Islands, 4, the Galapagos Islands. I was being a little manipulative there. It's the Falkland Islands, of course. Maggie Thatcher, Snatcher Thatcher had to go in there, ladies and gentlemen, and protect the Falkland Islands. Nancy from the 508 was the first to get it. Great job getting the full point, Nancy. Meredith, very close, my friend. Meredith comes in with half a point. Meredith did very good there. All right, where are you? Meredith's at 2.5 now. Who else got it? Bossy Texas Chick, of course. Bossy Texas Chick just flexing on him. LA Connection, great job, my friend. It was indeed the Falkland Islands. Ange Towel, of course, Ange got it. Ange, you got to respect Maggie Thatcher. Good job, Ruth. Ruth also grabbed it. Kath Dawn. Indeed, Kath. Kath grabs another half a point. Taterbug. Great job, Taterbug. You got to keep picking up those points, my dear friend. Allie 90211 picks up another half a point. All right, who else? BGG Gruff. You got, wait, where's Dewdrops? Dewdrops, you definitely got it right. Oh, you meant to press 1? Well, I'm sorry, Dewdrops. You actually said 2. I can't give you a point for that. BGG Gruff, I think I got you there. Oh, sorry, I can't take that right now. I'm doing trivia. All right, hold on. BGG Gruff, I got you. Who else came in? Who else came in? Good job. The only one I knew it was not was Bermuda. Ruth says she wasn't allowed to eat Argentinian beef during the war. Well, that makes sense. Yeah, Dewdrops, I know that feeling. I'm sorry, but we're gonna go with the towel rules as stated. I'm gonna let the comments get caught up here as well. Give me a second, because the comments on the screen take a little bit of time on the desktop because you all flood the chat, so it takes a second to load up. All right, okay, everybody ready? I think that we have one more question in this category. I'm excited. Here we go. All right. What's the last question going to be, ladies and gentlemen? Drum roll, please. What musical based on a First Lady of Argentina, I know the answer, celebrated its 40th anniversary in 2018 by uniting the original creative team in Australia? Man of La Mancha, Evita, Cabaret, Chicago. Well, clearly, come on, Man of La Mancha. How can you not want to go with Man of La Mancha? No, it's Evita. Don't cry for me, Argentina. Just know that I have always loved you. It is Evita. Steph was the first. Well, Towel got it right, but Steph was the first one to get it. Steph, Argentina has always loved you. Nancy from the 508 coming in very close second, ladies and gentlemen. Great job, Nancy and Steph. And then Dewdrops, I'm sorry, it was not Cabaret. Meredith, good job. Meredith grabbed it. Where is Meredith? I got to find Meredith. Meredith is up to 3 points now. Bossy Texas Chick, of course, grabbed it. Bossy Texas Chick is a cultured Southern belle. Allie 90211 grabbed it. Allie is a cultured Northern belle. Ruth Lang, great job. Ruth is a cultured British belle. Monica Nelling, great job, Monica. I don't know where you're from, but you can be cultured and a belle. Taterbug, good job. Taterbug is a cultured belle in the shape of a taterbug. Kath Dawn, nailed it. Kath Dawn is, I'm pretty sure, Canadian, so you can be a Canadian belle. BGG Gruff, nailed it. You can be a dog-based belle. And then Vicky Moore, and oh no, I'm sorry. Vicky Moore got it right. Vicky, you can also be a Canadian belle. See, we have bells all over the place. Don't cry for my towel. That's hilarious. We're just all bells now. Everyone's a belle. Not actually a belle. Well, yes, we can all be bells. All right, Towel went 6 for 6 on that. I just want to say, Towel absolutely crushed that category. I'm so sorry about Vicky Moore. You got your half point. I got you in there. I'm so sorry, and that some of you. I'm so sorry that some of you were late on the draw because of your what is it called? Because of your either your thumbs pressing on the screen in the wrong way or because of your internet delay. I'm sorting your points right now. We have ferocious competition this round. We're only going to have one more round, by the way, because my food is about to get here, and we all know that it's important that Towel eat his food. If Towel doesn't eat, he gets cranky, and then I yell at Murder by Maestro and feel bad about it. All right, here we go. Who's ready for the scores, ladies and gentlemen? Who is ready for the scores? All right, here we go. Oh, that's awesome, Ange. Ange Bell. I love it, Ange. Round 4, ladies and gentlemen. After round one of round 4, towels at 6. Number 1. Number 2, Kath at 4. Great job, Kath. Number 3, Meredith at 3. Tied with Steph, also at 3. Fourth place is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8-way tie. Allie is in 4th with 2.5. Ruth is in 4th with 2.5. Nancy's in 4th with 2.5. Dewdrops is in 4th with 2.5. Vicky's in 4th with 2.5. Taterbug's in 4th with 2.5. BGG Gruff's in 4th with 2.5. Monica's in 4th with 2.5. Now we have a 2-way tie for 5th. LA Connection's in 5th with 2. Bossy Texas Chick is in 5th with 2. We got the Battle of California and Texas. Ange is in 6th at 1.5. Forensic RN is in 7th with 1. Colleen comes in 8th at 1.5. And Brazilian Girl with a half. Great job, ladies and gentlemen. Now, we are going to go immediately to our double bonus category because I'm going to go get my towel lunch after this. Maybe we will play one more round of trivia after towel eats for about 30 minutes. But I don't want my food to get cold, so we're going immediately to the double bonus category. You know what that means. It's the Watergate burglary, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, your favorite topic of all time. Here we go, double bonus round. If I get a question wrong and you get it right, you get 4 points if you're the first one to answer it, 2 points if you're a subsequent right answer. Now, we got to switch this up a little bit here. We did the plumbers. We did Watergate. What else is tangential to Watergate? Let me see. Judge Sirica, Watergate indictments, Project Gemstone, the CIA, Jim McCord, Interpen, Intercontinental Anti-Communist Brigade. I need a very broad category. CIA domestic electioneering activities in the 1970s. Okay, that's what we're going to do. We're going to do CIA. Oh, literature can be next, Kath, after I eat my lunch. But we are going to do CIA domestic activities in the 1960s and 70s. CIA domestic activities 1960s and 1970s. Okay, everybody ready? CIA domestic activities, 1960s and 1970s. Drum roll, please. This is the double bonus category. Here we go. This is what you've all wanted to learn about, right? CIA domestic activities in the 1960s and 1970s. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen. What do you mean? Come on, create my category, please. Come on now. All right, it's doing it. Here we go. It did it. I'm so excited. What project did the CIA conduct to test mind control techniques? Operation Mongoose, Project Artichoke, Operation Condor, MK Ultra. Now, it's obviously MK Ultra. Operation Mongoose was about assassinating Castro, and the other two were not related to mind control. So, towel grabs another point, ladies and gentlemen. This is the double bonus category. Who got it right? You only get the double bonus if I get it wrong. So, I go by Steph. Great job. Steph picks up the full point. We also have Ange picking up half a point, ladies and gentlemen. Ange is picking up half a point. Where's Ange here? Ange picks up half a point. Taterbug, great job, Taterbug. Taterbug picks up half a point. Taterbug moves up to 3. Great job, Taterbug. Well, who else got number 4? Dewdrops. Of course, Dewdrops nailed it. Good job, Dewdrops. Dewdrops grabs a half a point. Allie 90211. Allie grabs half a point. Colleen Henry, great job, my friend. Colleen Henry grabs half a point. Vicky Moore grabs half a point. Great job, Vicky. And then Monica Nelling grabs half a point. Great job, Monica. All right, good job. Good job. I like Artichoke even if the answer was wrong. Taterbug is an expert in MK Ultra. Well, hopefully you haven't been programmed, dear Taterbug. We'll do counter programming on you. All right. Andrew's like, just give me 7 points and leave me there. All right, Andrew. Next question. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What scandal revealed the illegal activities conducted by the CIA in the 70s? Watergate, Iran-Contra, Teapot Dome, the Pentagon Papers. This is actually 2 different answers. It's really hard. It's really hard. It's really hard because it's probably going to be Pentagon Papers. No, it was what? Wow, that was hard. That was hard because it could be Pentagon Papers. Steph got it right, but you only get 1 point, Steph, because Towel got it right. Dewdrops picks up half a point. Really close one there. Dewdrops, great job, though. Dewdrops is up to 3.5 points. All right. Nope. Monica Nelling was the next one to get it right. Great job, Monica. Pick up half a point. Who else got number one? Allie 90211, of course. Allie 90211. Ange, great job, Ange Towel. Ange grabs half a point. Taterbug, of course, Taterbug grabs half a point. Taterbug is the intelligence expert. And Forensic RN comes in and grabs half a point. Great job, my dear friend. Excellent job. It was a tough one. Iran-Contra was in the 80s. Teapot Dome was in the 1918 or so, and Pentagon Papers was the same time. Pentagon Papers is an acceptable answer there because the same team that did the break-in in Ellsberg's doctor's office, Dr. Fielding in 71, did the Watergate break-in in 72. So technically they're both right, but this wanted Watergate, and that's why it was hard for me, but it was Watergate. I believe, yes, Steph, I believe you got points for the last one. Yep. All right, next question. Sorry, Cynthia, it was not number 2. Next question. Which congressional committee investigated CIA's unauthorized operations within the U.S. during the 70s? I know this before even looking. The House Intelligence Committee, the Church Committee, the Senate Intelligence Group, or the CIA Oversight Panel? Well, that's obvious. Clearly, it's D, right? The CIA Oversight Panel. No, it was Senator Church's committee. Oh, trick question. It was Senator Church's committee. You got to be a real expert to remember the Church Committee, ladies and gentlemen. Very obscure part of American history, the Church Committee. No one got it right. No one got it right so far. Nobody has gotten it right, Little Towels. Not a single person. Allie 90211 grabs the full point. Great job, Allie. Allie 90211 is the only person who managed to get it right so far. Great job, Allie. Hello, Peggy. Well, Towel got it right, but hello, Peggy. Yep, it's the Church Committee. Very, very obscure but important Church Committee. Now, I think what happened was the Church Committee led to the establishment of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence. So the House Intelligence Committee didn't exist when the Church Committee started. Oh, it's even harder than Watergate. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Next question. This is the double bonus round. It's the double bonus round for a reason. It's not meant to be easy. Here we go. What was the CIA's operation involving domestic surveillance of anti-war activities called? Project Chaos, Mission Watchtower, Operation Eagle Eye, Project Foxtrot. I don't know. I think it's... Nope, it was Chaos. Nope, even I didn't know that. I just guessed. Did anyone get one? Ruth Lang picks up 4 points. Great job, Ruth. Ruth just absolutely crushing it, jumping up to 6.5 points. Anyone else pick number 1? That was really hard. That was just really hard. Ruth, I think, is the only person who got it so far. Ruth picked up 4 points, ladies and gentlemen. Great job, Ruth. Monica Nelling just comes in and grabs 2 points. Great job, Monica. Anybody else? Great job. We got a lot of jumping around in the leaderboard here. That was a tough question. That was tough. Even for a Little Towel, that was tough. All right, what do we got next? Any more guesses coming in? Nope. All right, here we go. That was a good guess. Don't worry, BGG Gruff. This is a tough category. Next question. It's cooking up a fresh trivia. What was the name of the 1960s CIA program involving the infiltration of student organizations? MK Ultra Subproject 54, Operation Chaos, Project Bluebird, Operation Gladio. I think it was Bluebird by process of elimination, but it could be Gladio. I'm going to go with Bluebird. Oh, what? Same answer for 2 in a row. Whoa. Whoa, it tricked us, ladies and gentlemen. It tricked us. Meredith picks up all 4 points. Great job, Meredith. Meredith got the trick question. It tricked us. Vicky Moore picks up 2 points for getting it right. Great job, Vicky. It tricked us, ladies and gentlemen. Allie 90211, of course, picks up the 2 points. It tricked us. So does Nancy from the 508. It tricked us. We were manipulated and tricked. It manipulated us. You don't understand. That was a tough one. Great job to the people who got it right. That was really tough. Yeah, I know, right, Dewdrops? It got us. It tricked us all. I'm going to go down and get my food here. So good job. So I think this is the last question for this round. For this round, we're going to put on a little bit of the Kohberger analysis, and then we're going to come back to this. Yep, that's so true, Ruth. Very interesting. All right, next one. Which unauthorized CIA investigation targeted media figures and political dissidents in the late 1960s? Midnight Climax, Starlight, Northwoods, H.T. Lingual. I'm pretty sure this is Midnight Climax. It might be Starwoods, but I think it's Midnight Climax. H.T. Lingual. Oh, my goodness. Who's going to get that? Forensic RN, were you answering this one? Whoa. All right, Forensic RN, you nailed it, my friend. Great job. Forensic RN just knew this. That's very impressive. Very impressive. Folks, give Forensic RN their due. They just hit a home run and a half on that. Allie 90211, of course, picks up 2 extra points. Great job. That was hard. Monica, great job, my dear friend. Monica picks up 2 points. Towel got this one wrong. But seriously, Forensic RN came out of nowhere there. That was a great, brilliant answer, my dear friend. You just jumped way up the leaderboard with that one. Great job. So let me start sorting you all now, because let me tell you, we got to end because my food is sitting outside. We're going to put on the Kohberger case. Maybe we'll do another bit around later today. But listen, that was very close. I almost got unseated for a second day in a row. Allie Towell at the end there came charging up. I mean, absolutely charging up the rankings. Wait till you hear these final rankings. It was ferociously close. I mean, we had people jockeying for position all over the place. People jumped 10 spots at one point. I think Monica and Allie Towell just came charging up. Even the results for first, second, and third are probably the closest we've ever had. It was neck and neck all the way up, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, goodness, I'll tell you. Here we go. Here we go. Yes, more trivia later after towel lunch. Now, here's what our scores are. It's not for the end of the day. This is our towel break. It was so close. First position, Towel, 9 points. Second position, Allie Towel, 8.5 points. Yeah, you were, bossy Texas chick. Monica Towel, 7.5. So first place Towel with 9. Second, Allie, 8.5. Third, Monica Towel, 7.5. That's the closest we've ever had for first, second, and third, within a 1.5. Oh, the competition was fierce. Fourth place, coming up right behind Monica, is Meredith with 7 points. Right behind Meredith, Ruth in fifth place with 6.5. In sixth place, charging up the leaderboard at the last minute, jumped from like 12th to 6th, Forensic RN with 5.5. Tied for sixth place with 5 apiece, Vicky and Steph. Great job, friends. In seventh place, we have Nancy Towell with 4.5. Great job, Nancy. In eighth place, we have Kath with 4. Excellent job, Kath. In ninth place, we have a 3-way tie. Dewdrops, Ange, and Taterbug. What a collection in the top 10, ladies and gentlemen, tied for ninth. Dewdrops, Ange, and Taterbug. They'll call them the Towel Triumvirate. In 10th place, rounding out the top 10, BGG Gruff with 2.5 points. Excellent job, my friend. Tied for 11th. They stayed tied. LA Connection and Bossy Texas Chick. Good job, ladies and gentlemen. Good job, Texas. Good job, California. Coming up right behind number 12, Colleen. And in 13th place, Brazilian Girl. Brazilian Girl, you are the true winner today because you made friends here and we were honored to have met you. Now, we're going to keep trivia up after Towel eats his lunch. This is not the end of the day rankings, okay? This is just right now. That was close. That was close. And we'll give you a 10, 20-minute heads up before we do more Towel trivia later. Now, let's watch a little bit of this Kohberger analysis while I eat lunch. I want to analyze what Vicky Moore sent this in as a request for us to analyze. We're only going to watch a few minutes of it. It's the Surviving the Survivors commentary on some of the Kohberger developments. There's a panel. So we're going to take a listen to this. I'm going to analyze it like a little towel, and then we'll talk about it as soon as about 20 minutes or so go on. I'm going to pause every now and again and comment and let you all know what I think. So let me just expand this a little bit. Don't want to deprive anyone of the ability to see what's going on. All right, there we go. Let me do that, and then let me do that, and then let me do that. All right, here we go. So let's go right to the panel. This is a request from Vicky Moore. And then let's take a listen. It's apparently really, really good. And if Vicky requests it, I'm going to put it on.
Be warm in the winters and cool in the summers. This is what one inmate said to the Idaho Statesman back in 2024 about life inside the Idaho Maximum Security Institution, otherwise known in Idaho as IMSI. It's a place that's now expected to become home to Brian Kohberger, who, of course, took a plea deal and said, I killed them, to all four. You've got, of course, Kaylee Gonzalez, Maddie Mogan, Xana Kernodle, and Ethan Chapin, who, of course, is a triplet who has to go on in life now with the siblings do without him. Welcome to Surviving the Survivor, everybody. It is the show that brings you the very best guests in all of true crime. And without further ado, I'm going to bring them in. First guest, Jay Christensen. He is a former deputy warden at IMSI. He ran the place for a while and really understands what is going on behind the scenes. Next up here, please give them a warm welcome, Ryan Robertson. He once was serving a life sentence inside of IMSI. He understands how that particular prison operates from the perspective of a former inmate from the ground level on up. And I couldn't resist bringing on crowd favorite Larry Levine, who is a prison consultant, and he is the author of thousands of books now. One of them, Prison Politics 101. Hold that up, Larry. Prison Politics 101. And he made a vow to Carm that he's going to limit the F-bombs today. And for Ryan and Jay, if you don't know, my mom is a sometimes co-host of the show, 86 years old. She's a Holocaust survivor. She's a, as my daughter would say, a baddie. She's a bad woman, tough as nails. So let's just dig right into it. And Ryan, you know, I guess before we get there, let me ask you, I mean, what landed you inside IMSI? And you, from what I understood, you had a life sentence. So what got you in there in the first place?
Well, I still currently do have a life sentence. And in this state, what that means is you'll do the front end of your sentence, and then you'll have the tail end, which is the part where you could end up either going back for such amount of time, or if you stay in prison, that will be the length of time that they can hold you, period. And then they have to let you walk out, regardless of what custody level or anything like that that's going on with you. With myself, I was and am. I served a 25-year sentence straight. That was 25 years with life indeterminate. So now I'm out on parole, and I will remain on parole for the rest of my life. And if at any time I mess up, I go back, and then they decide how long I'll be there, whether it's a year or the rest of my life.
And how long have you been on the outside for now?
Almost 5 years.
5 years. And can I ask you what the crime was?
Yeah, I was incarcerated for second-degree murder at the age of 19.
At the age of 19. Well, sounds like you've been able to turn your life around. And if you remain on good behavior, which I know you will, does that mean you stay out of prison now?
Yeah, absolutely. I basically live a life that I don't even really have contact with the Department of Corrections. I meet up with them a couple times a year, and that's it. So, yeah, it's pretty lax.
Very interesting. So Vicky sent this along and mentioned it would be a chance for us to learn about the inside of the prison where Kohberger is going. And as I eat my towel lunch, I didn't realize how interesting this interview was. So thank you so much to Vicky for sending this along. We're going to watch at least a few minutes of it while I comment on it and eat, but very interesting even so far.
Yeah, well, I'm glad that it sounds like you turned things around, and we all believe for sure in second chances. Can I ask you how old you are now? You went in at 19. How old are you today?
49.
49. Wow. You look great too, man. You look
Well,
great.
they say prison preserves.
Yeah, there you go. So Jay, to you, tell us a little bit about yourself, and also how, you know, I obviously I asked you to come on the show, and then I said, hey, do you know any interesting former inmates? And you said Ryan right away. So obviously you guys have a relationship. How did the two of you sort of stay in touch along this journey?
Well, I have 32 years with the Idaho Department of Corrections. I retired as a warden, but in my time there, when I first promoted to deputy warden, it was at the Idaho Maximum Security Institution. And during that time, I'm not sure where Ryan was at, but prior to that, I was also a sergeant at the Maximum Security Facility. And while I was sergeant, Ryan was serving his time there. But later on, when I became warden at the Idaho State Correctional Center, Ryan was one of my peer mentors that would mentor the new ones arriving and lead them down. And I developed a relationship with him then. Once he was released, I've maintained that relationship. We stay in touch.
And Ryan, any questions you don't want to answer, don't feel comfortable answering, you don't have to, but are you required to stay in some sort of like a halfway house that's monitored, or are you free to stay wherever you want?
I can stay wherever I want. As far as the dress goes, I just have to have it be an approved housing. So they would come and look at it and make sure that there's, you know, no drugs, guns, alcohol, things like that at the house. And aside from that, as long as it's a positive atmosphere, then they'll approve it.
Okay. And obviously this is a serious topic. We're talking about a guy who just admitted to the murder of 4 young college students. But when Larry's on, we always have a bit of fun, and I'm going to try to lighten the mood, especially because I'm going away tomorrow, and it's been a crazy couple of weeks in the true crime world. Adam Bluefire used to be in here every day. Now he's back, and I'm happy to see Adam Bluefire back. Larry, I was going to call you Barry, and that's because we had a Little League coach who wound up in prison, whose name was Barry Levine. I think I told you the story.
He's my cousin.
Barry. He should be your cousin. Well, luckily he's not, because he went to prison for molesting young.
No, I don't fucking know this guy.
Yeah, I know you don't. And he's a Jersey guy. But Adam Bluefire here, Larry. Do you think Brian Kohberger is going to end up being the manipulative one who pulls people's strings, or the pushed around target in prison? Your take on the future for Brian Kohberger inside these walls?
I think he's going to try to see what he can get away with, take a feel for the institution. The guy's a manipulator. He does have a degree in criminal justice, although I'm not really sure how that would benefit him. I mean, it's going to be like a pressure cooker. He's coming from a county jail setting where he's probably in his cell a majority of the time to excuse me, I don't mean to do that.
Larry, I'm going to have to tase you, Larry. I'm going to have to put a shock belt on you. But go ahead.
To a maximum security facility. Now, let's ask the old warden, is he going to be locked down all the time, or is he actually going to have yard time? You think they're going to PC him?
Yeah, so that's a great question, Jay. Before you get there, from what I've been told is that because he is arguably the highest profile inmate ever to enter the great state of Idaho, that he's going to have to be under some kind of protective order, protective custody. So, Jay, just walk us through this process. We love to go inside baseball. So, if hypothetically, if you were the warden or still the...
He's definitely right about that. As far as I can see, this is probably the most high-profile defendant in Iowa that there's ever been in Iowa. Maybe in like the 20s or something, there was something that was very famous. I forget. I found something. But in terms of like high-profile criminal defendants, they're absolutely right about this. Like, he has to be PC'd. He will be extorted or all sorts of stuff. Like, he's the most high-profile criminal defendant Iowa's probably ever had, at least in this century.
Deputy warden at IMSI, and you get word Brian Kohberger's coming, and the whole world knows about this guy. How do you prep for him, and where does he go?
First off, I would say he's not the highest profile. He is one of the higher ones, but I wouldn't say he's the highest profile. But given that, because he is a.
Wait, hold on. Let me do some research because it's technically appropriate for me to do research, and then also I want to answer this. Highest profile criminal defendants in Iowa. I looked this up the other day. There really weren't a lot. Yeah, there was a 1979 one. That was pretty famous. Not 29, 79, but still, that was like 50 years ago. That's like, as far as I'm aware, some of the biggest cases in Iowa criminal history. Like, this was one of the biggest. I mean, maybe they'll have some more background. But, like, there was, let me see, this is the one I found the other day. Hold on. Let me tell you the guy's name. It was in 1979, and the guy's name is Jerry Burns. Okay? Do you know who Jerry Burns is? No. Like, most people don't. Oh, yeah, for sure, Vicky. For sure. He'll get an hour yard time outside alone, cuffed. A day. If that. 3 showers a week, maybe. But, like, all right, so here's the research I did. And maybe they know a little bit more because they're from Iowa, so I'm not going to discount that there's might be some stuff that's, like, very well known in the prison system that I just don't know about, okay? So you could be very famous in the prison system and just not be famous outside it. I'm not discounting that. But the most famous case, one of the most famous cases that I could find from Iowa, it was 1979. It was a guy named Jerry Burns, all right? That was Daybell. Yep, Daybell was big. I remember that. I think part of that took place in Iowa. Didn't one of the trials take place in another state, though? And then I don't know the name Tom Creech. I feel like maybe I saw it, but I don't know it. So, all right. But either way, let's give those two because Vicky knows a lot about this. So let's give Daybell and Creech as well known. I don't know Creech. And then let's add this guy Jerry Burns. Okay. So in like the past 50 or 60 years, there's probably been 4 to 6 that I can find, and I admit some maybe were before court TV and stuff, before it was really archived. 6 trials that were this big in the history of Iowa. So, I mean, I understand there are some other big ones, but I think it's fair to say this man is one of the most prominent criminal defendants in the history of the state of Iowa.
Very high profile. He likely would not go into the traditional reception diagnostic unit. They probably would bring him straight into the maximum security unit and then do his receiving and diagnostic at that facility. My guess is that he'll probably be placed either in administrative segregation or protective custody right off the bat to kind of get a feel for things. I believe he's I would consider him vulnerable if I was still in the position, but I think I'd let Ryan speak to that more of how he would be accepted by the prison population.
And Ryan, before we answer that about the prison population, what do you know? I mean, have you been following this case? What do you think of a guy like Brian Koberger accused of murdering these 4 University of Idaho students?
I can say something that's probably really fair to say is that I have seen the exact same thing that the inmates that are going to be receiving him have seen, because I've just watched the basic news, which is all they'll have available out there. They don't have online. I haven't followed anything online. I haven't been a part of any discussions. I've just seen what I've seen on the news. So that's what's shaped my opinion in my mind of the guy, which is what he'll be walking into in there.
And so just to underscore that, the prisoners who are currently in IMSI, besides getting like the news word of mouth from the COs that work there and whoever else comes in, the therapists and things of that nature, do they have tablets in there? So are they watching like the local Idaho
news? There's cable channels, so they're looking at CNN, Fox News, any other little subsidiaries of those. So yeah, they're looking at local news. They can get information as far as if anybody still reads the newspaper or gets it in there, they can do that. But so that they have access to the outside information, just nothing as in depth as having access to the internet.
Yeah, this is typically the Larry Levine show. He takes over, but I don't know if I'm going to let him do that today because I'm going back to Ryan, and then we'll get back to Larry/Barry Levine. So Ryan, do everyone here wants to know? Okay, he just pled guilty. He's getting sentenced on the 23rd, and presumably almost immediately after that, he's going to take the 30-minute trip south of Boise. It's about 10 miles from what I understand. South of Boise is the IMSI. It is a maximum security prison for Idaho's quote unquote most disruptive male residents. When he gets there, arrives there, what is it going to be? What is the process for him to be taken in?
They have the RDU, that's not located in IMSI anymore.
No.
That's over in the yard. So he's not even going to be received into an RDU, which is the receiving diagnostics unit. He'll just go directly into a cell. More than likely be received into segregation until they can figure out where to house him. If they haven't already got a plan for him, they have a few different special units over there. There is a protective custody. They do have their units that are a lot lighter, a little bit more rough, or I should say a lot rougher. But there's a good chance that he goes right into segregation, and then the prison staff at that point will sort out what they want to do with it.
Which means he's going to wear the same color jumpsuit as like Chomos. That's like, I mean, you may not be there because you're a Chomo, but if you go in that unit, it's because you're with very bad people who did very bad things, who would get hurt in the general prison population. That's ADSEG. It's basically the whole, but not the whole. It's almost all the way to the whole.
And just one more for now. So he goes into segregation. What does that world look like? Do they issue him a blanket? Does he even get that? What's that cell look like where he's in isolation, and how much human contact does he have?
He'll walk in there and, he'll have to do the thing that a lot of people have seen on TV where, he puts his hands up to the hole in the door and he's got to back up to it and get his hands cuffed that way. So they'll walk him into the cell. He'll walk in there, he'll back up to the slot and he'll get his handcuffs off. And then what he's looking at is a metal bunk, a thinly padded plastic mattress. He's going to be the new guy. I guarantee you somebody else has already got the good mattress. So he's going to have one about, 3 inches thick. And what he'll be looking at is a metal toilet, a porcelain sink. He'll have a couple of metal shelves in there. A metal bed frame will be on the wall, and that's the extent of it. He'll have a window in his cell that's going to be about 6 inches wide. They're generally designed to be smaller than the human head can fit through.
Yeah, so, and I always ask about this because I'm curious. Life is three-dimensional, not one dimension. So what about like the smells and the sound in there? When he goes to bed the first night, what's it smell like in there? How loud is it?
Generally in segregation, there's kind of a respect thing that happens in there amongst the inmates. Everybody kind of tones down at a certain time. In the daytime, there's going to be a lot of loud yelling. You're going to hear banging on stuff. If somebody's in there and they're throwing a fit about something, they might be beating on their door or screaming out the door. You might have guys arguing. So there's a constant noise. I mean, you can hear the vents. They got big vents running up on the roof, and you can hear that. So there's never dead silence. There's always a noise. Metal doors banging, and it's loud. It echoes, and so he's not going to be warm. I know that in the winter or in the summer you got two conditions in IMSI. It's either extremely hot or extremely cold, depending on the AC unit. So it's not a comfortable thing to walk into.
Yeah, that's what I was reading about. But Larry Levine, there's a comment here. I was going to you about something else. But Jeffrey Dahmer was in protective for a couple of years. We know how that turned out for him. I mean, and Jay, I'll have you tell me who's more notorious than Koberger in a minute. But Larry, to you, is there going to be a hit out on this guy, in your opinion, because of going to your college?
No, they go. These guys go right into it. Whoa! All right, okay. I didn't know they were going to go right into it. This is great. I mean, in the sense that it's important perspective, but they're really just going to be like, okay, they're going to put a hit on him. All right, let's hear what they have to say.
My former inmate network, and I'm in touch with a lot of people, say there's a possibility this guy's going to get some jailhouse justice. I mean, it could happen. Although if he's PC'd up and he's in a seg unit, it's going to be limited access to him. But now let's just suppose a family member on the outside of one of these kids is angry and somebody knows.
Bro, why are you saying this? Even if it's true. I mean, why are you saying this? I mean, I get it. This guy has very good sources. He's probably right. I'm like, okay, I don't know if we need to broadcast this, but I understand what he's conveying.
One of these kids is angry and somebody knows somebody and somebody pays somebody, and an inmate on the inside can get to him, slip something in his food, whatever it is. I mean, not everybody is safe everywhere. There's always opportunity to get to someone. Maybe not right now, maybe 2-3 years from now. But I believe he'll definitely have.
I don't know who this guy is, so I'm being very respectful, but this guy's like a hitter or something. Like the way he's talking, that's crazy. I mean, it's true, but like he's being very blunt. No wonder this is so interesting. I mean, it's very informed, and I'm trying to be respectful in the sense that I was a little taken aback that he was just going to be like, okay, here's what it will be, but like this is a serious guy with serious like informants who knows what he's talking about. All right, let's keep listening.
Safe everywhere. There's always opportunity to get to someone. Maybe not right now, maybe 2-3 years from now. But I believe he'll definitely have a target on his back. It's just a matter of time. You know, they'll get to him. I mean, one of your viewers said something about Jeffrey Dahmer. I think Jeffrey Dahmer, though, is in some type of GP, general population, because he came out of his cell and they took him back in his cell and killed him. If somebody's in PC, they're locked down the majority of the time. So I don't see that happening. But eventually, yeah, I think somebody will get him. I mean, Ray, what do you think? Do you think he's going to get jailhouse justice?
Jay, your thoughts on this?
Well, now in protective custody, they actually are not secured all the time. They're able to come. They're able to come out with each other. They're amongst other protective custody offenders. It's administrative segregation, which is my best guess is where he's going to go. And then they have a review on that, I believe every 90 days, where they meet with him. They meet with anyone that's been involved with his case, and they determine, does he need to remain in administrative segregation or not?
That can change overnight, though.
Yes, it can.
Yeah, and Ryan, to you, this has come up a lot on the show, and I think you can make things clear for us from Cynthia. And I have a lot of info here to get through, but Cynthia Sweezy, the Aryan race is going to use him. He'll be protected, unfortunately. A lot of people have been saying that. First of all, I guess, how big is the Aryan race inside of the...
So what he's saying is that he's going to get clicked up because it's very like... You can get protection in prison if you want it based on race. But like if you're going to go into that world, I mean, they'll kill you for talking to someone of the wrong race. So, I mean, it'll keep them alive, I guess. But that's some fucked up shit. Also, yes, Lazy Susan, I am starting to research some of those cases. We can't cover all that stuff. Some of that material is very grotesque, but some of it we might be able to cover, etc. But I'm eating lunch, so let's continue listening to this, and let's realize he's very right about this.
This particular prison, and do you agree with this? Do you feel like they're going to, want him to be a part of the gang?
That won't happen. Absolutely, 100% in my opinion.
No. Really? How come?
Well, I'm well versed on prison politics in the state of Idaho, and I mean, I'm not going to pretend to assume what they are in other states, but in this state, I'm pretty well knowledgeable after the amount of time that I did, whether I was involved in something or I was sitting in the front row eating popcorn. I saw it all over the years. And he absolutely will not be regarded in that way. He will sit right above the rung as a child molester with what he's got coming in. He did kill college students. They were innocents. They weren't underage, but they were children. And like I said, with the way that the media has painted this in people's minds, aside from the fact that what he did was heinous, gross, and absolutely just horrible, there isn't going to be anybody in there that is going to applaud what he's done and want to accept him for that. I can kind of in my mind have it mapped out pretty much just based off of experience and seeing enough of it what his prison career's, ultimately going to be like.
Yeah. And Ryan, one of the things, hosting the show, one of the things that sort of always catches me off guard, because I've had a lot of former inmates on, I have you on, and you just seem like a sweetheart, like a soft soul, gentle spoken, gently, you speak.
No, he's just an OG. That's how you can tell he was in prison for a while. Like, he's calm now, bro, because he's on parole, but I'm sure he threw the fuck down in prison. Look at him. He's like, yeah, like, I lived, bro. I made it out. Like, you can tell he's real. I have a lot of respect for the guy answering the questions, the person who spent time in jail. I don't know about his crime, so I can't pass judgment on it. He didn't go into details, but the point is, yeah, he's been around and he made it through, and he is calm because he mastered himself over 25 years in prison.
Softly. Yeah. I don't think there's a person, if you were sitting in a car dealership or whatever in the waiting room, who would say, yeah, this guy is in prison for second-degree murder. I guess my question, as nicely as I can put it, is, why do you think you kind of, quote unquote, broke bad? You seem very educated. You seem very smart. Was it just one bad? We have a detective on every Friday, Phil Waters. He says anyone can wind up in prison for life just based on one bad decision. Is that what it was with you?
No. I had an extensive period in my childhood where there was nothing. I'll just say there was nothing good about anything that I was doing. My mind frame, the things that I wanted for myself, where I saw myself going. There wasn't anything legal about any of it, and none of it was nice. And my initial, 25 years is a long time. Everybody, if you think about just who, your average human is, think back 5 years and ask yourself how changed are you from how you were 5 years ago? And I went through a lot of cycles like that. I went up and down. I got in trouble. I took years and got myself out of the trouble. But in general, there's certain types of people, you could take your different races and et cetera, but by and large, you've got the same types of people within each race of individual in there, whether they're white, black, brown, red, whatever they are. But in general, the people in there, certain types of individuals, they do everything they can to improve who they are. They get stronger, they get smarter. They learn to accept what they can do in their lives, and then they try to thrive in the little environment that they have. But I got to tell you that guys like Kroberger that did what he did, he's going to have a hard time finding his little comfortable place where he can thrive. Because you have to be left alone and be safe before you can actually try to work on yourself. Because when you're living in fear, that's all you think about. So,
yeah, and that's what you said, kind of in passing, is fascinating. That he's going to basically be like a half rung above Chomo. That he did kill these four young. I mean, I always call them kids. They were 21, 20, 21, but they weren't even close to the prime of their life. And the way he did it, and the fact that this guy was a fan of Ted Bundy and is kind of obsessed with killing, there's certainly no honor in anything that he did. He didn't do it on behalf, a gang code or anything. This is just a sick, depraved mind. And you're telling me these inmates are going to know that right away, correct?
I mean, just looking at him, knowing what he did and looking at his his face, his pictures on the news, I mean, just the features of his face, I don't think there's going to be anybody that thinks any differently than I do. And I look at the guy, and the first thing I think of is that the guy's a piece of shit. So, and it's either going to want to have nothing to do with the guy and completely stay away from him. Guys aren't going to want to sell with him. Guys are not going to want to eat with him at chow. When he is released into population, nobody's going to want to sit next to this guy when there's going to be three guys that come and jump him and clip him right off of his stool and stomp the hell out of him. Nobody wants to be around that, and everybody's going to know what he's got coming. So even guys that aren't violent, who aren't, in the gangs, etc., even the nice guys aren't going to want to be around him because he's too much of a problem. He's going to end up being alone for a lot of years. But because of the high profile of his case, nobody's going to forget who he is anytime soon. And on top of that, the special treatment that he's going to receive from IDOC as far as being isolated, controlled movements, where they shut down halls and make people face the wall and things like that when they want to move him around. All of that is just going to keep a target on him.
Wow. So, this show might go long. I'm warning Jay and Ryan. Larry knows that. Larry will probably tell me to go F myself and I'll just hop off at some point. But Ned Smith is a friend of the show. She's lives near San Antonio in Texas where the flooding is, and we're all praying for those families. And that death toll just went up. The COE can't handle that story, neither can I. But
no, I appreciate this interview. It's really good. Listen, Susan, we'll talk about this once, but I don't want to, and I know you've been researching this because Hank Brennan's involved and he's defending the woman, but I don't want, this involves an injury to a child, and I just want to let you know I'm not being dismissive of you, but I don't want to cover this. I know it's very interesting. Both of them are. There's some overlap, but there's really not a lot of overlap with the Reed case. The woman didn't know the child. She was drunk. She hit a kid. She stopped. Okay, but we'll keep an eye on it, but I don't intend on I don't want to. Okay. So just as a personal thing, all right, I don't want to cover a case about a woman hitting a child or that other case. Or the case that Yannetti's defending. All right, I know some people are interested in it, but there's kind of a limit, and it's not to say don't stop your, it's not to say stop your research. It's just I'm not going to be telling people about medical records of a child getting hit by a car, and I'm not going to cover this case or the other case or Yannetti's other case. All right, not because I can't, but because I don't want to. And Susan, I really appreciate you diving into it, but. I mean, it involves a kid getting hit, by a car. And, yeah, the woman stopped, okay, but she was drunk. The kid suffered a brain injury. And if the only – it is. Don't get me wrong. It's just in terms of, a case I'm going to follow, no, I can't. It's there are certain things that are just so traumatizing to me that it's kind of I can't. That is very intense. But I appreciate it because, again, David Yannetti has some criminal cases he's defending where the defendants are just really disturbed, really, really sick people. And Hank Brennan seems to be working on this case, which now, to the woman's credit, she stopped, okay? So she actually did stop at the scene. She's still facing serious charges, but she stopped, okay? She did stop, so. But yes, Susan was able to kind of look into this case, and it is about a child who was hit. And she previously had a drunk driving conviction, but the woman did stop. So, oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, no, absolutely. I appreciate you looking into it, Susan. It's not, and obviously there's no one that's, is kind of in there. I don't foresee it kind of being covered a lot. I imagine the woman's going to do some time for her behavior, but she stopped, and she didn't flee. She should be held accountable. She was drunk driving and hit a kid, but she stopped at the scene. So hopefully that'll resolve with justice, and the child is alive but seriously injured. So hopefully the family in particular feels comfortable with whatever resolution they get to. But oh goodness, yep, very, very good to know. I appreciate it. Yeah, I expect a plea as well, Lazy Susan. I expect a plea as well. It's the stopping at the scene that really is the only thing that opens the door for her even to get that. And so if she had ran, I'm sure this would be a very, very big problem. And I'm not saying stopping because you hit someone while drunk isn't a problem, but Massachusetts is very defendant friendly as it is. So you can, even on felonies, some people do probation. It's a very, very liberal state.
Is this true, Ryan? Ryan is the exact type of bad boy a lot of women love. Is this true, Ryan?
This is true. I'll answer it for him.
I mean, that like you just said, that the look that you know, that look that says, you know, I'm not a criminal, but, you know, I mean, let's keep it real. You know, I'm comfortable in my surroundings. I've been tested against a lot of things in life. The world out here, it's really nice. You know, I don't have to constantly be looking over my shoulder or analyzing the scene. I don't have to walk into a room anywhere. Like if I'm in the mall, I don't have to keep, you know, at a distance looking at people to see what their intentions are when they're coming by. I don't want any incidences happening around me. So I'm able to relax a lot more out here. And, you know, for some people in prison, it breaks them down. Others, they walk out of there after a certain amount of time. You end up with a level of confidence that, you know, I went in there as a kid and you know, through some bumps and bruises and a lot of education, I learned how to be a man in there. You know, learned how to like who I like who I am, you know, and I really don't give a shit if anybody else does. It doesn't faze me at all.
Respect to him. Like, he's been through, like, that's a really, you can't judge a person as good or bad while only having listened to 24 minutes of their conversation. But just, I was saying it earlier, you can tell when someone has mastered themselves and they're kind of balanced. He is very balanced. And I predicted earlier, he did have to go in there and fight for a while in prison. But then he held his own and he lived. And you can tell he's very balanced. So that's why he's such a good interview, because he knows a lot, but he's very diplomatic. He's very respectful. He doesn't lie. He just doesn't disrespect the system, you know, like he doesn't like, what's the word? Like while out. Like he's just very kind of middle of the road, you know, just middle of the road. Hello, 5MEODMT. Vicky Moore. That makes sense. Yep. I agree, Ange. Listen, my dear friend, super towel hugs to you. It's not, listen, and I appreciate Susan doing this research. It's super important for so many reasons, like holding the defendant accountable, making sure the family gets justice. It's just, there are certain cases, if it's a national emergency, like the Epstein thing, like I can kind of harden myself to it and do it because I can think of it as politics. But if we have to, like, really cover a case where a kid gets hurt or someone does something to a kid, I'm just going to be so angry all the time. It won't be productive. It will make me upset. And so I don't want to disrespect those cases. We will highlight them and cover them for justice-based purposes. But for a month or something of me doing a case about a kid getting hurt, It's deplorable. It's deplorable.
Yeah, well, you know, it gives me hope that there's actually rehabilitation, because we'll ask Jay about that in a minute. But a lot of times we hear that there is no such thing as rehabilitation, but you're proof that there is. From Lee T here, Larry Levine, you've been quiet too long. It gets me nervous. Would inmates want to unalive him simply because he's high profile to get bragging rights? That's one question. And Larry, you're the prison consultant. You advise these people. Let's say Brian Koberger called you on, the old rotary phone from jail and said, Larry, what do I need to do my first day, my first week, my first year? How are you advising him, Larry Levine?
First thing I would do is tell him to keep his mouth shut, keep his ears open and his eyes open. Don't become confrontational with anyone. Don't cut in any line. Don't act like a know-it-all. And try to be as helpful as you can. Show respect, get respect. Nobody's going to respect the guy to begin with because of what he did. But he needs to take it down a notch and, don't act like a know-it-all. The staff, everybody knows. It's like a lot of people go into prison, a lot of chomos go in. And you don't know who they are, but the staff will let the inmates know who they are so the inmates can beat the crap out.
Yeah, bro, like when you walk in, the CO clearly is going to, if you're a chomo, like the CO is going to give your paperwork to people or tell people you have paperwork, and then they're going to come to you and be like, where's your paperwork? And then if you won't give it up, they're going to know. It's the COs. I mean, the prisoners enforce it, but it's the COs who let them know.
A lot of them. The staff wants to do it themselves. But this guy can't hide. Everybody's going to know who he is. And imagine, Ryan, the street cred somebody would get from taking this guy out and beating the crap out of him. So it doesn't matter whether he turns to the right, he turns to the left. Wherever he goes, he's going to have a target on his back somewhere. And Ryan's right. None of these races.
He'll be labeled a trophy.
Yeah,
nobody's going to want to have anything to do with him at all. So let's say he gets into a beef. Somebody's beating the crap out of him. Nobody's going to come to his rescue. And there's a good chance that the staff, they're not going to come to his rescue either. They may egg it on. They're going to turn away and walk in another direction. So I would tell him to watch his back every minute. And if somebody acts like they're his friend, they probably aren't. They're looking for something vulnerable so they can get to him.
Yeah, two things instantly raise my blood pressure and my heart rate, and that is my mom's voice. Instantly it goes up, and the thought of going to prison. I can't control it. It scares the shit out of me. Alicia Elliott here. Would they consider shipping him out of state to another prison? Jay, this is your world. I got a few questions for you, Jay, but let's start there. We have a case. Our original case is about a guy named Dan Markel who was murdered by a bunch of gangsters and his ex-wife's family in a murder for hire plot. And he, in his defense during trial, threw the Latin Kings gang under the bus. So they had to ship him out of Florida. He's now in South Dakota. People don't know him nearly as well, but the whole world knows about Brian Coburn,
right,
at least the state. So is there even some place that they...
That's what Murder by Maestro was talking about. Was that during Charlie's trial? He threw the Latin Kings under the test. Well, MBM's gone now because I didn't mean to yell. I might feel a little guilty, even though both of us kind of. I don't think we feel bad about it. We both have our positions. We feel comfortable, but we get a little nippy sometimes. I love Murder by Maestro. He's a good man. I love him. But yes, this I want to find out if anyone has it. Does anyone have the segment of the Adelson trial, the Charlie Adelson trial, where he throws the Latin Kings under the bus? Because now, by the way, exactly. I didn't know that until right now. We aren't going to watch this whole thing. Let's listen to his answer, and then let me look for when Charlie Adelson threw the Latin Kings under the bus, and then we'll watch that next, because that's very interesting, and that does tie in.
Or would they consider that?
That does tie into Koberger and Murder by Maestro's point from earlier. And also, by the way, I totally agree with Jew Drops and Lazy Susan. It would have been great to see Hank Brennan in another trial. Maybe we'll get an opportunity to do that at some point. It's something that is on my mind. I wish we could just get lectures from Hank Brennan about law. That would be fun too.
I don't think that the press has been any better for him across the state line. You know, we've got another state just 50 miles away from there that they could ship him to, but I just don't think the press has been any less than that. He actually was living in Washington when he committed these crimes, and he drove across the lines in order to commit the crime. But no, to answer your question, I don't believe he will be going to another state.
Yeah. By the way, you said he's not the most notorious. Chad Daybell is in this same prison, by the way, and he was teamed up with Lori Vallow and convicted of murdering Lori's young children, which is horrible. But there was also an execution of Richard Levitt. I assume you remember that, Jay. Tell us who Richard Levitt was. In your opinion, who's the most notorious inmate that you came across in that prison?
Well, it's probably old news, but maybe Thomas Creech or James Woods. Maybe James Woods.
Tell us about James Woods. What's he in there for? If he's still
James Woods was a mass murderer. He, for many years, traveled across the country, killing people along the way. And he was eventually caught after he kidnapped and killed a young lady and a girl, a child in Pocatello, Idaho. And I believe was like a newspaper delivery girl or something along that line. But he was eventually caught. One of his victims that he had shot in the head after raping in Iowa and left her to die in a cornfield actually lived and came and testified against him in his trial. And but there's a book on him. I think it's called Eye of the Beast. But that outlines his story pretty well. We also had Joseph Duncan. I don't know if you remember Joseph Duncan. He used a hammer to murder entire family, and then he kidnapped the young child and took her for multiple months and molested her all that time. And she actually escaped him and survived. And he was caught, and they had connected him with several other murders as well.
Yeah.
Oh, dear God. My goodness, they have seen some of the worst of the worst. But let's listen to Surviving the Survivor seems to be the experts here, and I'm doing some commentary and some research. Now, let's take a look at whether the Latin Kings connection, let's see how much there is to this, because we just heard them talk about it. Thanks, Jimbo, my dear friend. Great to see you. Glad you're with us. Let's learn a little bit about this Latin Kings target. Surviving the Survivor does a really good job overviewing things, so I'm kind of jumping in between their research and adding my commentary here. So let's listen to this. We'll listen to a short part of their episode about Charlie Adelson and the Latin Kings.
What's up, STS Nation, and welcome to another episode of Surviving the Survivor, the podcast that promises and delivers in bringing you the very best guests in all of true crime. And the trio, you're only seeing two of them right now tonight, is among the most informed and fun that we always have. The COE, for full disclosure, just reprimanded Larry and said, try to keep the F-bombs to under 1,003 so that I can feed my kids at some point. Before we get into this,
I'll start off by saying fuck. So now I have 1,002.
There we go.
The reason he's telling that to him, he's like, don't cuss in the first 10 minutes. He immediately does it. This must be a running gag with them. I like these guys.
Before we get going, and I'm going to tell you what we're talking about tonight, there are certain people who I respect and value, and among them are the people that learn life the hard way, and that's these two guys. As I get closer to embarking on my book tour, which begins on Monday, I am stressed out of my mind. Carm is stressed out of her mind. It's going to be a lot of travel for her. So, Tommy Scoville, I know you're in recovery and walk away from it all. What is your advice to me, Tommy Scoville? You journal, what do you do?
I found that at the end of the day, if I don't take everything that happened in my dream, that's what's kept me.
How much do you write in the morning? Like, do you do it for a certain amount of time or else?
When you
Hold on. Great. I like journaling, but it's the part about Charlie Adelson. So hold on.
Look at
people that.
So I just with your notebook.
All right. Come on now. They really talk about journaling a lot.
Be a hard one. I'm not.
You charge a
Yes.
slide.
So let's get to this Latin Kings Charlie Adelson section. Hold on. All right, here we go. Got it. All right.
The liver is screaming. Yeah. So, we are gathered here today because of our friend Charlie Adelson. He's back in the news a little bit. Tommy Scoville. So this is a tricky sort of situation. Tommy Scoville's got contacts who are still in. And Tommy, I'll let you take it from here regarding what you personally found out regarding Charlie Adelson.
Yeah, the word is, and I don't think this is going to come as a shock to anybody, that this man is green lighted. I don't, and I think Larry's probably the same way. If you do time, you tend to get a lot of respect for the people in there that do their time tipped up, guys that are in organizations. And some of these organizations are really solid cats that do really solid time. And we don't put them on blast, but the word is that this cat's green lit. And it's from a fairly, it's from a source I wouldn't out, but it's from a guy that I trust emphatically. And it's not, I don't think this should be a shocker to anybody in North America, right? This one, he laid himself out, I think, pretty good.
Yeah. And so listen, everyone, everything is on the table tonight. You can ask Larry life advice since he's a life coach. You can ask about Charlie. You can ask any prison questions, anything at all. Just put it in the triple Q caps and we will we'll get the questions to you now. Word on the street, Tommy, is that Sigfredo Garcia, who is a convicted killer in this case, sentenced to life in a Florida state prison, that he's the one who put this hit out on Charlie, he himself. Was that corroborated to you, Tommy?
That is what people are saying. That is definitely the word that I got. Again, I don't think this ought to be a shocker, right? This is if you followed this case at all, unless you just showed up here just now, but if you have followed this case in any way, I think that this is I'm a little surprised that it took us this long for news to filter out that this is in fact a reality.
So for those who are relatively new to this case, and this is our OG case, the Dan Markel, may he rest in peace. And I'm heading to Toronto on the book tour. But Charlie Adelson was convicted on November 6th in under 3 hours of deliberations. It was after an 8-day trial. They found him of guilty of murder, and he was one of the people that sort of spearheaded hiring Sigfredo Garcia and Luis Rivera. Luis Rivera is the smart one who cut a deal, but both of them are actually, Luis is the only Latin King gang member, but Sigfredo hangs, and I'm sure still does, with members of that gang, and who knows if he's in it now or not. But it's those two people who are none too pleased with the fact that his defense at his trial was that the Latin King gang tried to double extort. It was a double extortion plot. Let's put it that way, that the Latin King gang was trying to extort the Adelson family. A big question here for you, Larry, the crux of this whole story. Serene wants to know, what does being green lighted mean?
Green light means that someone issued a contract on someone. They're going to put a bullet in his head or kill him, however, and someone okayed it. Let's say in a prison, you've got shot callers for the different races, and the shot caller wants someone hit. They green light it. Okay, first of all, they'll get with the other shot callers, generally from all the races, to let them know this is the issue, because no one wants to disrupt the prison, because it disrupts the gambling and the drug trade and all that.
Wait, Larry, hang on one second. Are you saying shock or shot with a T?
Like a shot caller. Shot caller is a person in charge.
Okay. Never heard
like
that term
senior
in my life.
Inmate, like the MA, that's the Mexican Mafia, the Latin Kings, the
Big Homie,
Aryan Brotherhood, Serenios, the South Side.
Now does every I don't even know what the word is. What's the word? Every little unit. What's the word I'm looking? Every what?
Car.
Every
That's
car.
Yeah.
So every car has a shot caller. Are you saying shot caller?
Shot, like they're the ones calling the shots.
Oh, shot caller. I thought you were saying collar. That's where I was getting confused. Must be your Boston accent.
Wait, he doesn't know what a shot. Oh, okay, yeah. Like a shot caller is the person. It's like the ranking member on the unit. Now, there was a question. I think Steph's out looking for it. Let me see if I can just find it. Luis's testimony from Charlie Adelson, because maybe we'll just watch this. And then we'll watch the opening, and then we'll finish up. We'll watch two more. So, all right, I got Luis Ramirez's testimony. Here we go. Let's see if this is the full testimony. I think I got it. Thank you. Don't worry, Steph. I got it. Thank you, Steph. You're a super towel. Let me make sure this is the same link. Oh, no, Steph found an even better link. Do you want to know why? Because Steph is a super towel. So Steph gets the crown. Steph is a super towel. Steph got us the link we need. Everybody give Steph a round of applause. Steph, have you ever considered that you are a super towel? Well, you have now been designated officially a super towel. I know. It's the honor of a lifetime, ladies and gentlemen. We've all wanted to be designated a super towel one day, and now Steph gets to join that exclusive club. So let me bring this up for you. Thank you again, Steph. And let's transition now from commentary on Charlie Adelson's association with the Latin Kings to testimony of the man himself involved in this strange plot. I mean, that's the best way I can describe it. It is a strange plot. All right, so give me a second while this loads up, and then hold on, let's get this playing. All right, here we go.
All rise. Court is back in session.
That an issue
you, Ms. Keffelman?
Just wanted to bring to the court's attention that the next witness is going to be Mr. Rivera. I anticipate that he will be a lengthy witness. I'm particularly anticipating a lengthy cross, but that being said, this is the last witness that I have brought for the day, and I don't want to be in a posture where I run out, so I was looking for a little guidance from the court. Would it be okay if we end with him today, even if it's a little earlier, or would your preference be that I get some more folks up here?
I don't have any doubt that he's going to at least take up the rest of the day.
Okay. I think
Don't
so too.
need any
I just
other witnesses.
didn't want to get in trouble.
Is that all?
That's it.
Okay.
Your Honor, before Mr. Rivera testifies, if I could make just some legal objections that I don't want to have to do in the presence of the jury.
You may.
The first objection that I'm going to have at this time is that it's our position that the state, even taking in the light most evidence to them, has failed to establish by a preponderance of the evidence of conspiracy that involves Ms. McDaniel, so that at this point we would say that any co-conspirator hearsay statements should not be admissible, because the court is, I'm sure the court is aware that the contents of the statements cannot be used in determining if there is a conspiracy, and at this point we would be our position that they have failed to do so. That's our first objection. Do you want to move on to the second?
Yes.
Okay.
What?
Oh, and do you want me to wait for you to rule before I move on to the second topic?
Certainly.
The second topic, Judge, is I'm just asking, I'll do an ora tennis motion to compel in terms of if the state is aware of any change in testimony by Mr. Rivera in terms of what he's going to testify today, if they're aware of any statements that have changed, they are under an obligation under the rules of discovery to let us know before he takes the stand.
All right. All right, hold on. Before we start this up, we'll do trivia for 20 more minutes, 2 more rounds, okay? And then we're going to start up Luis Rivera's testimony, and then we will go to, we'll do the openings, but we're doing our Adelson case research, so we're not rushing. We have a little time. We can do some trivia. All right, we'll do a little trivia, okay? So thank you. Before we start trivia, I have to collect all 5 parts that Steph was kind enough to wrap up. So give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Let me just do that. All right, so I grabbed part 1. Let me grab part 2. So give me a second, and then we'll do trivia, okay? And then after trivia, we'll go back to Luis's testimony over the next little bit, whether we finish today or tomorrow. Well, tomorrow's going to be the CCC, so the next segment of our Adelson coverage is going to be Luis's testimony. This, I believe, is the hitman, and then after that, we're going to go to the openings, I think, from the second trial, I'm pretty sure. And so we're just going to start this process, but we're going to do trivia now because I forgot I mentioned we'd do one more element of trivia. So if you want to play some trivia, we're going to do that for 20 minutes, all right? Sorry, I don't know. Sergio Garcia, I guess his name is. All right, hold on. Hold on. What was the last link? I don't even know at this point. That's a lot of links. All right, where's the one that ends in K? No, I don't understand. XG before the question mark. Oh, okay. So then I just have to grab this one. So I guess it's 6 parts, Steph, because now I have like 6 links. But okay, so don't worry about it. We're going to do, yeah, sorry, Vicky, but we'll go back to watching testimony in 20 minutes. And again, you don't have to play. So it's perfectly fine if you don't want to play. All right, so. Let me get this all set up here. Let me grab my towel chat. All right. Thanks, Steph. Got 6 links. All right. 5-MeO DMT. We're going to go back to the Adelson testimony in a second. We're spending the next month getting caught up on the Adelson case. There's also a hearing in the Donna Adelson case Friday, which we'll cover. But we're going to do some trivia now. We're going to do 2 rounds, just 20 minutes of trivia. Then we're going to get back to our case coverage, okay? So I'm excited. I know you do, Allie Towel. I'm excited as well. We're going to go and we are going to play some more towel trivia. This is the same round from earlier, okay? No one has actually won because the game never ended, all right? We are doing our same round 4 from earlier. Now it looks like I might be picking Scotland as the category. I don't know a lot about Scotland. Actually, maybe I'm going to pick crowded places. If you have any category requests, you draw. Actually, you know what? The person who is in first place after the first round for this part can pick the next category. We are going to start with either the equator. We're going to start with crowded places, okay? Actually, you know what? Let's do something a little bit harder. French history. All right, we're doing France history. All right, everybody ready? Let's see, France history. Yep, all right, France history. Everybody ready? Everybody line up. Everybody get ready. It's towel trivia time. You know how it works. Your towel gets the question right. You're the first person in chat to get it right. Then you get a point. If you're the second or afterwards to get it right, you get half a point. If towel gets the question wrong, you can get 2 points. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, you can get 2 points. That's a lot of points. Now, I know some people have made a request, if it's possible, for towel to make the actual quiz question as large as possible. So I will do that for you. No promises, okay? So let's do that. And then let's do this, okay? Everybody ready for towel trivia? You know the rules of the game. Here we go, little towels. Just remember the rules of the game are simple. Follow along with the Scotland. Hello, Susan Swan. All right, hold on. We're going to go with Scotland. Susan Swan has requested Scotland. Susan Swan, you got in there just at the right moment. I think I'm going to be able to get Scotland going for you. Let me just get the towel chat reloaded. Hold on. Our UK Super Towels are going to have a lot, ladies and gentlemen. They're going to have a lot of heads-up advantage in this next round. But hold on, I got to get the towel chat all loaded up here, so give me a second. All right, towel chat, come on now. Come back into us. Sometimes if I move it like this, it works. All right, come on now. All right, we're going to just reload the towel chat because that's half the fun. I feel like we're going to have to let it load up. So give it a second while the towel chat reloads. You got about 30 seconds until the round starts. We are doing Scotland. Yep, everybody get excited. We're doing Scotland. I just got to get your towel comments loaded up before we begin. All right, the category for part 2 of round 4 of towel trivia is Scotland. We're going to be starting, I'd say, about 20 seconds. So if you wanted a heads up before towel trivia started, that was your heads up. As you can see, your comments are now reloaded. Here we go. Yep, Susan, we're going to see if you get a clean sweep in this category, dear friend. You picked Scotland. Here we go. The first question. What is the capital city of Scotland? Dundee, Aberdeen, Glasgow, Edinburgh. It's definitely Edinburgh. Got it. Oh, towels kicking butt and taking names. Who's going to get a point? Who's going to get a point, ladies and gentlemen? Who is going to get a point? The pressure's on. Who's going to get it right? Scotland. Yep. It is not Glasgow. No, it is not. Allie Towel, ladies and gentlemen. Allie gets the full point. It is indeed Edinburgh. Peggy, good job, my dear friend. Peggy comes in and grabs a point. Who else got Edinburgh? Susan, good job, dear friend. Susan comes in, grabs a half a point. Peggy only grabbed half a point, actually. Sorry about that. Vicky Moore grabs half a point. Great job, Vicky. And then Monica Nelling grabs half a point. Oh, BGG Gruff, I'm so sorry. That slip of the finger impacted Dewdrops earlier. And get the best of us towelettes and towels alike. All right, everybody get ready. Everybody get ready. The next question is coming up. What is the national animal of Scotland? The unicorn, the eagle, the lion, or the red deer? I feel like can't be the lion. It might be the red deer. Sounds kind of Scottish. Nope, it was the unicorn. Who would have known that? All right, who's going to get 2 points, ladies and gentlemen? Who is going to get double points? Oh, I thought it was the red deer too, Dewdrops. As did I, Steph. Who is going to get the double points? Susan, you better come in and take this one. It is not, nope. Susan Swan nailed it, ladies and gentlemen. Susan gets 2 full points. Great job, Susan. Nobody else got it. Susan was the only one who knew. Taterbug gets a full point. Great job, Taterbug. You came through and grabbed a full point. Good job. Yep. Susan Swan got the double points, and Taterbug also got a point. Great job, Susan. You really did take it home. It's a unicorn. That's correct. Susan got it. Next question coming in. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. Get ready. Next Scotland-based question. In which era did Scotland adopt the name Alba? The medieval period, the Roman period, the Renaissance period, the Victorian era? I could see it being either Roman or medieval. I'm going to guess Roman. It was medieval. Steph gets the double points. Good job, Steph. I don't know how Steph managed to get double points there, but she did. Nope, it is not 4 Dewdrops. Peggy picks up a full point. Good job, Peggy. Oh, Susan, I thought it was the Roman era, too. Vicky Moore picks up a good full point. Good job, Vicky. As does Taterbug. Taterbug picking up all sorts of points in the latter half of this round. Monica Nelling picks up a full point. Where are you, Monica? Up at the top there. There you go. Monica chasing up. All right. Anybody else? Allie, did I get you to Allie Towel? I think I did. I think I got Allie Towel. Did I say you twice? I may have said you. I may have missed you. Let me see. Where did you come in there? Yep. All right, Allie Towel. I got you. I got you. You're all set. I want more unicorn-based questions. All right. Okay, so nobody after Monica, and I got Allie. So we're going to the next question. I got you, Allie. Don't worry. You got added. I double-checked. Next one. Here we go. What is the highest mountain in Scotland? Ben Nevis, Ben Macudi, Scaffield Pike, Mount Keene. This is a tough one. What is the highest mountain in Scotland? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it's going to have to be a guess from Little Towel. It's going to have to be a guess from Little Towel. What is it going to be? I think Towel's going to guess 1. Ben Nevis. All right. I almost went with 4 because Mount Keene sounded very Scottish. All right, hold on. I got to go through. There's a little bit of a lag here. Who got it right first? So who guessed 4? Dewdrops guessed 1. Dewdrops, you got it right. Dewdrops picks up a full point for getting it first. Now who gets a half a point? Susan Swan, of course. Susan coming in, redeeming herself, nailing almost every question. BGG Gruff nailed it. No mistake in your typo that time. Oh, hold on. So BGG Gruff, LA Connection is still at 2.5. All right. No, LA Connection is at 2. BGG Gruff got it with number 1. Nancy from the 508. Great job, Nancy. Where are you? Hold on. Nancy's on here somewhere. Nancy grabs half a point. That was a tough one. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. That's a good pun there, Vicky Moore. Don't worry. Taterbug's going to come through and kick your butt now, Vicky. I'm telling you, you're taunting her. She's going to kick your butt. Next question. Which Scottish city was known as the second city of the empire during the Victorian era? Aberdeen, Edinburgh, Glasgow, Inverness. I don't know. Maybe Glasgow, because it could be Edinburgh, though. Oh, that's a tough one. I'm between 2 and 3. I'm leaning Edinburgh, but it could be Glasgow. Edinburgh. Oh, I should have gone with Glasgow. Oh, Susan, of course, got it. Susan gets the double points. Great job, Susan. Susan picks up 2 points. Who else got 3? Peggy picks up a full point. Great job, Peggy. Who else picks up a full point? Taterbug. Taterbug nailed it again. Full point. Yeah, that was a tough one. I was between Edinburgh and Glasgow. I know, that was a tough one. Good job to both Susan and Peggy. Susan redeeming herself and proving she is the Scottish master. All right, next question. It's not Riggs. Susan just knows Scotland. Here we go. What is the name of the Scottish Parliament's primary building, officially opened in 2004? Edinburgh Castle, St. Andrew's House, Holyrood Palace, the Scottish Parliament Building. I know this one. It's Holyrood. No! What? Oh, that's outrageous. I thought it was Holyrood. There must be some palace there called that. That must be where the Queen goes. It is not St. Andrew's House. Who's going to get the double points? It's called the Scottish Parliament Building. Susan got the double points, of course. Great job, Susan. Allie 90211 picks up a point. Who else got number 4? Vicky Moore picks up a point. Good job, Vicky. Taterbug picks up a full point. Great job, Taterbug. Forensic RN comes in at the last minute and picks up a full point. Steph, you cannot pick 3 different answers. I'm sorry. You were going with number 2. All right. So, here we go. Let us read. I think that is the end of that round. Allie Towell has jumped into the lead by half a point. Oh, that was ferocious competition. Hold on. Let me sort the rest of the list. I don't think there's been much movement. I think Steph jumped up a little bit, as did Meredith or Vicky. And then Taterbug jumped up a lot. Taterbug's actually climbing close to 3rd now. And then Susan jumped up probably the most. Susan gained a lot of points that round. I think everybody else is in order. Peggy made a big climb that round. BGG Gruff jumped up a little bit as well. Nancy got the last one. Hold on, let me check. Oh, yep, Nancy did get number 4. Thank you for making sure Nancy got her point. All right. Nancy didn't actually move in the rankings. She needed another half point. She needed a point and a half to get up the next rank, but we got it. All right, here's what I got for scores after round 1 of part 2. We got Allie Towell in first place with 11.5. Towell with 11. Monica with 9 in 3rd place. Taterbug in 4th, tied with Vicky, 7.5 each. In 5th place, 3-way tie, Susan, Meredith, and Steph with 7 each. In 6th place, tie, Ruth and Forensic RN with 6.5. In 7th place, Nancy with 6. In 8th place, Kath with 4. In 8th place, Jew Drops with 4.5. In 9th place, Kath with 4. In 10th, Ange all alone, 3.5. In 11th, BGG Gruff with 3. In 12th, Peggy with 2.5. In 13th, Ty, LA Connection and Boston, Texas Chick. Colleen's in 14th. They both have 2. Colleen's in 14th with 1. And Brazilian Girl rounding out the pack with a half a point. All right, good job. We're going to the next category. I think we're going to French history next. Allie loves French history, you know what I'm saying? So we're doing French history. Here we go, everybody. French history it is. Allie's favorite category. Allie is an expert in French history. We're going to create this lore with Allie where Allie actually speaks French and is a French princess. All right? So, great job. Allie, Forensic RN, unfortunately, the last one was not 3, it was 4, but I value your spirit. All right, French history it is. Allie's the expert. No double points, just regular round. Here we go. French history. First question. Who was the king of France during the French Revolution? Louis XVI, Louis XIV, Henry the Ninth, Louis the 16th, or Napoleon Bonaparte? Well, it's either 1 or 3. That's a tough one. My brain tends to think it is the 14th. Nope. It was the 13th. Great job. Steph gets double points. Steph got it right. Who else got number 3? Steph is the only one. Oh, Steph, you just kicked butt and took names. Look at Steph. Steph is just flexing on him. Steph is just like, you are not on my level. Look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Steph was the only one. Steph not only got it first, but she had the gall to beat out everyone else. Just Steph, the only one to pick up any points. She jumps up into 3rd place. Nobody else picks up points, just Steph. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, that was one of the first times we've had that happen. Very close, Forensic RN, but it was actually Louis the 16th. Excellent job. Steph is officially French. All right, let's get ready for our next question. All right. Can't complain about that one, anyone. Steph was the only one to get it right. All right, next question coming up. Here we go. What year did the storming of the Bastille occur, which is now celebrated as France's National Day? 1815, 1776, 1789, 1792. Oh, that's a tough one. I want to say it's 92, but it might be 89. Oh, it's tough, ladies and gentlemen. It's tough. I think I'm leaning 89. Yep, got it. All right. Now I need to go over to the chat. Come on. Who picked number, 3? Of course, it's Steph again. Great job, Steph. Picks up a full point. Who else picked number 3? Peggy, great job. It was not B, it was C. Peggy picks up half a point. BGG Gruff picks up half a point. Jew Drops picks up half a point. Great job, Jew Drops. Allie 90211 picks up half a point. Great job, Allie Towel. Monica Nelling picks up half a point. Great job, Monica. Yes, great job, BGG Gruff. That was a tough one. I knew it was right around the American founding. I knew it was a little bit later because Jefferson was like monitoring it. So I had it ballparked either in 89 or 92. That was a tough one. I think it was Steph, of course. Steph is a history master. Steph nailed it as well. Vicky, did you get it too? Where's your answer in there, Vicky? Yep, Vicky got it. I see you in there, Vicky. Half point for Vicky. Great job, Vicky. All right, got your point. Yep, we got it, Vicky. We got it. You are recorded. All right, next question. Here we go. What treaty marked the end of the 100 Years' War between England and France? The Treaty of Versailles, the Treaty of Piquegani, the Treaty of Tordesillas, or the Treaty of Paris? Sounds like the Treaty of Paris. I've never heard of the middle two. It's not the Treaty of Versailles. I think I'm going to go with 4. Nope. It's one that I'd never heard of. More power. Nope, Steph, it is not one. It is not one. That ended World War I. It is number 2. Who got it? Forensic RN. Wow. Forensic RN just came in and just hit a home run, double points. 2 points for Forensic RN. Are you about to pull the very rare Steph sweep, we call it, where you are the only one to get it? It looks like Forensic RN is the only one to have got it. Wow, impressive, Forensic RN. You just jumped up the leaderboard. You're still behind Monica and Steph, but you just jumped up, my friend. Great job. Congratulations, Forensic RN. Well earned. That was a really obscure one. All right, here we go. Next question, ladies and gentlemen. Who led the Free French forces during World War II? Charles de Gaulle, Franklin Roosevelt, Winston Churchill, or, of course, the famous French general, I'm kidding, Albert Lebrun. It's Charles de Gaulle. All right, Tal picked up another point. Who's going to get Charles de Gaulle? Steph, I'm sorry, it was not Winston Churchill. He did help the Free French, but he did not lead them. Bossy Texas chick comes in there and steals the full point. Allie 90211 grabs half a point. Oh, ferocious competition, ladies and gentlemen. Ferocious competition. Who else got number 1? Susan grabs another half a point. Hold on, where are you, Susan? I know you're in here, Susan. Oh, Susan's all the way up at the top at 7. Not all the way. 7.5. Who else got number 1? BGG Gruff. Great job. Picks up half a point. Who else? Vicky Moore, Taterbug, and Monica. So Vicky, Taterbug, and Monica. All right. And then where's Tater? All right. Taterbug grabs their half point. Anybody else get number 1? Nope. All right. Get ready for the next question. That was a tough one. Next question. Here we go. Which edict issued in 1598 granted significant religious freedoms to the Huguenots in France? The Edict of Fontainebleau, the Edict of Paris, the Edict of Nantes, the Edict of Versailles. The only one I've heard of is the Edict of Nantes, but that might be a song, and it could be the Edict of Paris, but I'm going to go with the Edict of Nantes. It's the Edict of Nantes! I got it right! I'm a super towel. It was the only edict I've ever heard of from France. Yes, Steph grabs the full point. Good job, Steph. It was the Edict of Nantes. That's a really tough one. I knew the Edict of Nantes was a thing. Jew drops, grabs half a point. Allie 90211 grabs half a point. Who else got number 3? Vicky, nope, it's not number 4, Vicky, sorry. Monica grabs half a point. Taterbug grabs half a point. Great job, Taterbug. All right. Yeah, that was a tough one. All right, we got another French history question coming up next, if you're composing yourself. Here we go. Here's the next question. Who was appointed as the first consul of France after the coup of 18 Brumaire? Maximilien Robespierre, Napoleon Bonaparte, Louis the 17th, or George Danton? I think it was Robespierre because that was the reign of terror, and Bonaparte came later. No! It was Bonaparte. Oh, Steph grabs both points. Great job, Steph. Bossy, Texas. Nope. Jew Drops grabs a point. Where's Jew Drops? Jew Drops. Great job. BGG Gruff grabs a full point, ladies and gentlemen. Ruth Lang grabs a full point. Where are you, Ruth? Allie 90211, of course, grabs a full point. All right, where are you, Ruth? All right, so Ruth got her point. Allie, Nancy, Vicky, and Peggy each get a point. Nancy, Vicky, and Peggy. All right, who else gets a point? Nancy, Vicky, Peggy, Allie, Monica, and Taterbug. Great job, Tater. Great job, Monica. Ferocious competition up at the top. Bossy got it. Yep, Bossy did get 2 points for that. Bossy was the first one to get it. Right, that was Bossy. No, hold on. It was actually Steph. Bossy Texas Chick did not get it. Bossy Texas Chick guessed 3. The answer was 2. But thank you for Forensic RN for trying to get Bossy Texas Chick extra points. I appreciate your spunk. All right, here we go. We have very similar rankings. We got one more round after this. Ferocious competition up at the top. Towel's at a distinct disadvantage because he can never get double points. All right. Let's see. Let me sort the rankings. It's very similar to before. Allie Towel holding on to a 1-point lead. But we had some movement in the ranks, so I got to move up BGG Gruff, and I got to move up Bossy Texas Chick. So going in to our next round, this might be our last round for the day. We'll see how I'm feeling. Going into our next round, here is the leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen. Allie Towel's at 15 in first, keeping a 1-point lead over Towel, who's at 14. Steph is at 13. Very close competition. Monica is at 11.5 in fourth. Taterbug is tied in fifth with Vicky at 9.5 each. Forensic RN is in sixth with 8.5. Susan's in seventh, tied with Ruth, 7.5. Meredith is in eighth with tie with Nancy with 7 each. Jew Drops is ninth with 6.5. BGG Gruff rounds out the top 10 with 5. Peggy and Kath tied at 11th with 4 points apiece. Ange in 12th with 3.5. Bossy Texas Chicken 13th with 3. LA Connection in 14th with 2. Colleen in 15th with 1. And Brazilian Girl with half. So, ferocious competition up at the top, ladies and gentlemen. We got one more category to go for today. What's it gonna be? What's it gonna be? We got one more. Towel gets to pick the category, huh? Yeah, I think we're gonna do that. Let me see here. Stanley Kubrick films. I hope you like Stanley Kubrick, ladies and gentlemen, because I certainly do. Here we go. In 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, I'll click all the motorcycles. That's a motorcycle, that's a motorcycle, that's a motorcycle. Let's go. Which movie depicts a conflict in space between humans and a sentient computer? 2001, A Space Odyssey, The Shining, A Clockwork Orange, Full Metal Jacket. 2001, A Space Odyssey. Nailed it. Everybody's going to get this one. The Wi-Fi is better in Alberta. It's true. Steph gets the full points. Great job, Steph. Allie 90211 comes in and grabs half a point to maintain her slim lead. Oh, everybody's getting this one. It's a points parade. Tatabug grabs half a point. Ruth Lang grabs half a point. Where are you, Ruth? Who else grabs half a point? BGG Gruff grabs half a point. Dewdrops grabs half a point. Peggy grabs half a point. Jeff. Oh, hey, Jeff. How you doing, my dear friend? Jeff grabs half a point. Great to see you. Glad you're with us. Ange is proud to multitask and grab half a point. Bossy Texas chick, always there to grab half a point. Susan Swan. Susan nailing the Stanley Kubrick question, gets half a point. Monica Nelling gets half a point. Oh, Vicky, I'm sorry. It is number one. All right, so where are we going next? Where are we going? All right, next question. Get ready, folks. Going into question 2 in the Kubrick category. Which film features a haunted hotel and a young boy with psychic abilities? Eyes Wide Shut, Paths of Glory, Dr. Strangelove, or The Shining? Well, I mean, clearly it's the 1958 classic about World War II, Paths of Glory. No, it is not. It's The Shining. Towel gets a point. Who's going to be first in the comments? It is Steph, followed by Allie Towel. Steph grabs the full point. Allie Towel gets another half a point, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, all right. We got a points parade here. Where's B? Everybody loves Stanley Kubrick's movies. Where's BGG Gruff? Let me get half a point for them. There you go, my friend. And then we got Allie, you already answered The Shining. I made sure you got that. You can't get more than half a point. Ruth Lang. Where are you, Ruth? All right. Hold on. Where's Ruth? 8.5. All right, Tatabug. Great job, Tatabug. Tater Alley, top of the leaderboard. Well, Tater's at 10.5. Steph's at 15. Ferocious. Allie's at 16. Jeff Pesos. Great job, Jeff. Bossy Texas chick grabs another half point. Ange Towel grabs half a point. Peggy grabs half a point. Where are you, Peggy? There you are. Susan Swan grabs half a point. Where's Susan? There you are. Monica Nelling grabs half a point. Forensic RN. Oh, I'm sorry. It's The Shining. Vicky Moore grabs half a point. And Nancy grabs half a point. Wow, yep, there you go. That was a tough one, folks. That was a tough one. But here we go. Next question. Ferocious battle. Ferocious battle ongoing. Which Kubrick film is based on a Stephen King novel about a haunted hotel and a struggling writer? A Clockwork Orange, Full Metal Jacket, Eyes Wide Shut, or The Shining? Well, it's Jack Torrance, obviously, right? And he was the main character, not in the Vietnam movie, not in the movie about England, not in the movie with Tom Cruise. It was The Shining. Another point for Little Towel. And who picked up the double points? Oh, Steph gets the full point. Bailey. Allie Towel comes in with half a point. It is a competition between Steph and Allie Towel. Yes, smoke breaks are important. Nancy from the 508 grabs half a point. Where are you, Nancy? All right. Ruth Lang grabs half a point. Ruth Lang. Allie Towel, you cannot get two half points for answering twice, but I did credit your Shining answer. Bossy Texas chick gets half a point. Dewdrops gets half a point. Where are you, Dewdrops? There you go. Jeff Pesos and Monica both get half a point. And Ange Towel gets half a point. Forensic, Peggy, and BGG Gruff all get half a point. All right. There we go. Damn commercials. I know how you feel. Hello, Claudia. We're playing trivia. We're going to do one more round after this because I feel like we got to give Allie Towell a chance to compete. I picked this category. It was, what did I pick? Stanley Kubrick films. Now, it's a pretty general interest category, but let's pick one for our last category, which will be next, where everybody just competes on a free-for-all, and we'll see who wins. It's very close up at the top. All right, here's our next question in the Stanley Kubrick category. In which film does Stanley Kubrick explore a dystopian future through the lens of behavioral conditioning? Barry Lyndon, A Clockwork Orange, 2001: A Space Odyssey, or Paths of Glory? Now, Barry Lyndon's an excellent period piece, but it is not about a dystopian future. I'll tell you that. It's A Clockwork Orange. That's correct. Who's going to get the full point? It looks like it is Steph. Again, Steph, I don't know if it's your internet or your knowledge. Steph gets the full point again. Ange grabs half a point. Where are you, Ange? Where are you? Ange grabs half a point. I know Susan. Oh, no. Where is Susan? Susan's on the list. Susan gets half a point. Got to make sure Allie Towell gets her half a point or point. No, it's a half a point. Hold on. There, I got Susan. Now where's Ruth? Ruth gets half a point. Peggy gets half a point. There's Allie Towell. Allie Towell, I was not going to miss that point. Hold on, let me jump from... I went from Peggy, so Taterbug and Vicky Moore both need half a point, so Taterbug gets half a point. Vicky gets half a point. And then Forensic RN, Jeff and BGG Gruff. Forensic RN gets half a point. Jeff gets half a point, and BGG Gruff. All right, 7.5. And then Monica Nelling, half a point. All right. And by the way, it is unfortunate because some, depending on where you are in the country or what device you're using, there's a little lag. I feel bad because there's like this very ferocious competition at the top, and sometimes like commercials and lag can impact your ability to answer. That's why we're going to do another round. Plus, also, I picked this category. So, Jew Drops, did I get you on that last one, my dear friend? If I missed you, I'm going to add half a point. Yeah, Steph, I don't know. You must have lightning fast internet. All right, Drew Drops, I added your half a point. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. We're on an honor system here, ladies and gentlemen, so I miss your name. You just tell me. Do a math round, says Steph. Steph wants to give Allie the advantage because I'm terrible at math, too. All right, next question. Here we go. Might be the last question in the Kubrick category. What movie presents the journey of a spacecraft to Jupiter with mysterious monoliths? Barry Lyndon, Eyes Wide Shut, Spartacus, or 2001: A Space Odyssey? I mean, clearly, you know what I'm saying? Clearly, all right? Steph, again, Steph, are you just intent on taking every point that's available? Allie Towell comes right, oh no. Allie Towell, Steph's internet connection is just, I don't know what's going on here. She must have like super internet. Have we confirmed that Steph is not technically plugged into some internet superhighway? All right, so Ange Towell gets half a point after Allie Towell. Ruth Lang gets half a point. Where are you, Ruth? I'm being chased by both Allie and Steph Towell. Jeff Pesos gets half a point. Jew Drops, the super towelette, gets half a point. Monica Nelling gets half a point. Where are you, Monica? Monica's in there somewhere. Monica gets half a point. All right, Nancy grabs half a point. Where are you, Nancy? Nancy grabs half a point. BGG Gruff and Taterbug both get half a point. Where are you, Taterbug? There you are, Taterbug. All right, Bossy, Texas Chick, and Peggy both get half a point. Where's Peggy? Nope, half a point, not a full point. All right, who is after Peggy? Susan and Vicky and Forensic RN. All right, so Forensic RN gets half a point. And Vicky gets half a point. And then Susan. Where's Susan? Susan gets half a point. All right, there we go. That was very, very intense. Steph spreadsheets. Steph is very smart. Steph gets like a lot of information. And I do my best to keep up, but some of these categories, like even I'm just like, now this one, the reason we're doing another one after this category is this one's, first of all, a little general interest, and it's also not fair because I know a lot about it, and I want the actual last round to just be a free-for-all. So, all right, here we go. Which Stanley Kubrick movie features a memorable scene involving the strategic board game chess at a Luna field camp? The Shining, 2001: A Space Odyssey, Doctor Strangelove, or A Clockwork Orange? What? I think it's Strangelove, but I don't know what it's talking about. No, it's Space Odyssey. All right, who's going to get the double points? Ruth! Ruth grabs double points. Great job, my friend. Who else is going to get number 2? That was a really hard one, ladies and gentlemen. Ruth and then Jeff. Jeff also got a full point. It was number 2. It was 2001. So did anyone else? Yeah, I was going to say that was really hard, ladies and gentlemen. That was a really hard one. Did anyone else get number 2? Only Ruth and Jeff, I believe, got that one, ladies and gentlemen. Only Ruth and Jeff, unless I'm missing anyone. Only Ruth and Jeff. Good job. That was a really hard one. Well, I didn't get that one either. So, look, Allie Towel, that was your chance to move up, too. You had prime positioning there. None of us got that one. All right, so here's what I got. It's close. We're going to a final round because it's that close up at the top, and I'm not just going to end this just because I'm leading, especially because I feel like that category was a little bit too easy, and also I knew a lot about it. So we're not ending on Kubrick films. However, I have the scores here, and let me just tell you, some of you all, this is probably one of our closest rounds we've ever had. I don't actually want to win this one. I want to get dethroned again. I think it's going to be a competition between Allie Towel and Steph Towel to take Towel down. And I think one of them is going to do it. All right, here's what I got for your leaderboards. I got to move Jeff up because Jeff was nailing the questions there. Here we go. Leaderboard. Here we go. Towel has reclaimed the top spot, but it was a hard-fought battle. It is 19 for Towel. Steph, with just answer after answer after answer that was right, comes in with 18 points in second place. Allie Towel, this is why that last answer would have been so big for you, especially as Towel got it wrong. Allie Towel, 17.5 in third place. But that, listen, it's anyone's game going into the last round. Monica Towel, fourth place with 14. Monica Towel could jump right up in those leaderboards. Ruth Towel, 12 points in fifth. Taterbug, holding strong, just one or two double bonus answers would jump Taterbug up. Taterbug's in fifth, or sixth. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sixth with 11.5. Vicky's in 7th with 11. Forensic RN is in 8th with 10. In 9th is Susan with 9.5. In 10th is Nancy with 8.5. I believe I said Vicky, right? Yep, I said Vicky. Vicky has 11, right behind Taterbug. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. In 9th is Susan with 9.5. In 10th is Nancy with 8.5, and a tie with Dewdrops, who also has 8.5. In 11th is BGG Gruff with 8. In 12th is Meredith with 7. In 13th is Peggy with 6.5. 14th is Ange with 6. 15th is Bossy Texas Chick with 5. 16th is Kath with 4. 17th is Jeff with 3.5. 18th is LA Connection with 2. 19th is Colleen with 1. Brazilian Girl comes in 20th, bringing up the rear of the pack with 1/2. All right, so we are going to one more category to give everybody a fair chance because I don't want it to end. We're going to do the daily challenge, all right? I guess we get to do the daily challenge again, even though we already did it. So everybody get ready. Let's see if it'll let us do it again. The daily challenge, hodgepodge categories, if they'll let us do it. Everything is on the line right now. Everything is on the line. We're not doing double bonus points, but you do get double points if I get it wrong. Here we go. You're going to be able to move up the board. This is our final round of Towel Trivia today. Everybody, unless we want to do one more, but I think we're going to end with this round. That's probably the fairest way to do it. The daily challenge. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. I'm nervous. We're all nervous. It could be any type of questions. Here we go. Nope. Sorry, we can't do the daily challenge. False start, false start, false start. We already did the daily challenge. So we're going to have to do a created playlist. All right, we're going to vote in the chat. We're going to vote in the chat. I'm going to put 4 options in the chat. We're going to be democratic about this, all right? The last category, throw your suggestions in for the last category of the day in towel trivia should be, and you put your suggestions in the chat, and then the first 4 suggestions that go in the chat will be, all right, music is option 1. Where am I is option 2, although I'm not really sure if Ange meant that, but that's okay. We have music. Okay, so I listen, I'm going to run a poll, so we have music. Let's see if we can get it. Okay, I think a lot of you are going to vote for music, but we got to actually run the poll, so let's get there. We're going to get there together. Space. I love the concept of space. True crime. Okay. Food and true crime came in at the same time. So we did true crime yesterday. So how about this, Jeff Pesos? True crime can be your suggestion for tomorrow's final round because you came in right after it. All right. The poll's going up now. You all, I know a lot of you want to pick music. You still have to actually vote. So the poll is up. What is the last category of the day going to be in towel trivia? Cheeseburgers. Vicky Moore keeps suggesting that. Oh, music is off to a ferocious lead. We're going to end this at, let's see, we're going to call it a quorum at 15 to 20. Music just has an overwhelming lead. I don't think anything can supplant music. 2 votes left. 2 votes left, ladies. And 1 vote left, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be music. It looks like it's going to be music. We just need that last vote. Who's going to come across the finish line with the last vote? And I think it's about to come in. Oh, hold on. There it is. It's music. Music started losing at the end. But the final results of the poll with 60% of the votes. Where am I was a question of Frank. And that would have been the crest. And you are in, where are you? You're in, let's see, 2019, 18, 17, 16, 15. You're in 14th place with 6 points. No, Vicky, shoe drops. I'm streaming tomorrow, Vicky. I have, there's a regulatory hearing in Massachusetts, so you all will enjoy the pre-show with me. We'll start around 8 in the morning tomorrow Eastern time, but then I got to just let the hearing go. It's going to be like 3 to 4 hours. There's an important LS, actually, I got to send LS an email because I want them to watch tomorrow. There's going to be an important overview of a summary suspension order issued to a testing lab in the Commonwealth in the context of medical and adult use products, and we're going to learn a little bit about qualitative PCR methodologies versus PCR methodologies versus plating methodologies in the context of detecting total yeast and mold, which is measured by colony forming units per gram, CFUGs. We're going to learn about a little bit about the regulatory codification of the 10,000 CFUG per gram sample limit for the presence of total yeast and mold in Massachusetts. And then we're going to talk a little bit about how it was a problem that maybe about $400 to $500 million worth of product in 2024 alone were tested by a lab that has just had its license suspended for manipulating a very specific form of qPCR testing that's run by a company called Pathogen DX. It's called a microarray hybridization methodology for qualitative PCR testing. So we're really going to dive into the nuances of the science of that tomorrow because it threatens the integrity of the regulatory codification that I worked so hard on, and I am not just going to see it usurped by a bunch of self-interested testing labs that try to undermine the integrity of the testing process and put consumers and patients at risk in order to sell moldy product. This is America. So in short, in short, if you're going to tune in tomorrow and you know anything about testing labs in Massachusetts, we are going to be learning a lot about qualitative PCR assays and PCR testing and plating. We're going to learn why plating is the industry standard in the agricultural industry for the detection of microbiological contamination. And then we're going to talk about how even plating methodologies can be manipulated depending on how long you culture the sample for when deploying such plating methodologies. Lot to learn, lot to talk about. Towel is a little towel. I'm not a scientist. I'm not a lawyer. I'm a towel. I'm a towel. So are we all on the same page? Tomorrow, CCC hearing. Tune in the morning if you want to learn about regulatory codifications and the way in which testing methodologies can be manipulated in a way that put the public health at risk. And then we'll talk about the summary suspension order of the testing lab in Massachusetts. As you can tell, I have a lot of passion for this. I know a lot about it. I spent 3 years of my life trying to cover this story and get this godforsaken regulatory agency to do anything, not to mention actually suspend a testing lab for doing the very behavior that I was reporting on. So in short, I really, you should definitely plug it in, Vicky Moore. We'll give you like 30 seconds before the next category. We are going to do our final category. I'm just giving you a preview for tomorrow. I am streaming tomorrow, someone asked. But it will be a little different because we're going to do very towel-based science, towel science-based presentation in the morning. And then I'm going to teach you all about the detection of microbiological contamination in the adult and medical use supply chain and why hundreds of millions of dollars of products were tested and potentially on store shelves right now that weren't appropriately screened for the presence of total yeast and mold. It's a massive fraud on the scale potentially that no one has seen in any regulated market anywhere in the United States or internationally. And it will be a case study for decades in how to not implement oversight of these various testing methodologies. So, yes, I'm excited. But you just let us know. I don't know. Oh, yes, we're doing music, ladies and gentlemen, as our final category. But we cannot begin until, I believe it's our dear friend Vicky Moore lets us know that she is ready for the final round of Towel Trivia. All right? Towel's got a cigar, and we're almost ready for the final round of Towel Trivia. And you might be saying, you're a towel. Well, I am a towel. That's true, Tatabug. And that's true. You don't want mold in your roll. It's true. No mold in your roll. All right? That's a great saying, Ruth. I love it, and I love that you use a U in the word mold. I spell the word honor with a U, and Microsoft Word corrects me, and I'm like, shut up, Microsoft Word. I say it lovingly. I am British. Don't you understand? I spell the word honor with a U, and then it tries to correct me, and I'm like, you know what? I'm going to have a sit-down talk with you, Microsoft Word. I'm spanned every other spell check platform. I want to spell honor with a U. Stop correcting me. Anyway, so we just need to get ready, and we'll start up this. And you're 14th in the towel trivia rankings. You're 3rd in the chat rankings for today. The chat rankings are Jew Drops, Kicking Butt, and Taking Names in 1st. Kitty's in 2nd. Ange in 3rd. Steph in 4th. Vicky in 5th. Respect in 6th. Allie in 7th. Peggy in 8th. Nancy in 9th. Lazy Susan in 10th. Barb in 11th. Ralph in 12th. Brazilian Girl in 13th. BGG Gruff in 14th. Meredith in 15th. 5MEO DMT in 16th. Jimbo in 17th. MBM in 18th. Leslie Mack in 19th. Susan Swan in 20th. Calth in 21st, Forget Me Not in 22nd, Allie K in 23rd, Nurse in 24th, Sunken Grave 25th, Nunya 26th, Britt in 27th, Jesse in 28th. Those are the chat ranking. All right, Vicky Moore's plugged in. Our final category is music. 20-second countdown, ladies and gentlemen. 20-second countdown until our final round. Oh, Vicky Moore, it's in the adult and medical use supply chain in Massachusetts. We'll talk about it tomorrow at 8 a.m. Eastern. BGG Gruff, you're on the top of the list in Towel's heart. You all are, you wonderful towels. All right, final round before we get to our last segment of the day, which is going to be testimony, the first of multiple parts of testimony from the hitman in the Adelson case. All right. Everybody's ready. The world is ready. 10-second countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff. We have traffic lights. I repeat, we have traffic lights. Liftoff. We have liftoff. Who composed the Moonlight Sonata? Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, Franz Schubert, Johann Sebastian Bach, Ludwig van Beethoven. I want to say the Moonlight Sonata sounds like Mozart. But I'm also leaning a little bit of Bach. You know, he was very moonlighty. Oh, this is a tough one, ladies and gentlemen. You thought you wanted music. You got it. Yeah, I'm going to go 1. Oh, it was Beethoven. Steph got the double points, ladies and gentlemen. Of course she did. Steph takes the lead. Steph takes the lead. Dewdrops. Dewdrops comes in and grabs a full point. I almost went with Beethoven, too. I feel like such a towel moron. Where are you, Dewdrops? You're on the list. You got a full point. Who else got Beethoven? Susan Swan. Great job, Susan. Susan is the super towel. Susan got a full point. Who else? Who else? Jeff Pesos. Great job, my dear friend. Jeff got a full point. Got a secret. You can keep it. Hello, my friend. Way to jump on the board with a full point. Allie 90211 grabs a full point. Trying to keep up with Stephen Towell. That was a tough one. That was a tough one, but you got it. You got it, ladies and gentlemen. And you're hilarious. The bossy Texas chick says the next question is going to be what music was playing in the Watergate Hotel. Bossy Texas chick lives by the line in that song, Watergate does not bother me. Does your conscience bother you? Tell the truth. Which band released the album Dark Side of the Moon? Oh! I can't believe it. Led Zeppelin was an answer. That was fate. I'm telling you, Little Towel's a master of the universe. The Beatles, Pink Floyd, or Queen. All right, listen. It's clearly Pink Floyd, all right? It's the Floyd. Towel loves Pink Floyd. I just can't believe that we were talking about that stuff and then it came right up. Towel's going to grab that full point. Who else is going to grab points here? Steph, of course, grabs the full point. She has a very fast internet connection. She's a genius. Allie Towel grabs half a point. Allie Towel's fighting for the lead. Jeff Peso grabs half a point. Allie Towel and Steph are both going to dethrone me today. I'm going to go home humiliated and humbled. A humbled Towel. Susan Swan grabs half a point. Who's going to take the crown? Is Steph going to keep her crown? Is Allie going to take it? Is Towel going to take Steph's crown away? Bossy Texas chick grabs a half a point. Ange grabs half a point. Ruth Lang grabs half a point. I'm still laughing at the thought of the category getting picked. Where am I when Ange was not trying to suggest that as a category? Taterbug gets half a point. Peggy gets half a point. Great job, Peggy. Monica Nelling gets half a point. And BGG Gruff gets half a point. I think that's the last full answer. Hold on, let me just bring the chat up. Yep, the answer was 3, unfortunately. BGG Gruff gets half a point, and then I got a secret you can keep it gets half a point. All right. Bossy Texas chick says Watergate does bother them. How do I? Ange, it's because I can never get double points. So even though I might get consistent points, there are a lot of times where I'll get a question I can't get any questions wrong, or everyone can pick up double points. And normally Steph or Allie will grab the double points or grab the full point if they get it after the first person. So if I get a question wrong, I just get screwed. I have to be nearly perfect to ward off the hordes, the Towel hordes. That's why it's a fun form of trivia. You are showing, Vicky. You are at a substantial amount of points, Vicky. You just didn't get the last one right. The answer was 3, not 2. Yes, I know. Vicky, I know. You put 2, but the answer was 3. Noel, that's excellent. Let me check. What does it say? Oh, it's a doggo photo. Hold on. Let me get this doggo photo to myself. We might be able to do this at the last round of trivia. Oh, I love it, Noel. Let me save it, okay? And then what we're gonna do is this is This is a slight, what I would call intermission in towel trivia, because I'm going to send myself an email of a doggo picture, which is going to be our reward for getting through to the end of towel trivia. All right? Everybody's excited. I'm excited. What about that thing I just downloaded? I don't understand. How can you do this to me? This is outrageous. I just downloaded it. All right. So I'm going to forward this image from Noel to myself, and then we are going to, and hopefully it attaches. And then I'm going to look at that afterwards. All right, everybody ready for the next question? I love doggo. You can't blame me for getting distracted by doggo emails. Come on now. All right. Countdown, you have a safe trip to Aldi. We are with you in spirit. You let us know if you need anything. I hope you get you have a nice trip on the bus. We will do our best. No, Vicky Moore, Pink Floyd was number 3. I'm so sorry. I apologize, Vicky. All right. We're on the same fiber. Oh, Steph's on a fiber optic line. She's a super towel. I absolutely got it. I'll switch the Oscar picture. I will, Noel. I can't wait. All right, here comes the next question. 10-second countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. What modern composer is known for the avant-garde piece 4 minutes and 33 seconds? Igor Stravinsky, John Cage, Philip Glass, Steve Reich. I mean, I've heard of Stravinsky, so I feel like it could be him, but I don't know enough about modern opera. Nope, it was John Cage. That's hard. Who's going to get this one? I guess Stravinsky as well. It was not Stravinsky. I know a lot of us were pulled towards Stravinsky. Nope. No. Monica Nelling gets the double points. Great job, Monica. Picks up 2 points. And then Forensic RN picks up a point. Great job, Forensic RN. Anybody else get it? Monica and Forensic RN, only ones. Yeah, that was really hard. Don't get me wrong. That was, I don't know how they got that. That was incredibly difficult. Very impressive, both the people who got it. I think it was Monica and Forensic RN. Towel applause to you both. All right. Great job, Monica. And who was the other person who got it? It was Monica and Forensic RN. Super towels. Yeah, I know. But, hey, that's the point of the tough questions. That's why it's a free-for-all. All right. Everybody get ready. Everybody get ready. We're moving into the next question. Here we go. Which classical work opens with the dance of the Sugar Plum Fairy? Coppelia, Romeo and Juliet, Swan Lake, or the Nutcracker Suite? I think I know what it is, but I know I'm going to get tricked. It's either... I know I'm going to get tricked. I think it's 4. Yep, I got it. I almost went with Swan Lake, but I stuck with my gut. It is the Nutcracker. Steph gets the full point. And who else got it? Jeff Pesos gets half a point. Where are you, Jeff? Hold on, Jeff. Hold on. Jeff's in here somewhere. I know. I saw Jeff just a second ago. There he is. Jeff gets half a point. And then Susan gets half a point. Great job, Susan. And Nancy from the 508 gets half a point. Where are you, Nancy? There you are. And Ange and Ruth both get half a point. So there's Ruth, and then Ange gets half a point. All right. I said Ange, and then I said Ruth. And so Bossy Texas Chick, and then Taterbug. Bossy Texas Chick gets half a point. Taterbug gets half a point. And who's after Taterbug? Allie Towel gets half a point. And BGG Gruff and Noel both get half a point. Great job, Noel. Where's BGG Gruff? Half a point. Dewdrops, Forensic RN, both get half a point. Where's Forensic RN? Is anyone going to be able to dethrone Steph? That's the question. Peggy and Monica both get half a point. And where are we now? Got a Secret gets half a point. Great job, my friend. All right. Peggy changed from 3 to 4. All right, Peggy, I don't know if I actually gave you half a point. We normally don't allow double answers, but we'll give you Vicky picked number 4. Vicky, I got your answer recorded there. And you're doing well, Ange. It's all right, Noelle. Everybody gets a chance to play. All right, we'll give you half a point, Peggy. We'll make a towel exception because you quickly changed, but generally we stick with the first answer. All right, here we go. Next question. Everybody ready? Towels ready. Which avant-garde artist founded the Fluxus movement? Yoko Ono, George McCanus, John Cage, Namjoon Park. I don't know. I don't know what that is. I mean, I guess it could. Yep, you got it, Vicky, last time. I guess it could be Yoko. Nope, it was George McCanus. Who's going to get the double points? Oh, it's not John Cage. Nope, it's not. I thought it was Yoko, too. Nobody so far. Who's going to pick him up? Nobody so far. A lot of John Cage guesses. Got a Secret gets double points. There you go. And Monica picks up a full point. That was a tough one, ladies and gentlemen. That was a really hard one. I've never heard of the Fluxus movement. Most people are just like, I don't even know what to guess on this one. Like, I don't know. Yep, got a Secret. You could keep it. Got a Secret. Can you keep it? You nailed it. You and I think only you and Monica got it right. So congratulations. That was amazing. Ange says when they grow up, they're planning to be a universal towel. Well, Ange, at 27, you got a lot of life ahead of you. You are going to be a super towel. There's no doubt about it. Yep, very good job. Got a Secret. Can you keep it? And Monica, impressive. I'm taken aback. That was a very hard question. All right. Next question coming up. Maybe we'll do one more round. We'll see how you're all feeling. Sorry, Vicky, it was not number 4. It was number 2. All right. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Next question. Which instrument is traditionally associated with the Baroque period? The violin, the organ, the piano, the harpsichord. I want to say it's either the organ or the harp. I got it! I'm a little towel. I just guessed. It's Nancy gets the full point. Great job, Nancy. Steph, I'm sorry, I was thrown off too, but it is not the violin. Susan Swan, great job. Susan gets half a point. All right, who else? BGG Gruff gets half a point. Ruth Lang gets half a point. We might have a bonus round here. We might have a bonus round coming up. Ange gets half a point. Listen, if your name is Alley Towel, get excited because we might have a bonus round coming up. Def Otter's here. Oh, F is not a choice, Steph, but I respect. Oh, you're just saying F in the chat. I was like, F is not a choice. Def Otter, hello, my dear friend. It's great to see you. I'm so happy to see you. Missed you, my dear friend, the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe. Peggy gets half a point. Great job, Peggy. Allie 90211 gets half a point. And there you go. All right. I'm a towel with training wheels. That's what, well, at 27, you're just about to get your towel training wheels removed. Steph, I agree. We need more people playing the harpsichord. All right. Listen, we are doing a bonus round. If you're around, you got lucky. We're doing a bonus round of towel trivia, ladies and gentlemen. I repeat, we are doing a bonus round. And if you're wondering why we're doing a bonus round, it's because of what I'm about to announce. We have our first tie in the history of towel trivia. And we are not ending on a tie. Because Steph, what am I going to do? Go to Steph, cut the crown in half, and then I'll take half the crown, she can take the other half? That's not going to work. How is that plan going to work, ladies and gentlemen? We got to be far more creative than that. As a result, I'm going to announce the scores in 1 second here, and then we're going to do a bonus round. Vicky Moore, you put harp for that last one? Let me see. Where'd you put it? Did I get you? All right. Oh, yep, Vicky. All right. You came in a little bit late, Vicky, but I got your half point. I got your half point, my dear friend. I got it. Don't worry, Vicky. I got it. No, Steph. Nope. We can't. We're not. It's We might do one more round because listen to these scores, and we gotta give Allie Towel a chance. Towel and Steph are tied for first with 22. Allie Towel is in second with 20. Monica is in third with 18.5. Ruth is in fourth with 13.5. Taterbug is in fifth with 12.5. Susan and Vicky are tied for sixth with 12. Forensic, yes, Vicky, you got a half a point for putting harp. Forensic RN has 11.5 and is seventh. Nancy and Dewdrops are in eighth, tied with 10 each. BGG Gruff is in ninth with 9.5. Peggy is in 10th with 8.5. Ange is in 11th with 7.5. Meredith is in 12th with 7. Bossy Texas Chick is in 13th with 6. Jeff is in 14th with 5.5. Kath is in 15th with 4. And tied with for 15th with Got a Secret, You Can Keep It. If you keep it with 4 as well. LA Connection has 2. 17th, I believe. Colleen in 18th with 1. Brazilian Girl and Noelle and Deaf Otter tied with half a point in 19th. Great job. Yes, it'll be a crown made of towels. Hold on. We are going to do more questions, Deaf Otter. Absolutely. So we're going to do another round. Everybody get ready. We're doing another round. I don't think I can pick the topics anymore because I'm out of my 3 limit. But let's go to... we're going to do space science. Noelle, you're doing wonderful, dear friend. And you know what? Before we go to our next category, I think we might even get a towel doggo update if it actually sent over to me. So hold on. There's no guarantee it worked, but let's while we get ready for our final round, we might do another one for Deaf Otter, but this could be. See, people are excited, and we're going to do space science as the next round. All right, everyone. So if you're an expert in science, you're going to do well. If you're an expert in space, you're going to do well. If you are an expert in space and science, oh goodness, you're going to kick butt. All right, here we go. Little towels. Let's see. Did I get the image I wanted? Oh, yes, that's a wonderful image. Look at that glorious doggo image. It's in like 75,000 resolution. Doggo. And this is, hold on, I got to make sure I get Doggo's name right. Oscar the Towel Doggo, ladies and gentlemen. Are you ready for a picture of Oscar the Towel Doggo? I mean, it's literally the greatest, most high-quality doggo picture I've ever seen. And if you like doggos and you like a temporary intermission, we don't do ads on this channel. I don't control the ads anyway. You know what we do? We post pictures of doggos. And look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That is Oscar the doggo. Have you ever seen, look at him. Have you ever seen a more cute doggo? Oh, we have a lot of cute doggos, but look at Oscar. Look how happy he is. Oscar, did you know that people all around the world are saying, hello, Oscar, you are an adorable little doggo. Space science. Steph, I have no idea either. We're both going to get overtaken. I am not good. But look at Oscar. Look at him. He is a super towel doggo. Look how happy he is to be on the stream, to see you all. I bet he's running around in circles right now like, that's me. That's me. I'm on the TV. How rare is it that a little doggo gets to be like, that's me. I'm on the TV. Hey, hello. That is you. You are a little doggo. Look how happy he is. He's like, I'm a little doggo, just going around. Oh, he's a 13-year-old. He's an amazing little super towel doggo. Hi, Oscar. A lot of people want to say hi to you. I hope you're having a great day. He's probably terribly confused as to why the TV's talking to him, but that's all right. That's you, Oscar. All right, we're having a wonderful day. Oscar's going to take... Oh, I agree. Hello, filthy rat bastard. We love... super towel doggos, and if you ever want to send them in, you can DM me on X, or you can send me an email, my name at Gmail, the way that I have it on the channel. And yeah, I love super towel doggo pictures. Now I believe we're going to put Oscar right up. Hold on. Hold on, I didn't mean to cover that picture. We're going to take Oscar and we're going to put him over his other picture, right? So he's just going to go hang out right up here. We're not going to cover Gruff, doggo Gruff. We're just going to put Oscar right there. Oh, no. There we go. Oscar's hanging out with his buddies. It is a towel zoo, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, filthy rat bastard. Biggie's like, I'm in outer space. That's wonderful. Well, we're about to do space science, so we'll see how many more rounds we do. We can always pick up on our Adelson case on Friday, but remember, tomorrow is CCC coverage, and you know what, maybe we'll do like CCC coverage in the morning. If they get done by like 2, we'll pick up on our Adelson coverage. We'll do towel trivia. How about this? If you're planning for tomorrow, we'll do a round of towel trivia maybe in the morning around like 9:30, okay, before the CCC hearing starts, maybe a little bit earlier than that. And then tomorrow we'll do towel trivia again around like 1 or 2 o'clock Eastern when they take their lunch for the CCC. When the CCC wraps up, who knows how long they're going to go. Maybe we'll do a little bit more Adelson. Friday, we'll definitely do more Adelson catch-up because there's a hearing in the Donna Adelson case on Friday. So that's our plan for the week. All right, space science. Here we go. So it looks like we're playing towel trivia today for a little bit because I'm having a fun time. You're having a fun time. My name's Grant Smith Ellis. Thanks for being with me. Let's roll. Okay. Yes. Oh, we already did space science. I'm so sorry. Oh no. All right, we have to pick a different category. Don't worry, Steph's going to be pleased. All right, so now what do I do? All right, I pick a different category. We already did some of them. All right, do we want to do the equator? All right, we're doing the equator. All right, we're changing it all up. That's funny, Andrew. We're doing the equator. Here we go. Actually, you know what? Let's do staff picks. I feel like those ones tend to be a little bit better. All right? So should we do languages, haunted houses, Minesweeper game, fine dining, snakes, pet rats, animation, American cryptoids? Fine. Someone did say food earlier. All right, fine dining. Did someone say hot stuff? No, that's not an option. But we can do fine dining. That's technically hot. Pop culture, unfortunately, is not an answer right now, not an option because we can't do any more generated categories, but we can do fine dining. Haunted houses? All right, we're doing haunted houses. All right, here we go. Oh, wait. Oh, Dev Otter. All right, listen. Oh, there's a lot. All right, we're going to have to actually do a poll. All right, hold on. We're a democratic society here, all right? All right. Next category. Next towel trivia category. Okay, so do you all want haunted houses, fine dining, animation? Animation's a good one. Or languages. All right, you all get to vote. Everybody vote. There you go. Vote away, little towels. My butt hurts. That is not a category. I'm so sorry, Vicky. Fine dining is jumped out. Oh, wow. All right. I'm sorry, folks. So a lot of you wanted haunted houses, but then in the actual voting, fine dining just took a huge lead. So I don't know what we're going to do. We might have to do haunted houses next because fine dining is just kicking butt in the poll. I mean, we'll give it a minute or two to see if haunted houses can catch up, but I don't listen. People really like fine dining. I'm telling you, it's lean and fine dining. It looks like we're going to do haunted houses or animation next. All right, fine dining has just taken the crown. All right, it's fine dining, ladies and gentlemen. Fine dining has taken the crown. 66%. Here we go. Next category. All right, Allie's going with the crowd, and Ruth Lang is hungry. Here we go. Which city is home to the restaurant named Osteria Francescana, awarded 3 Michelin stars? Rome, Florence, Milan, Modena. Sounds like Rome or Florence. Could be Milan, though. It's very fashionable. Milano. No, it's Modena. Who would have known that? Is anyone here Italian? I've disgraced my Italian legacy on one part of my family. In one part of my family, no one's gotten it so far. No one's going to Modena. I suppose we're not very rich here. All right, none of us are rich. I think we've all come to the conclusion. Nancy, are you a hidden aristocrat? Nancy is clearly a hidden aristocrat. Nancy is the only one among us who actually has traveled the world. I've actually been to Rome, Florence, and Milan. I stayed at the Four Seasons in Rome. I stayed at the Hotel Daniele in Venice. I don't remember I stayed in Florence. It was very nice, though. I think I stayed near the bridge there, the famous bridge in Florence, the Pontifico Vecchio or something. Milano was the first city we flew into. I don't think we stayed there. I think we went to Rimini. But I've never been to Modena. I have no idea what Modena is. Oh, that's where balsamic comes from. Who would have known? No, I think Nancy's just a genius. I'm sorry, Vicky, it is not number 3. I did see your answer, but it is not Milano. It is Modena. All right, next question, ladies and gentlemen. Next question. Which is the highest number of Michelin stars a restaurant can receive? 6 or 6, 4, 4, 3, 3, 5, 5. And this is, of course, an easy question. If you've been around, you know what I'm saying? You're trying to sell tires, Brad. You give them 3 Michelin stars. All right? There is a point for towel. Yes, Vicky, unfortunately, that was not the right answer. Dewdrops, that was not the right answer. But I like your spunk. Nancy, that was not the right answer. Oh, this is just going to throw me off. Listen. Okay. Thank God answer 3 is choice 3, or I would have been so confused. Ruth gets the full points there. Good job. Ruth gets a full point. Who's going to get half point? Susan. All right, Susan. Good job. That one really messed with my brain. Deaf Otter picks up half point. Deaf Otter's super towel. There you go. That was it. Yeah, this is a really hard category. I'm having fun, though. I'm having a good time. All right, who's ready for the next one? Who's ready? Only a few of us got that one. I knew that, though. I've known that for a while. It's kind of weird that they do it just to sell tires, Brett, but, you got to know what you got to know. Try to be a cultured little towel. All right, let's go. Who is the head chef of the restaurant Mirazur, which was ranked number 1 in the world's 50 best restaurants in 2019? Jean Rocca, Massimo Bottura, Rene Redzepi, Mauro Col Greco. I don't know. Mizamura. I guess it could be this guy. Nope. It was the other M name. Mauro Col Greco. Who's going to get the double points? Nope. It is not Rene Redzepi. Ruth Lang. Listen, Ruth is into fine dining, ladies and gentlemen. Ruth picks up 2 points, ladies and gentlemen. Who else got number 4? Taterbug. Taterbug, are you secretly an aristocrat? Taterbug picks up a full point. Deaf Otter and Alley Towel are also clearly aristocrats. Where's Alley Towel? Where are you, Alley Towel? I got you. All right, and then Deaf Otter. Deaf Otter gets a full point. And there you go. That was a hard one. BGG Gruff, someone pick for me. Oh, Steph, good guess. I got it wrong, too. Taterbug, you got the intuition, my dear friend. Yes, it was not, unfortunately, it was not number 3. Wait, you put number 3 for the last one, Vicky? All right, I'll give you half a point. Vicky, you're getting a little lagged again. You're like 30 seconds behind now. But I'll do my best to keep track of you, dear friend. Sorry about that. I had to blow my towel nose. All right. You ready for the next question? Everybody ready for the next question? Vicky might be a little lagged, so Vicky's answers might come in a little bit late. I'm going to do my best to add them as they come in. Yep, nope. So, Vicky, I got your answer for this one as number 2, but it is not number 2. It is number 4. It was not Massimo Bottura. It was Mauro Cola Greco. All right, here we go. Next question. In what country is the century-old restaurant Soprino de Boltin considered the oldest continuously operating restaurant in the world located? Spain, France, Italy, Portugal. Huh. It sounds like it's Italian. It sounds like it's Italian. All right. Nope, it's Spanish. Everybody got thrown off by this one. Who's going to get the double points? Jeff Pesos. Jeff nailed it. Great job. Jeff gets 2 points. And then Def Otter and Tatabug both come in and pick up a super point. Tatabug's just coming in clutch all the time. Forensic RN grabs a full point, as does Allie Towel. Oh, goodness. 23 for Towel, 22 for Steph, 22 for Allie. It's close up at the top. Hello. Oh, hello, Tinks. It's great to have you with us. I thought it was Italy as well, my dear Towel friend. Welcome to the Blue Wall. That was a good guess. Thanks for playing Towel Trivia. We learn a lot here. All right, we're going to the next question soon. Jeff, you nailed it. Jeff claims victory on that one. Jeff was like the only person who gained points there. A few people got it, but it was mostly Jeff, and Jeff got the double points, which is even bigger. All right. Allie Nighter 2-1 is like, I admit it. I cheated. All right, Allie. Next question. Which ingredient is Almas caviar made from? The world's most expensive caviar. Sevura sturgeon, Ostera sturgeon, albino bluega sturgeon, or Siberian sturgeon? I think I've seen a documentary on this. I think it's 2, but it could be 3. It's either 2 or 3, I think. It's a region in Spain. Damn it! I should have gone with my initial inclination. Yep, Vicky Moore. So Vicky Moore, I don't know if 3 was the answer to the last one. No, it wasn't. This one, the answer is 3, though, and Steph got 2 points. There you go, Steph. Susan Swan gets, where are you, Susan? Susan gets, hold on, so Steph got it right first. Vicky was answering the last question. Then Susan. Susan gets a full point. Jeff Pesos gets a full point. Ange gets a full point. Where are you, Ange? There you go. Jew Drops gets a full point. All right. Peggy gets a full point. Where are you, Peggy? There you are. All right. Who else gets a full point? So is it Peggy? Give me a second here. Allie Towel gets full point. Taterbug gets full point. Taterbug jumping up the standings ferociously. Refusing to quit. Nope. Hello, Kath. Yeah, no, that was close. All right, so we're playing Towel Trivia. We are playing Towel Trivia. All right, next question. Here we go. This is fine dining. Which famed fine dining establishment is located at 1723 North Halsted in Chicago and is known for its innovation in molecular gastronomy? Le Bourdon, the French Laundry, Alina, Per Se. The only one I've even heard of is the French Laundry. Nope, it's Alina. Sorry, Vicky, that was not 2. Oh, Steph gets double points. There you go, Steph. 2 points for Steph. Ange Towel gets a full point. Where are you, Ange? All right, hold on. Where's Ange Towel? Where's Ange? There's Ange. All right, Ange Towel gets full point. Ruth gets full point. Dewdrop, nope. It was number 3. Allie, of course, grabs full point. Taterbug grabs full point. Yeah, I've heard of the French Laundry. I've never been, so I didn't know what state it was in. Makes sense, Allie. I've never been to it. I've heard of it. I've never been to it. I've never even heard of Alinea. I only eat like chicken and rice. So I don't know or care about fine dining. Most of the stuff they would serve me, I'd just be like, I don't want that. When I went to Italy, like, yes, I ate, good ingredients like fresh bread, fresh cheese, fresh mozzarella, etc. But like I couldn't eat like escargot or most of their fine dining stuff. I was like, what is this? I don't understand. All right. Vicky's like, I'm going up to get better service under the roof of my house. All right. That was the end of thank goodness, that was the end of the fine dining questions. That was getting really difficult. I was getting frustrated with those. Not really frustrated. It was just like, that was hard, quite literally. All right, we're doing our next poll here because I know some of the options are eliminated. So here are your next choices. Next category, next towel trivia category. Will it be languages? Remember, you're going to get to vote. Will it be languages? Will it be haunted houses? Will it be animation? We know that animation was definitely on people's list from last time. Hold on, there's going to be a poll that goes up. Or will it be snakes? I don't know anything about snakes. I hope it's not snakes. All right, Allie, one more round. Allie Towel's like, Allie Towel has the chance to win, and she wants to stop. I'm in 3rd place, and Allie Towel wants to stop. You got to give me a chance, Allie Towel. You got to give me a chance. One more round. Let me read the scores out, by the way, before we do our final round, because it's really close. Allie, you're not even winning. Why do you want to quit now? You got to dethrone Steph. Was that the right answer to the last one? Hold on, let me check. Okay, Vicky, I'll give you a point for the last one. All right, so do your voting. It looks like this one's a little closer than the last one. Haunted houses and languages are tied. Whoever's going to make these next few votes is going to determine it. So if you want haunted houses versus languages, now's the time to vote. I'm going to give you a little time. Allie, you go ahead and get whatever wine you need. I'm going to roll up a little cigar, and as soon as... Oh, goodness, it is tied. It is very close in the towel poll. Haunted houses is pulled ahead. Haunted houses is pulled ahead, ladies and gentlemen. Haunted houses it is. Haunted houses crosses the finish line. Allie Towel has let us know that she's going to get some wine. I'm thrilled to be your reporter towel on the ground, keeping you up to date of the latest Allie Towel wine-based developments. Are you drinking Pinot? Are you drinking Rosé? Are you drinking... I don't drink alcohol at all, so I have no idea what I'm talking about. But, I look in the store sometimes, and I'm like, oh, that brand has the F word on it. Like, I didn't know you could sell alcohol with the F word on it. But anyway, all right, haunted houses is the next category. I have no idea what this is going to be about, like the Lizzie Borden house. Like, I have no idea. Is it going to ask about, how is it going to ask, about Casper the Friendly Ghost? I have no... Oh, people are excited. Listen, Allie Towel wanted to give up, but now people get to ask questions about ghosts. We're all excited. All right, here's the score as we head into what could be the final round. Steph is... Oh, hold on. I got to actually sort people. I forgot I have work to do. All right, hold on. All right, there's Jeff climbing up the leaderboard with a vengeance. And then who else was John? Def Otter is just on a tear, jumping up spots. Pardon me. All right, I think I got everybody sorted. Here we go. First place. Oh, yep, you're going to do well, Allie, I imagine. First place, Steph, 26 points. First time ever, Towel's not in first or second. Allie Towel's in second with 24. Towel's in third with 23, putting up a good showing. Monica, fourth, 18.5. Tater bug. The big tater bug. 15. Tater bug's not a big bug. It's just we love tater bug. Tater bug is 5th with 16.5. Ruth, 6th, 13.5. But it's a 3-way tie for 6th. Ruth, Susan, and Vicky, 13.5 each. 7th, Forensic RN, 12.5. 8th, Nancy, 12. 9th, Jew Drops with 11. 10th, 2-way tie, BGG, Gruff, and Peggy, each with 9.5. And Ange with 9.5, also rounding out the top 10. Number 11 is Jeff, jumping way up the leaderboard, 8.5. Number 12 is Meredith with 7. 13, Bossy Texas Chick, Lucky 13 with 6. 14, Kath, our dear friend Kath, who's riding over to the Aldi with 4. Tied with Got a Secret, If You Can Keep It, also with 4. Deaf Otter, the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe, has 3 in 15th. 16th, LA Connection with 2. 17th, Colleen with 1. 18th, Brazilian Girl and Noel tied with a half. Oh, no, Jeff. Jeff, you were starting to really climb up the leaderboard. Oh, Peggy, I'm so sorry. The darn commercials. I wish I had control. I have some control, but I don't have a lot of control over them. I can only make less run. Here, hold on. How long can I do it for? I think I can delay ads. Hold on. I don't know. Yep. All right. So there's a 10-minute delay on ads. There you go. Our whole next round is ad-free. This next 10-minute segment is sponsored by me. I'm a towel. I have turned off ads for 10 minutes. I didn't even know I had the ability to do this. I would just like to say I'm a benevolent towel. I didn't even know there was a button to do this. Thank you to YouTube for creating this button. And we're heading into our final round, which is not our final. Well, maybe. Depends on how Allie's feeling. Maybe the wine will have her feeling like another round, you know? But we'll see. Someone's might dethrone Steph. Maybe Steph knows haunted houses really well. Maybe Steph lives in a haunted house. I don't know. Here we go. Steph, you know what they say about wearing the crown. All right. It means everybody's chasing you. Haunted houses. Here we go. Where is the Winchester Mystery House located? Salem, Mass. San Jose, California. New Orleans, Louisiana. Savannah, Georgia. Is it in Salem? I don't know. Closest to me. Nope. It is not Salem. Jeff grabs the full double points. Jeff grabs 2 points. Look at Jeff out here. Jeff just grabbed 2 points right after the break. Ange grabs a full point. Great job, Ange Towel. Jew Drops grabs a full point. Deaf Otter grabs a full point. Allie 90211 grabs a full point. Did Steph get it wrong? Yep, Steph got it wrong. Oh, Steph, we got screwed. I just guessed the one that was closest to me. I didn't know, so. Yeah, I've never heard of it. Has anyone actually been to it? I've never even heard of it. I mean, I'm going to add it to my... oh, you know what? I have heard of it. I think, okay, tell me if I'm wrong. I think it's this house that, like, it's built where it, like, has a bunch of staircases to nowhere. Like, some guy was kind of old and he was eccentric. It has, like, 28 rooms, but a lot of, like, you just walk up a staircase. Here, let's pause for a second because I actually want to show you this. This is actually, like, a pretty cool thing if it's what I'm thinking it is. It's a very unique architectural gem. I actually watched a documentary on one. Damn it, I watched a documentary on this. I should have got this right. Grant, why, Grant? Come on. All right, so hold on. Let me just show you. It's this really cool old house, and we're going to watch it. Let's just watch a very quick overview because it's very famous, and then this is our intermission of this round. Let me just explain to you, because this is a public information service, let me just explain to you why this house is so cool, all right? And we're going to use this informative educational documentary and take a look at this. I knew about this, too. I can't believe I forgot it was in California. It's a little obscure. It's quite obscure. I wouldn't exactly say it's famous. Maybe there was a murder there or something.
Witness, if you will, a lavish mansion with all the pomp and prestige of the Victorian era. But there's a twist. You see, inside, behind its regal facade, lies a labyrinth of rooms and corridors. 27,000 square feet, seemingly built without reason. Doors opening onto walls, windows in the floor, and stairs to nowhere. 160 rooms in total, taking 38 years to complete. Who would build such a place, and why? The answers to such queries can be found within the walls of this, the Winchester Mystery House. Enter Sarah Winchester, heir to the Winchester rifle fortune, and heir to a curse brought upon by lives ended looking down the barrel of a Winchester rifle. She's tormented with grief and fear. Her daughter Annie died prematurely, just 40 days after birth, an event Sarah Winchester never truly recovered from. Further traumas occurred years later when her mother and father-in-law died, leaving her husband William Winchester in charge of the Winchester fortune. 3 months later, as if to leave the most bitter and painful pill for last, Sarah's beloved husband died unexpectedly of tuberculosis, leaving Sarah Winchester with millions of dollars in the bank and emptiness in her heart that no amount of money could fill. Following these tragedies, she traveled to Boston to meet with a medium named Adam Combs. The medium supposedly managed to make contact with her dearly departed husband during a seance, confirming her suspicion that she indeed was cursed. When asked how to stop it, William gave her specific instructions. Build a large house to appease the spirits. Make it lavish so as to attract only the good spirits. Make sure to never stop building. Stop building and the curse will get you. He added one more instruction. Leave her hometown of New Haven, Connecticut, and settle out west. A seemingly reasonable set of instructions to a woman blinded by grief, throwing away logic to find a reason in the ghostly realm of the supernatural. In 1885, she ended up purchasing 161 acres of farmland in a place called San Jose, California, near San Francisco. On the site was a modest farmhouse, and almost immediately she hired 22 carpenters and began transforming the farmhouse into her bizarre mansion. The mansion had no formal architect designing it. Instead, all plans were designed and drawn by Sarah herself. She read several books on architecture and construction to gain a better understanding of how to build. Winchester would seek architectural inspiration through the supernatural by conducting seances. Her moments of inspiration, she believed, were actually good spirits telling her what to build. Knowing this, it's understandable why the mansion looks as erratically arranged as it does. She decided upon a Victorian mansion. They featured bay windows, pitched roofs, and often towers. Ornamentation was an important part of Victorian, with wooden trim work along the eaves of the roof. It was also common to find Gothic architectural details embedded within, including stained glass windows. Inside, Victorian mansions were notoriously dark and drab spaces, mainly due to small, cramped rooms. The Winchester Mystery House had all of these details in spades. As mentioned, there were a total of 160 rooms, 40 of which were bedrooms. It's said that Sarah would sleep in a different bedroom each night, so as to always keep bad spirits away from her. Winchester included the customary rooms for a Victorian mansion, such as parlors and drawing rooms, and rooms for servants. There were 5 fully functioning kitchens to serve the army of workers continuously building the house. She also required the entire house be built entirely of redwood. Interestingly, she didn't like redwood, causing workers to make a fake grain and stain it. Maybe it was a compromise with her ghostly collaborators. For as strange as the house might have been, Sarah made the house exude luxury. She spared no expense decorating every room of the house with lush furnishings, artwork, and rich building materials. There were chandeliers imported from Europe. Sarah even designed special stained glass windows for some of the rooms, featuring sinister spiderweb patterns. She also included many technological innovations for the time, including electricity throughout the house and 5 elevators. As the 20th century dawned, Sarah's mansion had grown immensely to include 7 stories, topped by an impressive cupola. Then on the morning of April 18, 1906, the destructive San Francisco earthquake rocked the mansion, bringing with it significant damage. The largest loss to the mansion was when the 7-story tower came crashing down into parts of the house. It's said that Sarah was trapped in her room for hours after the quake. Seeing it as a message from the spirits, she decided to expand the mansion outward, not upward. She also decided not to repair much of what was damaged, and yet construction continued. And then the day came. The day, September 5th, 1922. She would make that dreaded step into another world. Was it all worth it? Was the constant hammering and building able to appease the spirits enough to let her rest in peace? Only Sarah could say. As the story goes, the hammering of the workmen continued even as she took her final breaths, as though to get one final expansion done before the end. Story, in place of truth, is all we really know of Sarah Winchester and her life. Whether the haunting tale just told is true or not.
Huh. Very interesting. I wish there was more about the architecture of the house. However, oh wow, that's crazy. Let me we can read the Karen Reed filing right now. Hold on one second. It's in Plymouth District Court, right? And then let's also finish this round of trivia. We just spent a long time learning about that, so sorry about that, but I felt it was important, ladies and gentlemen. Next question. What real-life house, known for its paranormal activity, influenced the book The Amityville Horror? The Lemp Mansion, the Whaley House, the Amityville House, or the Myrtles Plantation? I know I jumped right back into that, but you should have seen it coming. I have no idea what the answer to this one is. I'm just going to guess the Amityville House. All right, I should have known that was going to be the right answer. No, it's in Plymouth, I think, the civil suit. All right, I think we all got that one, but I have to, before we get to Karen Reed civil filing, we have to get through our final few questions, all right? So Tata Bug gets the full point there. I know I tricked you a little bit. Steph gets half a point. I didn't trick you. You should have seen it coming. Hold on. Jeff gets half a point. Who else gets half a point? Allie 90211 gets half a point. Allie and Steph are battling up at the top there. Def Otter gets half a point. All right. Chew Drops gets half a point. And Nancy from the 508 gets half a point. Where are you, Nancy from the 508? All right. And then, nope, it's not D. Ruth gets half a point. Where are you, Ruth? I saw you on my list. Starts with an there you are, Ruth. You're way up at the top. And BGG Gruff Tinks. Great job, Tinks. Tinks gets on the board with half a point. And BGG Gruff gets half a point. And Bossy Texas Chick gets half a point. All right, now, before we go to the next question, let me just grab this motion to dismiss from Karen Reed. Oh, that's very cool, Noelle. I can't visit that kind of stuff. I get so nervous about it. I don't know, spirits scare me a little bit. All right, let's see the motion to dismiss. Oh, hold on one second. Well, watch this while I get the motion to dismiss.
So I would just ask if they are aware of any, they just let us know before he testifies, and that's the second thing, Your Honor.
Kappelman, this is the second issue.
The second issue, I'm aware of my continuing discovery obligation and my obligations under Brady, and I'm not aware of any new items to disclose at this time.
Okay. And let me say to counsel, when we break, I always ask if there are any issues from you. What I want you to do is bring up issues then so we don't have the jury sitting back there waiting on us. The idea is we'll use our time to resolve issues while the jury's taking a break. So let's try to abide by that. If you have an issue, you know who's next. Let's take it up at the end of the testimony before we take a break while the jury's having their break. Let's have Mr. Rivera in, please. Have a seat, sir. Let's have a jury, please.
All rise for the jury.
All right, everybody but the witness have a seat, please. If you'd face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn, please, sir.
You swear affirm testimony about giving this case the truth, whole truth, and nothing but truth, so help you God.
Have a seat. Slide up the microphone, please, sir. May proceed, Mr. Kaufman.
All right, sorry about that. Tal's back. I had to grab that civil suit filing. I'm sorry. I know I interrupted Tal trivia, but it just would not load on my phone. It just would not load, so I had to go walk around until it loaded. All right, I have the filing, though. So if you're wondering, did Karen Reed move to dismiss the civil suit? The answer appears to be yes, and I just could not get the PDF to load. Now I have it. And it still won't load. All right, so she filed I have the actual notice, though, so I'm letting you know, Karen Reed, the filing is not up. It's going to probably be available on social media in a second. Yes, oh, goodness, thank you, Steph. This is actually Lewis's trial. I'm sorry about that. Part of the reason why I got a little flustered there is I meant to put on the beginning of what we were going to watch once we finished trivia until I got the notice of Karen Reed's motion to dismiss. Then when I went to bring up the motion to dismiss, it would not load the PDF, and now I see why. She hasn't docketed it yet. So Karen Reed has filed a notice of motion to dismiss the plaintiff's complaint in the civil suit pursuant to Rule 9E. All right, so it is still in Plymouth Superior Court, and oh, thank you, Steph. Yeah, so whatever case we want to watch, I think we want to watch Lewis's testimony in Charlie's case, but we'll move on to that. We're not going to move on to that until, don't worry about it, we're not going to move on to that until Friday. I just needed to find out if I could get this Karen Reed motion to dismiss for you all, because I was going to read it. I cannot find it as of now. If someone has put it up on Twitter, just let me know and we'll go over it. Bossy Texas chick thinks it might be Katie's trial, which, I mean, it could be. But did Louis testify in Charlie's trial? I feel like it was a little shorter. But I'm also looking right now to figure out, if possible, if we have the Karen Reed motion to dismiss. I'm not guaranteeing it. Sometimes people just post it on Twitter, and then I might be able to annotate it for you. Gotcha. I'm not seeing any. Is anyone seeing a copy of the MTD? Yeah, all I'm seeing is just that she filed a motion to dismiss. I don't actually see the. I don't actually see any of it. I don't actually see the file. It's not actually docketed, I don't think. I think from what I can see, that's just, so I'll bring it up on the screen for you. This is all I can see right now. So it's just a notice of the motion to dismiss. That's the only thing on the docket. I was really looking forward to being able to read it for you. But the only, as you can see, when this is just the public version of Mass Courts, you can see it's public because I'm not there's no log on. I don't have one. But if there were a document, and it's right at the close of court, so maybe it'll go up. But if there were a document, it would be right here, and it would say image. Hello, Vicky Moore. So don't worry. We all took a little pause because we got breaking news, which was the Karen Reed is moving to dismiss the civil suit. Just in, Karen Reed is moving under Rule 9A to dismiss the civil suit filed by the wrongful death and intentional infliction of emotional distress, civil suit filed by the estate and family members of late Boston police officer John O'Keefe. The filing is not yet on the docket in full. All right, so that's what I have for you right now, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yep. No, don't worry, Steph. I don't think there's a lot of testimony from Luis and Charlie's trial. I found one clip that's pretty short, and we'll take a look at that if we're able to do so. But right now, I'm just putting up the notice related to Karen moving to dismiss the suit. So I've gone ahead and put that up. There is no actual filing yet. If you're just tuning in, if you heard word, the filing from Karen to dismiss the civil suit filed by John O'Keefe's family has not yet been docketed. So you're looking at it right now. It has not yet been docketed. So all we have right now, we don't even get to see the paperwork yet. It will go up. It should go up pretty soon. I can't make it, like sometimes the clerk will just docket it after 4:30. But normally, like when the court says, when they say they close at 4:30, they mean unless there's like a judge telling them to stay, they're going home at 4:30. They're not going to scan in like a 50-page motion to dismiss. However, it is up, like it is submitted. It probably was very late in the day. It's going to come out, but it's not actually up on the docket. So it's not publicly accessible yet, but it is filed. That's what that means. And I was thinking we'd be able to do a little analysis right now because it literally just went up. Now, I've seen stuff go up a little bit after 4:30, but it's very rare because the clerks, everybody in the courts works on a set schedule, 8:30 a.m. to 4:30 p.m., which means, I mean, I've seen it. It's not unheard of for them the clerks to stay after, but stay after to scan like a 50-page civil motion to dismiss, like probably not. I'm not saying it's impossible, but I'm telling you right now, unless it gets posted by either the parties or someone who leaks it from one of the parties, it's not actually docketed. It would say image right here. Yeah, that's just how the court system works. You can submit a filing by ECF, electronic filing, as a lawyer in Massachusetts. That doesn't mean the clerk is going to take the ECF filing and docket it. They have to actually take it. Like, they'll receive it. The docket will get updated, but they're not going to put it up as an image unless they stamp it. And so they have to print it out, stamp it, and scan it back in. It's a very bureaucratic system. All right, let's go back to Towel Trivia. I can't do anything about this. I mean, if it were before 4:30, I could go down to Plymouth. It could be a while. We'll have an oral hearing. Oh, by the way, so this means there's going to be an oral hearing. When you file a motion to dismiss like this, it guarantees, and I'll tell you whether or not they've moved on it right away. When's the next hearing? Hold on. 9/22. Yeah, so this might happen before. So normally what happens with a motion to dismiss, this will change, okay, from a conference to review status to a hearing on the 9E hearing. Did I say 9A? Damn it, it's 9E. Damn it! I have to repost. I'm not getting the rule wrong. That's an insult to the legal profession. And I'm not a lawyer. I'm a towel, but I can't get the rule wrong. I look like a moron. It's 9E, Grant. Come on. I should have. I was looking at the image and I got the rule wrong. It's embarrassing. I hold myself to higher standards, ladies and gentlemen. But let me just tell you, this means, I'll answer your question in 1 second. I just have to repost this document because I'm not a moron. I just hold myself to, I'm not posting 9E when it's 9A when it's 9E, all right? And apparently the word rule is also capitalized, okay? It's a proper noun, Rule 9E. Okay, here we go. Now, the question was, what's going to happen here? So what you do when you're reading a docket, right? So you scroll up to the top, and then you can see like all the party information. Okay, that tells us that we're looking at the right case. Wrongful death, that's the file date. It's on the average track, so it's not the most complex civil case. Like, it just means that it's like going to go along and do its thing. It's kind of it's not a run-of-the-mill civil case, but it's not like the case I'm following with Shannon O'Brien and Deb Goldberg out of the Suffolk County Superior Court. That is like a ridiculous docket. So then what you do is up at the top of the docket, right, you can track all of the hearings in the case, okay? So you can see up here there was the original hearing in Brockton. There was a motion held under advisement. That was the motion to delay until the criminal trial was over. Then there was another hearing on a motion on 4/28/2025 in Brockton. This case is now getting moved from Brockton to Plymouth. It's assigned to the Honorable Daniel J. O'Shea. And so what that means then is that the next date is 9/22/2025. But that's a conference to review status. Now, when you go down here, right, you go down and check all this, and then you check right here, and you see again that the motion hasn't been docketed, but Karen filed today, 7/9/2025, a motion to dismiss the complaint in full pursuant to Rule 9E. What that means is most likely that the hearing, so first of all, I think the way that it works is you get like 21 days or 30 days or something to serve. They have to serve the other party, which they did today, and then it starts this ticking clock where the other party has to respond to the motion to dismiss. It's the rules of civil procedure. Actually, hold on one second. I think it's very similar in Massachusetts. I'll get you an exact answer. Massachusetts Rule 9E, when is response due after defense motion to dismiss? So let me give you the exact timeline. Under Rule 9E, you have 10 days, but you can extend or alter it. And it says the opposition must be served within 10 days, and service is a part of it. And then the opposing party has 10 days to serve their opposition. However, there's an additional 3 days if the motion is served by mail or overnight delivery. The court can modify the time frame. So, Rule 9A outlines the process. There needs to be a Rule 9A package, a notice of, so in addition to servicing and filing the opposition, a notice of motion to dismiss must also be filed. Failure to respond to a motion within the requested timeline can result in a default. All right, so it looks like 10 days unless they ask for more. And basically that means this hearing, so if the judge wants to, the judge could extend the timeline for the family to respond. It looks like the family will have a response due in July, maybe August. Then the judge could choose to keep the 9/22 date and just change it to a motion to dismiss date because they already have it. Or the judge could move it up, the 9/22 date, the motion to dismiss, and have an entirely separate hearing just on the motion to dismiss. So, right, it's perfunctory. I don't want anyone to think that this wasn't expected. Even so, in a case where you're going to win a motion to dismiss, yes, of course you file it. I'm not a lawyer. None of this is legal advice. I'm a towel. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. Get a towel if you want to prove unconditional love exists in a world defined by self-interest and greed. All right. But what you would do if it's like a real motion to dismiss, there's not even going to be really a hearing on it. The judge is going to write a ruling that you win on, right? But on a hearing on a motion to dismiss where the defendant is most likely going to lose, you get this long drawn out hearing and process because they get to make a record in the case of appeal. Now, what this means in terms of our timeline, I think it's 50-50. 50% chance the civil case gets a hearing earlier than September 22nd on the motion to dismiss. 50% chance it doesn't. The longer that the hearing is, the more Karen's team argues in the civil case, the more likely it is that it's going to be denied. It's a tougher burden than you would think in the civil context when it's just a Rule 9E motion to dismiss as compared to more like procedural motions to dismiss that bring into question like substantive issues of standing or things like that. It's kind of like your first step towards like deciding whether or not you have to go to trial is filing a 9E motion to dismiss. It's everybody does it, and then the question is, it's more like if you lose that 9E in particular motion to dismiss, it puts you on different track in the case. Now, you can also win it in part, lose it in part, and it sets up all these appellate issues. So it's a very complex situation. So with that said, that's where we're at. We don't actually have the motion to dismiss. What it does is it puts the process, if the family wins, it puts the process on track to go to trial quicker. That's basically what this all means. Now I'm checking one more time to see if they'll upload it. Sometimes you get lucky and they'll upload it. Hasn't been uploaded yet, and it's also only the notice, but I think they'll eventually docket the whole package, I imagine, by tomorrow. So that means that we'll have an opportunity tomorrow to review this motion to dismiss, probably during our CCC coverage. I imagine if someone doesn't get it in the next 10 minutes, it'll be up overnight, and then we'll look at it. It's going to be a pretty standard 9E package, I imagine, which is just going to be moving to dismiss under 12B6 for failure to state a claim, and they'll probably cite to Iqbal or Twombly or something like that, and they'll use but again, it's the pleading standard, and although the pleading standard is elevated after Twombly and Iqbal to survive a 12B6 motion to dismiss, which I imagine that's what this is going to be, then, even then, the pleading standard, it's like de minimis. I think de minimis is a bit insulting, but it's elevated. So first of all, you have to understand we're moving into a different arena now. Okay, we're moving from criminal law to civil law, and what this is you can, when you move to dismiss, it's not like a criminal motion to dismiss under McCarthy, DiBenedetto, or Odell in Massachusetts, okay? You're not challenging the sufficiency of the indictment or alleging prosecutorial misconduct or anything like that. It's not an adversarial criminal process. It's a civil process. So you're moving, there's a bunch of different, I'm not a lawyer, this is not legal advice, I'm providing lay analysis, I'm not a lawyer. Get a lawyer if you have questions about the law. If you want to move in a civil suit to dismiss, speaking very broadly, because we're not addressing all the unique ways you can move to dismiss that don't really, it's not a 12B6. If you're not challenging the sufficiency of the pleadings on their face, it's not a 12B6. It's more of a technical motion to dismiss. We're not getting into that. We're talking just strictly about a 12B6 motion to dismiss on the failure to state a claim. Now, you can get a bunch of other grounds in a motion to dismiss, I don't know if she has any cross claims, if she wants to bring in any third-party defendants, she can make contribution claims, she can make affirmative defenses, which she probably already did in her answer, but the motion to dismiss can also include other arguments, not just related purely to the sufficiency of the pleadings, I'm pretty sure, but this is an area of law that I'm not a lawyer and I haven't studied this in a few years. But basically, the way you move to dismiss, very broadly, is you move under 12B6, and that you one of the things you argue is a failure to state a claim. And that's the most likely route that Karen's going to move. I don't think she's going to argue any of the other ways she could dismiss it. It's probably going to be a pure 12B6. And therefore, it's going to be something like this fails to state sufficiently under you don't call it Twombly or Iqbal or whatever. Never do that. Call it Twombly and Iqbal. Twombly and Iqbal are the precedents from the Supreme Court, I think in 2003 and 2005, maybe? Might have been 2008, where basically the court interpreted. Now, I don't really think it was initially meant to really affect the pleading standard this way. It originally was just supposed to be about cases under I want to say it was the Sherman Antitrust Act of 1897. It was just about the private right of action under the Sherman Antitrust Act. But then that was Twombly, I'm pretty sure. But then Iqbal sued, I want to say Donald Rumsfeld. I want to say it was Iqbal versus Rumsfeld. And that case kind of expanded this elevated pleading standard. So before Twombly, if you filed a motion to dismiss, it was like stupid in a civil case. Like, unless you're talking about one of like the very unique cases with like procedural bars and like things like that to filing suit. Setting those aside, if you filed a motion to dismiss prior to Twombly under 12b-6, people laughed at you basically because there was no pleading standard. Like a well pleaded claim was like a claim that had like your name on it and like explained like in somewhat sufficient detail like a legal argument and some facts. Okay, like that was a well pleaded claim before Twombly. I'm being a little sardonic, but I'm trying to explain that after Twombly was a case about moving to dismiss for failure to state a claim under 12b-6 for like a private right of action under the Sherman Antitrust Act. And really you had like this conservative court that wanted to make it harder to assert private rights of action under the Sherman Antitrust Act. So in Twombly, you had this like it was supposed to be narrow. If you read Twombly, it reads like a narrow holding, all right? But then you can see the court didn't really want it to be narrow because in Iqbal, you come in with this, I think it was a torture case actually. You came in with might have been a habeas or something. It might have been a writ of habeas related to a guy held in like a military prison, I want to say. It was a complex case. And it was whether that person like should have to meet an elevated pleading standard. And that's when this really took like a turn, okay? Like the standard for meeting like a well-pleaded complaint under like to survive a 12b-6 challenge after the succession of cases that was Twombly and Iqbal. That's where really like the elevated pleading standard came from. That's a very broad way of describing the transition for the standard to survive a motion to dismiss that like pre and post Twombly and Iqbal. Okay, so we're in the post Twombly and Iqbal world. Okay, and so therefore, to survive a 12b-6 motion to dismiss, there is a slightly elevated burden. Like you need to do more than write your name and write the law and state state some facts that are relevant to an issue of law that's in controversy. Okay, like that was before. Now you need there's a standard. It's like sufficient to establish, let me just give you 12b-6 standard post Twombly. Let me just give you the plain language of Twombly because, and it basically, a complaint has to state a plausible claim for relief, not just a conceivable one. And that means the factual allegations must be enough to raise the right to relief above a speculative level, nudging the claim from conceivable to plausible. And it doesn't need detailed factual allegations, but it has to have more than labels and conclusions. And prior to Twombly, and it was like whether it appeared beyond doubt that the plaintiff can prove no set of facts in support of his claim which would entitle him to relief. It was like this very high standard, and then it went to the plausibility standard, which put a little bit more, it doesn't sound like it because it was inverted wording, but it puts a higher burden on the plaintiff in the 12b-6 context to survive a motion to dismiss. But in short, it went from it can't just be probable what you're alleging. There has to be plausibility. And it just it's, I don't think Karen Jess moved under 12b-6 failure to state a claim, but it does require an analysis of the factual sort of basis, like the short and plain statement of the claim showing that the pleader is entitled to relief. It requires that plus a plausible assertion of facts sufficient to sustain the legal claim. It doesn't mean you have to win your case, but you have to I'd say it's more than reasonable articulable suspicion by analogy in the criminal context, more than probable cause, but less than preponderance, a lot less. So it's probably closer to probable cause, which is very low, Like, that's like, if we're talking a 50-yard football field, reasonable articulable suspicion is like the 2-yard line. Probable cause is like the 8 to 10-yard line. Preponderance of the evidence is like the 26-yard line. Reasonable doubt is like the 47-yard line. Okay, it's a 50-yard field. If we're talking about the plausibility standard under Twombly and Iqbal to survive a motion to dismiss under 12b-6, it's probably like the 12-yard line. I don't know. Like, it's more than probable cause, because they want to like weed out frivolous complaints, and they do, especially in the civil context. But it's less. There's no good analogy for the plausibility standard in the criminal context, because it falls between probable cause and preponderance, and we don't have a label for that there's no need for that in the criminal context. It only exists in the precising context of a 12b-6 motion to dismiss. So that's why this is very nuanced. So if you're going to learn about the Reed and O'Keefe case, this is actually somewhat, I should say, relevant to your ability to interpolate a lot of that information. So if you're hearing all of this and you're saying, okay, I think I'm ready. Okay, I think I now understand a little bit about the civil context, what Karen's motion to dismiss has to do. The burden seems to be high. Like, it seems like Karen, prior to Twombly and Iqbal, would never have won a motion to dismiss. It seems like she won't win this one either, but it seems like the family might have to file maybe a more robust response to the motion to dismiss than they would have prior to 2005. Does that, that sound about right? That's basically my analysis of this. And so we don't have either document, but the timeline is you can expect a response 10 to 30 days from the family, 10 days if they don't ask for relief from the court in the form of an extended response time under 9A to the motion to dismiss. Then we also got to look at it. If it's like 9 pages and it's just like failure to state a claim, all right, Brett, like, okay, you're not winning your motion to dismiss. But if there's something in there, like some nuanced like application of 12b-6 that I'm not as familiar with, and you can throw a lot of stuff into a motion to dismiss. Like, you can inject into the motion to dismiss a bunch of things that might not be covered under my rudimentary analysis of the plausibility standard related to a failure to state a claim under a 12b-6 motion to dismiss. That's what I'm really looking for. Like, how nuanced and intricate is the motion to dismiss? How many different grounds for the motion to dismiss are asserted? It's obviously going to be a failure to state a claim for both the counts, the wrongful death and the intentional infliction of emotional distress. But is there going to be something else in there? But that's what I'm really looking for. Like, and then the family's response. The standard they're going to have to meet isn't that high. It's not, again, I don't see a lot of frivolity here. Like, I don't know if anyone's going to make an allegation of frivolity. So then it just becomes a question of plausibility. And I already read the initial complaint. It's more than plausible. It's more than well pleaded. So I don't know. Just trying to cost the family money and legal expenses to file a response. Maybe there's something in there. Karen found she did hire some new high-profile law firm. Lawyers can just find things in cases and be like, we can argue this one. Maybe they'll agree with us. That's what a good law firm will do, ladies and gentlemen. All right, let's get back to towel trivia. I'm sorry. We're going to do this motion to dismiss tomorrow. I'm going to refresh one more time, all right? But we don't have to do anything else today because I don't have the motion to dismiss yet. All right, we're going to do towel trivia. We're finishing out the game. It's hard. I feel terrible for the people who were winning. They might have had to leave. But listen, we had breaking Karen Reed news, all right? We can't get the document yet, so we had to take a little break. All right, now, so here we go. Hello, LS. Tomorrow, I'm so glad you tuned in, because tomorrow is the testing lab day. We're going to get to see a whole regulatory presentation on testing labs. I'm so excited. I was going to email you today. Maybe you sensed it, my dear friend. All right, so we're going back to our towel trivia. This is the final round, all right? Right now, just to remind you, Steph is winning. She has 26.5 points. Allie Towel has 25.5 points. Towel has 24 points. I'm not doing well today. Monica has 18.5. Taterbug has 17.5. Ruth has 14. Susan has 13.5. She's tied with Vicky, who has 13.5. Forensic RN and Nancy and Dewdrops are tied with 12.5. BGG Gruff has 10. Ange has 10.5. Jeff has 11. So some of you are out of order because we were mid-round, so I haven't resorted. But all right, so Jew drops Nancy and Forensic RN have 12.5. Jeff has 11. Ange has 10.5. BGG Gruff has 10. Peggy has 9.5. Meredith has 7. Boxy Texas Chick has 6.5. Kath has 4. Got a secret if you can keep it as 4. Def Otter has 4.5. I'm sorry, dear Def Otter, I dropped you 2 places below where you're supposed to be. LA Connection has 2. Colleen has 1. Brazilian Girl has a half. Noelle has a half. Tinks has a half. All right. I'm not sure. So I'm not sure who's drowning in what sorrows. What were we looking at something related to sorrows? I think we were looking at a motion to dismiss. Oh, they were trolling. All right, thanks. Thank you, Taterbug and Steph. I was like, wait a minute. So were we watching on someone on screen who was sad? I thought we were analyzing a motion to dismiss. All right, get ready. Here comes the next question, ladies and gentlemen. All right, here we go. Towel trivia beginning. What famous castle in Scotland is known for being one of the most haunted places in the world? Edinburgh Castle, Windsor Castle, Stirling Castle, Balmoral. I mean, I feel like it could be Balmoral, but I feel like it's Edinburgh Castle. I got it. I got it, ladies and gentlemen. I got it. Oh, a lot of people think the Queen's house is haunted. Balmoral is the Queen's house. We are 5MEOD and DMT. We are Happy Towels, and you're a super towel. Ruth Lang grabs the full point. Ruth was the first one to get it right. Jeff Pesos grabs half a point. Great job, Jeff. Bossy Texas Chick grabs half a point. Vicky Moore, sorry, it was not number 4. It was number 1, but I did see you. Susan Swan grabs half a point. Steph, let's see. Steph, did you submit an answer? Steph, you must submit an answer, my dear friend. Steph, all you did was say yeah. Oh, Steph was number 4. Oh, I'm sorry, Steph, you didn't get that one right. Is Allie Towel here? Hold on, I feel bad. Allie Towel. Allie Towel, we're summoning you. We are summoning Allie Towel. I feel so bad. Allie Towel is going to lose her position. Yeah, I know, Steph. You did get it wrong. Ange Towel guesses number 1. Ange Towel gets half a point. We're letting people come back in. We're starting up the round. Allie Towel, if she hears this, she's probably sitting with her wine. Me neither, Susan Swan. I've never been, but I know the Queen lives in Balmoral, or the King now. Here we go. Here we go. We might have 1 question left, maybe 2, maybe 3. Oh, Allie Towel said 4. Hold on. Oh, you did, Allie Towel. I'm so sorry. That's why I missed you. All right. Wanted to make sure you got a chance to answer. All right. Here we go. Next question. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. What fatal event allegedly caused the Whaley House in San Diego to be haunted? Shipwreck, public hangings, mining accident, fire. I'm going to guess fire. Public hangings. Oh, goodness. Who's going to get this one? Who dares guess number 2? That's gruesome. Ruth Lang. It's Ruth, ladies and gentlemen. At least on my phone. So, Ruth, let me get you up to 16. Ruth actually gets double points because I got that one wrong. Who else guessed number 2? Jeff Pesos. Jeff gets a full point. Who else? Vicky Moore gets a full point. Great job, Vicky. Who else? Allie 90211 gets a full point. She's now tied with Steph. That was a great job indeed. Hold on. I'm going to try... I'm going to sort it one more time, Jeff, and I'll see if you popped up. What number? Who? Nope, sorry, Jeff. Ruth still came in first on that one, no matter how I sorted it. So I double-checked. Allie 90211, yep, you got points there, my friend. You are now tied with Steph, 26.5 each. And You just keep being you, Ange. Here's the next question. Which haunted house is featured in the 1973 film The Legend of Hell House? The Lemp Mansion, Villa Doria Pamphlet, the Belasco House, the Myrtles Plantation. I'm feeling the Lemp Mansion. Oh, I got it wrong. Double points up, ladies and gentlemen. Who's going to grab the double points? Who's going to grab them? Oh, it's not the Lemp Mansion. Who's going to grab the double points? No, it's not the Myrtles Plantation. Nope, not the Myrtles Plantation. Nope. Yeah, oh, Allie 90211 needed those double points, and she got them. Allie 90211, and then Dewdrops comes in and grabs a point. We might do one more round if you all want to. Dewdrops, great job. Harvard Yard 5 is not an option. Yes, damn right you got him, Allie 90211. Nope, it was not number 4. Let's see. Nope. Yeah, Dag Nabbit is a person on Twitter. That's funny, Ange. Yeah, Vicky, that's Harvard Yard Stick. Oh, damn, Allie. You actually read a book about that. That's awesome. You didn't just see the movie. You read the book that was about the movie. We got some smart towels in here. Super smart towels, ladies and gentlemen. All right. Here's our next question. What was the profession of Sarah Winchester, the woman who continuously built the Winchester Mystery House? Was she an architect, a writer, a homemaker, or a spiritual medium? I don't know. I guess a medium. Oh, that's so rude to her. That is so mean to call her a freaking... to just make her just a housemaker. That is the most insulting thing I've ever seen in my entire life. Bossy Texas chick gets the double points, though. That's so insulting to her. A homemaker? Really? She was like 7 things. Then she's a homemaker? This is incredibly misogynistic. Taterbug. Like, I can't believe that answer had it as homemaker. Come on. Homemaker. She deserves better than that. Jeff, you got the point there as well. Who else picked number 3? Allie 90211 gets a point. What did Steph? Vicky Moore gets a point. What did Steph pick? Steph, Steph guessed 1. Yeah, no, that, right. I'm saying she was so much more than a homemaker. Like, that's such a rude, I don't even want to go out on that question. That's such a rude way to describe her, that Sarah Winchester. She was a lot of things, but like a homemaker, like, okay, she liked to buy things for her home, but like she was a wealthy woman who definitely knew how to design a house, whether she was building it or not. She could have been an architect. She was definitely a spiritual medium. Like, that's why she moved to California. So I don't know. I guess she didn't sell her services, but like calling her a homemaker is very, very sexist. I'm just saying. Oh, no, the answer was 3. Oh, bossy Texas chick. Wait a minute. Oh, that was for the last question. All right, so hold on. I got to redo this one. Bossy Texas chick was guessing for the last one. So hold on. Where'd you guess 3, bossy Texas chick? I don't... What? Oh, okay. I had only given you 1 point. All right, that's fine. I'll just reduce you by 1 point. That's fine. Homemade. She was a harlot. What? No, you didn't get 2 points, bossy Texas chick. You weren't first. The first one to get 3 for this one was Allie Towel, and then Dewdrops. So you were not first, dear friend, but I took 1 point away from you. Hold on. Taterbug, you were... Oh, I see. Wait a minute. No. The first person to answer 3 on this one was Allie Towel. Okay? Wait a minute. No, I'm wrong. Hold on. All right. Yep. No, it was actually Deaf Otter who was second. All right, hold on. I got to take 2 points away from Bossy Texas Chick. Then everybody else should be the same, except Deaf Otter gets 1 extra point. Where's Deaf Otter? It was actually Deaf Otter who got 3 right, and then Taterbug was a close second. All right. I'll change it. I'll check it one more time. All right, Taterbug, let me check it one more time. All right, so I have it as Deaf Otter first and then Taterbug. Okay, so I took the 2 points from Bossy Texas Chick. Deaf Otter went up a point. Taterbug stays the same because you got 1 point no matter what. All right, so I have double checked. Allie 90211 did not get 2 points for that. She only got 1. Everybody is where they were supposed to be, and as far as I see, we are all straightened out. All right, we're going to do one more category because that's just not a fair way to end. It's not right to her. It's insulting. I won't stand for it. We are doing languages. We're doing languages or animation. Languages or animation. We're doing languages. How about languages? Yes, Allie Tao, you got a point for that one. You did get a point. You just didn't get 2 points. You got a point. You are in the lead, Allie Towel, by a lot. And let me read the rankings before we go into our this is our final round of the day, all right? Because I got a long day with this. I got a long day tomorrow with the regulatory hearing, and I said I would be done by like 5:25 today. So we're finishing up. Here is the last round. I'm going to give you your scores. If you've been trying to claim the crown, you got to take it from Allie at this point. All right, here we go. In first place, as we head into our last round, Allie Towel, 29.5. Steph Towel in second place, 26.5. Towel in third place, 25. Monica in fourth place, tied with Taterbug in fourth place, 18.5 each. Ruth in fifth place, 17. Vicky, sixth place, 15.5. Susan, seventh place, 14. Dewdrops, eighth place, tied with Jeff, 13.5 each. Forensic RN and Nancy in ninth place, 12.5 each. And Ange in 10th place with 11. BGG Gruff in 11th place with 10. Peggy, 9.5 in 12th. Bossy Texas Chicken Meredith tied in 13th with 7. Deaf Otter with 6.5 in 14th. Kath in 15th, tied with Got a Secret If You Can Keep It in 15th with 4. LA Connection in 16th with 2. Colleen in 17th with 1. Brazilian Girl Noelle and Tinks tied in 18th with a half a point each. All right, here we go. What is going to be our last category? Let's allow the current leader, Allie Towel, to pick it. Allie Towel, will we do languages or animation? Will we do languages or animation, dear Allie Towel? It's going to be about 15 seconds before she hears this. Harvard Yard is the best, I agree. What will be, the leader gets to pick. Follow the Allie Towel. Drum roll, please. Drum roll, ladies. And animation. Oh, goodness. Allie Towel likes animation. Here we go. The leader has spoken. Follow the Towel leader. Here we go. Animation. Which animation studio created the Toy Story movies? Pixar Animation Studios, DreamWorks Animation, Warner Bros. Animation, or Blue Sky Studios? That's Pixar. Nailed it. No double points for you all. Steph grabs the full point. Steph's coming for Allie Towel's crown. Nancy comes in, grabs a half a point. Where are you, Nancy? Nancy grabs half a point. Jeff grabs half a point. Great job, Jeff. Taterbug grabs half a point. Taterbug's up to 19. Fourth place. Ange Towel grabs half a point. Ange's up to 11.5. Dewdrops grabs half a point. Dewdrops is tied with Susan now. BGG Gruff grabs half a point. Elizabeth Lander, great to see you, my friend. How are you doing? Elizabeth grabs half a point. Ruth Lang grabs half a point. Where's Ruth here? Let's grab Ruth. I know Ruth is on my list. 17.5. Harvard Yard, finally. Harvard Yard's like, I'm picking up half a point. I'm Harvard Yard. Harvard Yard picks up half a point. Susan Swan picks up half a point. Susan came charging up the leaderboard during the Scotland category. Allie 90211, of course, first person on the day to reach 30 points, grabs half a point. All right, Bossy Texas chick grabs half a point, ladies and gentlemen. Ferocious competition. No, that was a tough one, especially if you're not like a big fan of animation. All right, here we go. Next question. The horses have left the stable. Horse racing announcer towel is in the building. Who is the director of the animated film Spirited Away? Aiso Takata, Makoto Shinaki, Hayako Mizaki, Mamoru Hosada. I want to say I've seen one of those names before, but it would be a guess. It would be a guess. It would be a guess. I got it! I got it! A super towel. Super towel. Countdown, were you answering this question about who's the director of Spirited Away, or was that your answer to the last question? So I just got to confirm whether Kath was answering this question. If so, Kath is first. Otherwise, I go by Steph. Our dear friend Steph is first. So Kath, can you just let us know? Were you answering this question or the question before? So we're on pause because I have an answer from Kath Dawn. I have Kath with the correct answer. I just have to make sure Kath was answering this question and we weren't just seeing a delay. Tim Burton. Good guess, Havidyad. So we're on pause here. We're waiting to see if Kath Dawn was answering this question about the director of Spirited Away. So we're on pause. We have a towel timeout. We only assign points here, ladies and gentlemen, being completely fair. So we're going to find out if Kath was answering this question or the one before. Oh, got it. All right, Taterbug. It's likely that Kath is on a delay then. That's all right. So I'm going to take Taterbug at their word. And our first, that means Steph, ladies and gentlemen. Yep, that means Steph gets the full point. Congratulations, Steph, climbing up on Alley Towel there. Deaf Otter gets half a point. Where are you, Deaf Otter? The commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe. Grabs half a point. Jeff Pesos. Where are you, Jeff? I know you. Oh, you're way up there at 14. Now you're at 14.5. BGG Gruff and Ruth both grabbing half a point. Where's BGG Gruff? There they are, 11 points. All right, Ruth, I got you. Nancy and Elizabeth. Great job, Elizabeth. Grabs half a point. Nancy, I know you're up there. You got quite a list going. Nancy's at 13.5. All right, who else we got going? The answer was 3. So we got Elizabeth. We got Nancy. Vicky, great job. Vicky, Taterbug, and Allie. So Allie Towel gets another half a point. Vicky gets half a point. Taterbug gets half a point. And I already got Allie. Oh, good guess, Bossy Texas chick. All right. Oh, wait a minute. No, see, Countdown, don't worry. I saw your answer 3 for this question. Gotcha. You weren't first, but you did answer this question right there. Countdown gets half point. All right, here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. I'm gonna. I'll make the call, and the point went to Steph, but Countdown got a half a point. Don't worry. Yeah, she's just a little behind. Don't worry, everybody. I'm monitoring. Yep. No, Kath, you did get this. You did get this question right, but I don't think you could have answered it. I think you're just a little behind. It's all right. It's all right. All good. Everybody got their points. All right. Next question. What is the name of the animation technique where live action footage is traced to create animation? Motion capture, onion skinning, tweening, rotoscoping. I think it's motion capture. Whoa. Yeah, I was not. Yep, Kath, I got your answer. Nope, it is not motion capturing, Steph. Nope. Yeah, I thought so too, Def Otter. Me too, BGG Gruff. It's called rotoscoping. Jeff Pesos gets the double points, ladies and gentlemen. 2 points for Jeff. Ruth Lang coming in with a full point. Tata Bug coming in with a full point. Yeah, that was a tough one. Bossy Texas Chick coming in with a full point. That was hard. You had to know. I mean, it is a thing you would know if you're an art student. I mean, if you don't know what any of them are, it's a guess, but it is something you would probably know if you studied art. Yeah, I think Jeff probably knew. You would, like, maybe if you were into that specific type of discipline, because it sounds like motion capture, but I'm sure rotoscoping is the technical artistic term for that type of thing. Good to know. Good job, Jeff. Good job. Oh, don't worry, Kath Dawn. Don't worry at all. We got you. You are, Jeff. You are a super towel genius. What you are getting the applause of your fellow towels. All right, next question. Here we go. Which animated film was the first to be nominated for the Best Picture at the Academy Awards? The Lion King, Beauty and the Beast, Up, or Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs? I don't think it was respected enough, Snow White. It wasn't... Oh, it really could have been Lion King. Beauty and the Beast. Yep, got it. Nailed it. I had to guess. I had to really think about it, but I think Lion King came after Beauty and the Beast. Jeff Pesos got it again, ladies and gentlemen. No double points, but the full point for Jeff. Nancy from the 508 grabs half a point. What are you going to do when Towels get such a good brain? Hard to get double points on these ones. Ange Towel gets half a point. Who else picked number 2? Nobody. Wow. So we're in an exclusive club there. It's me, Jeff Pesos, Nancy, Ange, and I. We were the only ones who got it. Wow. Good job, folks. That was tough. Yeah, Jeff, you take that towel bow. You are on a roll. Ghost in the Shell. That's a good. I used to watch a little bit of that. I think it was an anime back in the day, or I played a PSP game called like Ghost in the Shell Armored Core or something. I know that series though. Yeah, that was hard. All right, get ready for the next question. We're going to give Kath Dawn a little bit of time to get an answer in here because they're a little delayed. But don't worry, I'll know when Kath Dawn's answer comes in for this question versus the next one if they do submit a chat. All right, next towel trivia question. Who's ready? Towel's ready. In which year was the first computer animated feature film fully produced? 1995, 1992, 1989, 2001. '89. Wow. Steph got it. Steph got the 2 points. Steph got the 2 points, tying her with Alley Towel. Oh, wow. That was a big one. Jeff Pesos got it again, ladies and gentlemen. Jeff picks up another point. Let's see. Who else got one? I saw Jeff. Ange Towel. Great job. Ange Towel picks up a full point. Tata Bug picks up a full point. Alley Towel picks up a full point, putting her back in the lead. You did, Tata Bug. And I think Kath Dawn, that was the answer to the last question. And was the last one too? I think it was. No, it wasn't. It was, hold on, the last one was Kath. You might have been right, actually, Kath. Hold on. Not sure, actually, Kath. It was one Jeff guessed for the last one. Oh, so it was. You got the last one right. All right, Kath, you can get a half a point for that. And then let's see if anyone else got number one for this one. Not so far. Not so far. Let's find out. What was the first computer animated feature film fully produced? 1995. I'll tell you right now, Taterbug, it was Toy Story. You got it! You got it! Jeff just knew. Jeff, you're a genius. Jeff is just like Alley Towel picked this category, but Alley Towel walked into Jeff's trap, and then Steph Towel's just picking up points all over the place. All right, everybody ready? This is close at the top here. Alley Towel and Steph got to be tactical. They're battling. Here we go. It's 31.5 for Alley Towel and 30.5 for Steph Towel. Here we go. Which animated film featured the first computer-generated character in a lead role? Shrek, Toy Story, Beauty and the Beast, The Lion King. It's got to be this one. Oh, come on. All right, who's going to get the points? Who's going to pick them up? Ruth just beat out Jeff. Ruth picks up 2 points. Jeff picks up a point. Ruth just beat out Jeff. Steph picks up a full point. Kath, Dawn, I think that was your answer to the last one, which I do not believe was 2. Nope. All right. And then who else? Steph got her point. Elizabeth Lander grabs a full point. Who else? Alley Towel, you got it wrong. Oh, no, Alley Towel got it right. Alley Towel got it right. Who else got number 2? Hold on. Elizabeth. Ange Towel. Hold on. Ange Towel got a point. Jew Drops got a point. Alley Towel got a point. She keeps her lead. Oh, that was the last question. Taterbug gets a full point. Oh, Alley Towel, you won it. Oh, that was an incredible race to the end, ladies and gentlemen. Alley Towel had to get that last one right. She had the advantage. She could wait it out. She had to get, but she risked Steph. If she risked it there, because if Steph got that question right, at first, Steph would have won. Oh, wow. That was a close race. Congratulations to the champion of the day, Alley Towel. I'm going to read off the final standings. Alley Towel played it perfectly. There was some tactics involved there. Alley Towel knew that as long as Steph didn't get the double points, Alley Towel was good to just wait it out. As long as Alley Towel got 1 point there or matched Steph's points, Alley Towel was going to take it. And that's what happened. It was Steph, I mean, whatever, there's got to be a winner. And Alley Towel played it right. I don't know what to tell you. You did all you could. You left it all on the field. You can't knock your efforts, Steph. But Alley Towel played the chess game, positioned herself. She just waited. Yeah, right, Alley. You can say that. We know that you tactically positioned yourself. All right, here's the final scores. Get ready. I'm going to bring them up on your screen for you right now. Everybody ready to see your names up in lights? Who's ready? It was a lot of fun. We'll play another round tomorrow. Who's ready to see their name up in lights, ladies and gentlemen? There you go. This is how Towel keeps track. I manually do this by hand. I delete your scores, and then I type them again when you get new scores. And then I save all the link. Adam, you deserve it. Look at all those names up in lights, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to read off the final standings and put your score, your standing. I got to actually put the number in front of your standings. Hold on. All right, what's going on here? Come on. Why are you causing problems for Towel? What are you doing here? All right, hold on a second. Hold on. I have a plan. I am a Towel, and I have a plan. All right, there we go, ladies and gentlemen. So take a look. In first place is Alley Towel. God bless you, bossy Texas chick. Thanks for that. You're a super Towel. Thank you. You have a great night. In first place, ladies and gentlemen, Allie Towel. Congratulations, Allie Towel. In second place, Allie Towel, by the way, had 32.5 points on the day. Congratulations. You are a winner. Congratulations. I love your new profile picture, 5MEODMT. It's beautiful. Just like your soul, my dear friend. First position, Allie Towel, 32.5. Great job. Second place, Steph, 31.5. Steph, you get a Super Towel Award. You did amazing. You fought valiantly and courageously. You are the second place towel, and you are deservedly so, my dear friend. Now, here we go, folks. Who is in third position? None other than the wonderful Towel. I'm your host, Towel. My first ever time not being first or second. I graciously accept my third place. I am on the pedestal. It is an honor. I swear, ladies and gentlemen, it is a distinct honor and a privilege. Number 4, none other than Taterbug with 22.5 points. Taterbug came in late, still charged up the leaderboard. 22.5 points. Congratulations, dear Taterbug. Number 5, Ruth. Ruth, ladies and gentlemen, 21 points. Ruth charged up the scoreboard all day long and cemented her 5th position, 21 points. And of course, the man who's quickly becoming our go-to resource for all things trivia and knowledge, even though he came in a little bit late, he charged up the leaderboard up to 6th. Jeff himself, 19.5 points. Congratulations, Jeff. 5MEODMT, just your presence makes a wonderful time in the chat, and you are wonderful. Jeff, congratulations. You charged up the leaderboard. I think your fellow towels know if you play from the beginning, you're going to be a formidable force in every round. 19.5 for Jeff in 6th place. 7th position, ladies and gentlemen, it is dear Monica coming in with 18.5 points. A very hard-fought effort. Well deserved from Monica. Congratulations, my dear friend. In 8th place, we have Vicky. Ladies and gentlemen, Vicky fought hard. Vicky went up to their roof. Vicky pushed through the battlefield and came out with 16 points in 8th place. Congratulations, Vicky. You're easily within the top 10. Congratulations. Now I got to make a slight adjustment here because guess who's coming in at number 9? Right behind Vicky. It's not Susan as I initially thought. It is the one, the only Super Towelette Dewdrops. We'll look at the monthly scores in 1 second, Allie. It is the Super Towelette Dewdrops with 15, ladies and gentlemen. Super Towelette Dewdrops, 15. Number 10, Susan coming in with 14.5. Congratulations, Susan. Cleanly rounding out the top 10, Susan coming in with 14.5. In terms of number 11, we have a tie between the Super Towel Nancy and the Super Towel Ange, each coming in with 14 points. Congratulations to both of you for reaching number 11 on today's standings. Number 12, by their lonesome Forensic IN, all alone in 12th position with a very fitting 12.5 points. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, in 13th place with 11 points, BGGG Gruff. Congratulations, my dear friend. In 14th place, Peggy with 9.5. Congratulations, Peggy. You did wonderful today, dear friend. I'm your number 1 fan, Super Towelette Dewdrops. God bless you, my dear friend. In 15th, Bossy Texas Chick, 8.5 points. Congratulations, dear friend. Ruth, it was great seeing you today, my dear friend. God bless you. Have a great rest of your day. Meredith, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, in 16th place in a tie with the commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force, Def Otter, tied with 7 apiece. And look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that Super Towel emoji. Look at him dancing around. That's how I feel right now. I'm like, oh, Dewdrops in the chat. I'm Dewdrops, number 1 fan, and Kiki and Riri. Hi, Kiki and Riri. Look at that Super Towel emoji. He has a headband on. He's a little towel. He's jumping around. That's how I feel when we play Towel Trivia. I'm your number 1 fan, Super Towelette Dewdrops. Really, though, you make sure you say hi to Kiki and Riri. And Kiki and Riri, if you hear this, I'm talking, yes, the man on the TV is talking to you again. You should go tell your Super Towelette mom, Dewdrops, that she's a Super Towelette, all right? You do that. No, Towel loves that little Super Towel pair emoji. Look at him dancing around. Look at he's a little Super Towel, giving little towel pats on the head. Oh, look at you, Super Towel emoji. I want to get a little plushie of him. He's so adorable. Oh, that was wonderful, my towel friends. That was wonderful. Hold on, we're not done yet. In 16th place, as I mentioned, we had Meredith and Deaf Otter with 7. In 17th place, we had Kath Dawn persevering on her trip to the Aldi's and back on the bus with 5 points. Congratulations, dear Kath. 18, ladies and gentlemen, got a secret if you can keep it, coming in with 4 points. Congratulations, my friend. You did wonderful. In 19th, she may have taken off, but LA Connection was here, coming in with 2 points. Colleen, my dear friends, coming in with 1 point. God bless you, dear friend. If Colleen's still here, we might even have to watch. We're going to watch the Call Me Hank clip no matter what, but, you know, we'll watch it a few times if Colleen's here. And in 21st place, oh, wait a minute. We had a tie for 20th place. It was Colleen and Harvard Yard, none other than Harvard Yard, ladies and gentlemen. Congratulations. Harvard Yard in the top 20, even though Harvard Yard sometimes answers with things that are not on the board, but that's even more funny. In 21st place, we have a 4-way tie. We have Brazilian Girl with 1/2. We have Noelle with a 0.5 point. We have Tinks with a 0.5 point. And actually, hold on, Elizabeth Lander, you are not in 21st. We have a little bit of updating to do. Elizabeth Lander is in 20th with 1.5. Colleen is in 20th with 21st with 1 point, as is Harvard Yard. That means Brazilian Girl, Noelle, and Tinks are tied for 22nd with a 0.5 point each. And we have a special towel award, of course, for the people who finish in last place, because that is the best place to be. Ange literally tries to get in last place every day and loses because she can't get in last place. Now, we had a request for our monthly standing, so let's take a look, all right? Here's our rounds. I keep track of every single round by hand. It's a little bit harder than you think. Oh, and then I have a Bella video. All right, now, here we go. Our totals for the month. So let me see how I'm going to do this. I'm going to have to create, let me see. I can do this, I guess, in my head. Or I could just, let me see, monthly totals. How about this? All right, monthly total. So let's go through it in real time. So towel has 31 for day 1, plus 19 is 50, plus 15 is 65, plus 28. So 75, 85, 93. All right, so towel has 93 for the month. All right, let's see. Bossy Texas Chick, 26.5, plus 8.5. So 26.5 plus 8.5, 35. All right. Now, what about Alley Towel? All right, what about Steph? Steph has 18.5 plus 7.5, so 26. Plus 15.5, so 41.5. Plus 31.5, so 73. Great job, Steph, with 73. Let's see how many Alley Towel has. All right, Alley Towel has 17.5 plus 9.5, so that's 27, right? So 19 plus 17 plus 9 is 26 plus 1, so 27. All right, then what's Alley Towel have here? 27 plus 9 is 36, all right? And then 36 plus 32 is 68.5. 68.5 for Alley Towel. Alley Towel with 68.5 on the month, ladies and gentlemen. All right, now let's check out, who else do we got here that's been playing a lot? Let me see here. Tatabug, let's count up Tatabug. Tatabug's at 22.5. Were you playing other days, Tatabug? Let me see. I think you did play a little bit. Oh, 26.5. Wait, where were you at here? 22.5 plus 4, so you're at 27. All right, did you play any more? Let's see. All right, so you're at 27. You're doing good, Tatabug. And then let's see if anybody else has been playing. Vicky, we got to add up Vicky's. So Vicky's at 16.5 plus, where are you on this one, Vicky? 20. So 16.5 plus 4 is 21. All right, and let's see what 21, 27 and a half, and then how many did you get today, Vicky? 16. So 27, 37, 43 and a half for Vicky on the month. Great job, Vicky. Vicky's at 43 and a half. All right, let's see what else we got going on. We got to check who else has been. I think we got to check. Yeah, let's check Kath. All right, so Kath has got 8. And then did Kath play again? Hold on, let me make sure I don't miss her. Yep, so Kath's got 8.5. And then Kath's got 12.5. Kath's got 17.5 on the months. All right, let's see. Did I do? Yeah, I did Bossy Texas Chick. Who else was playing today? Ruth. Let's check Ruth Towel. So Ruth's got 21. Ruth show up. Ruth's got 25.5. Ruth, are you on this one? Let's see. Does Ruth show up? Yep. 32. And then did you play this day too? Yeah, Ruth's got 37.5. Great job, Ruth. All right, let's check Jeff, I think, was on here. So Jeff has 19.5. Did you play with that? I think Jeff played another day. Yep, Jeff got 5.5. So 19.5 plus 5, 25 for Jeff. Did you join us another day, Jeff? Let's see. Jeff might just be at 25. Yep, so I think Jeff is at 25 for the month after just 2 days. That's impressive. Let's see who else is on here. Nancy Towel. Nancy has 7.5. Let's see, was Nancy on this day? Yep, 5, and so that's 13. Then Nancy Towel had, so that's 19.5. And then how did Nancy do today? 14. So 19, 29, 33 on the month for Nancy. Doing well, Nancy. 33 on the month. All right, let's see who else we got. Who else was up there? We did. Jew Drops. Super Towelette Jew Drops had 15. And how did Jew Drops do the other day? Are you on here? Jew Drops had, so that's 20.5. Then where's Jew Drops on here? 23.5. And then where are you, Jew Drops? 23.5. Great job. This is fun, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, I can't offer that. I wish. Let's see. All right, who else do we got? We did Steph. Nanya's on there. Nancy, Vicky, DJ. We got Jeff. Elizabeth Lander. Let's do Elizabeth. Elizabeth got 1.5 today plus 5. That's 6.5. All right. How are you doing otherwise? Let's see. Did you jump up at all? So it looks like 5.5 for Elizabeth. No, that's how you spell Elizabeth. Eli Elizabeth. All right. There we go. Let's see. Anybody else? And I'm going to add as many as I can. It's going to take me a while to get you all. Did I do Taterbug? Yep, I got Taterbug on there. All right. It's going to take me a while to add you all up because some of you did really well today. Ange Towel. Ange is at 14. Ange is at 18.5. Where are you on this one, Ange? Ange was some days just purposefully trying not to get any right. Ange's at 18.5. What else we got here? Let's see. 18.5 for Ange Towel, it looks like. Great job, Ange. Now, I'm going to get you all on here. I'm going to get you all added up, ladies and gentlemen. Let's get Peggy added up. Peggy has 9.5. Let's see. Peggy has 12.5. Let's see. Anything else from Peggy on this day? I don't see one. What about this day? Nope. All right. So Peggy is at 9.5. Great job, Peggy. And then let's see. Havid Yad's at 5.5 plus So 7, and then Harvard Yards at, let's see, Harvard Yards at 8. Great job, Harvard Yard. Oh, that's how you spell Harvard Yard. There you go. All right, and let's see, who else? We got Steph, we got Allie Towel, 5MEO DMT. Well, 5MEO DMT, you can send me an email, randsmithellis@gmail. Oh, I definitely will, Vicky Moore. I appreciate it. All right. Jew Drops, you have a great day. So there's our monthly rankings. If you want an update, I'm going to do way more, but it's Towel with 93, Steph, who I always spell STPEHF, but it's STEPH at 73, Allie Towel 68.5, Vicky 43.5, Ruth 37.5, Bossy Texas Chick 35, Nancy 33, Tata Bug 27, Jeff 25, Jew Drops 23.5, Ange 18.5, Kat 17.5, Peggy 9.5, Harvard Yard 8, Elizabeth 5.5. Now, let me, Peggy, we'll do bonus rounds someday. I don't know if I can give you points for that. But you know what we are going to watch? We are going to watch, even if Colleen Henry had things to do, it's okay because Colleen might see the replay later. And we are going to watch the video you all want to see. Towel wants to see it. You want to see it. The world wants to see it, ladies and gentlemen. It's that video. It's the video we all know and love. Yes, it is the Call Me clip. You know it's coming. I know it's coming. The question is, are you ready? Are you ready for it? Are you mentally prepared for the Call Me Hank clip? I mean, I'm ready for it. I'm mentally prepared. That doesn't mean you're mentally prepared. You know what I'm saying? All right. So, look at it. Here it comes, ladies and gentlemen. Widescreen format. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. One more time. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. One more for Allie Towel, the victor. Allie Towel was the victor today, right? Or was it Steph? Yeah, it was Allie Towel. One more for you, Allie. You as well, Mr. Brennan. Okay, sir, I will, Hank. Gotta love it. Super Towel Hank, ladies and gentlemen. Gotta love it. All right, so listen, we're going to be back tomorrow. I got a full day tomorrow, so that means I'm going to be with you probably 7:30 or 8 a.m. We got to do the CCC hearing. Listen, I don't talk during them, because they do a meeting. So I broadcast the meeting from 10 a.m. until 2 or whenever they're done. So just know you're going to get me in the morning. We're going to talk about qPCR testing. We'll do a little towel trivia. You'll get to meet my friends, I'm sure, from the other world that I used to be in, the regulatory world. They'll probably come in. We'll have a fun time together, and then we'll do more Adelson, depending on how late we go with the CCC meeting tomorrow. Friday, we'll be back for more Adelson no matter what. So thank you, Tata Bug. You tune in, listen to me rant away about qPCR testing. The lab already got their license suspended. So, but yes, okay, so let's circle back. One, this is a public information service. Did you know the best ways to support this channel? Just let people know about the mission here. Let your friends know. You can like the video while the feed's live. You can subscribe. If you want to send support, there's ways to do that. Consider helping Lindsay Gattani. Her donation link is up in the top. Look for reasons to help people in the world. That's really the best thing you can do to help this stream. If you want to tell people about it so that we can help more people, we learn a lot here. It's a public information service rooted in educating, informing, and entertaining the wider public. We use entertainment as a hook to engender, coach, and public discourse, such as to ward off the usurpation of our representative forms of government worldwide. All right? So if you're on board with the mission, if you think you can get along with that, there's lots of ways to support this stream. Consider doing so. It would mean a lot to me. Obviously, I'm happy to do this at a loss. I don't really care about that aspect of it. But if people want to benefit from this stream and learn from it, that's the part that means a lot to me. That's what really keeps me going. So, Now, the other thing is, as you know, I have a tradition on this stream. I like to go into the chat, and I like to read as many of your names in the back scroll as I can. Vicky Moore, you are a super towel. It was great to see you. And super towel hugs to you, my 27-year-old friend. You are wonderful. Steph, you're a super towel. Let's watch a movie soon, my friend. Maybe at the end of this week if I have some downtime. Elizabeth Lander, it was great to spend some time with you. Same thing with the wonderful super towel Taterbug. You are both wonderful. Taterbug, you should know that you bring joy to every human that you come across. Elizabeth Lander, you are similar, but it is wonderful to watch all of you interact in the chat. And for some reason, I don't know if it's the ladybug in Taterbug's name or just Taterbug's soul, but Taterbug illuminates the entire chat. And Elizabeth Lander, of course, then comes in with these answers to questions that are just wonderful. Ladies and gentlemen, we have so many wonderful humans in this chat. I also think I got a little distracted by the ladybug next to Taterbug's name there, so just forgive me. It's a very nice ladybug. Kath, Dawn, it was great to see you, my friend. You are a super towel. I hope you had a good bus trip to Aldi's. Allie Towel, it was great to spend time with you. Same thing with you, Peggy. We had a great day. Nancy from the 508. Oh, wow, that's interesting. Definitely take a look at that, Nancy. Quite an update. Wow. That is interesting. Susan, we had a great day with you. God bless you, friend. Thanks for spending time. Oh, wow. You all have 5 MEO DMT. Super towel hugs to you. You are a super towel. Def Otter, commander of the Towel Expeditionary Force in Europe. You are amazing. Jew Drops, I love that super towel emoji. You don't understand. That's exactly what I needed today. I needed a little towel giggle. Jeff Pesos. Oh, that's okay. Jeff, I mean, I would never have assumed that you were a female with the name Jeff, but I will make note of that now, my dear friend Jeff. We still love and appreciate you. I didn't mean to misgender you, but like your name was Jeff, so you can imagine I wouldn't want to call you a female if your name was Jeff, but now, I'll make a mental note. More power to you. Right. Who else did we have chatting? I make sure I go through as many as I can. Bossy, Texas Chick was here. You are a super towel. Allie 90211, I'm just going to remind you again that you won today. You are a super towel. But Steph also won in second place because you both beat Towel. And isn't that what life's all about? Being more intelligent than Towel and being like, I wear the crown. Ha ha. Yes, indeed. That's what people like about life. Susan Swan, it was great to see you, my dear friend. Ruth Lang, it was great to see you. We had a great time playing Towel Trivia. When I say I go through the chat until I literally reach the top, I mean it. Harvard Yard, it was great to see you, my dear friend. We had a wonderful time chatting. BGG Gruff was here, ladies and gentlemen. That was a lot of fun to see you. Ange Towel, I'm just going to say hello again because you're a super towel. Susan, again, it was great chatting with you. Oh, my goodness, this scroll, ladies and gentlemen, it just went and went and went. You all were just chatting up a storm today. Kitties, you do like to pop in with random thoughts. And everyone, I want to note that Kitty said that they finally just got educated about the Sandra Birchmore case. While I understand the corruption of that officer or that unit, it's clear to me that KR was using this to imply incorrupt corruption for her case. Yep. I agree. Nailed it, Kitties. That's very well said, my dear friend. It was actually the whole unit, but very well said. And you pop in anytime you want. You got it, Jeff Pesos. It's a little secret between you and I, my dear friend. You got it. Let's see. Oh, Steph, we got to play more. We should do a Jeopardy-style game at a certain point. But okay, then one other thing I got to do is I got to sort the chat. And then I got to say my thank you. Super towel thank you to Jew Drops. Jew Drops is a super towelette in every sense of the term. Bossy, Texas Chick, God bless you. Thank you for the support. Harvard Yard, thank you for your support. Okay to pull other labs near chat. More doggo pics of others incoming. Willie's antics ruined it for all three of the doggos. Have a great day, Grant and all. Working, blah, hugs to all. Hope you had a good day working, my friend. We got you through it. And Kitty started the day by saying, so glad you're covering the Adelsons and the Markel. Thank you so much, Kitties. You started the day with a wonderful note of support, and then we got to see you at the end of the day, Kitties. That was awesome. What a wonderful sort of timely way to wrap up the day with Kitty's 90211. All right, so Super Towels. Here's where we're at. Where we're at. Oh, did I see Peach Pie come in as well at the end? Hello, Peach Pie. It was great to see you. So yes, Peggy, the towel thing started because one of the Turtle Boy fans, like in January of 2024, said my pronouns were towel, and I was like, okay, I'll run with it, and I did. All right, BGG Gruff, you have a great night, my dear friend. Now, if you watch this stream, you know we end the same way every single day. If you learned something today, if you benefited from this stream, if you found friends here, if you enjoyed yourself, if you found yourself, feeling good, there's a way you can pay it forward. Right? Did you know that you can do small acts of service, ladies and gentlemen? You can donate to, did you know you can donate to homeless veterans? Did you know you can donate to animal shelters run by veterans? Or did you know that you can just donate to, Did you know that you can donate to animal shelters in general? You can look for a reason, ladies and gentlemen. You can look for a reason to do small acts of service, small acts of kindness. There was one thing I wanted to add to the closing that I forgot to add that I'm going to have to look through. Someone recommended it to me the other day. But it's something as simple as smiling at a stranger on the street, reaching out to a friend or family member you haven't heard from in a while, or, ladies and gentlemen, something as simple as donating 200 tomato plants to a friend you haven't heard from in a while, to a neighbor like Francis Frutrell did one time, and have them designated honorary towels. Hey, filthy rat bastard, it was good to see you pop up at the end there. And for whoever reminded me to add something else to my closing as a reminder of ways to do small acts of service, please let me know what it is, because I forgot it somehow. I remembered that I wanted to add it, and then I forgot what I wanted to add. But that said, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Grant Smith Ellis. You probably saw me scrolling there ferociously looking for my reminder of what I wanted to add to my closing. But let me just say that the real way that you can pay forward what you learned here today is, as I mentioned, those small acts of service. You can look for a reason to help bring about a political order that is not based just on the realpolitik of expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our power. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I believe that we can bring about a new digital epoch centered around expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to engage in small acts of service. And I believe that it's possible to bring about that new ethos because of folks like yourself. And I believe slowly rippling outwards, those acts of kindness can inspire and do inspire a change into the age of Aquarius, with the water bearer standing tall, carrying a towel. And as frustrated as I am that I can't remember what I wanted to add to my closing, I promise you, ladies and gentlemen, I will look it up and find it tomorrow. I have all my notes stored. I keep as I mentioned, I keep track of the scores and things like that. So I will find what I wanted to add to my closing, as much as it frustrates me. I'll be back with you tomorrow morning, bright and early, sometime after, 7:30 or 8 a.m. Eastern. We'll do full coverage of the CCC hearing. And I also want to say, as I do each day, towel friends on the Twitter, we're going to end a little bit early because we give you a few minutes early on at the beginning of the feed. And I appreciate you so much for sticking with me today and doing the towel trivia and hanging out. If you ever want to join the chat, just head over to youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. We'd be happy to have you. God bless, be well, and I hope you have a good rest of your evening, towel friends. It meant a lot over on the X. That you were with me today, and I'm going to go spend a few minutes with the towel friends on the towel YouTube now. Hello, towel friends on the towel YouTube. We had a great day. That was a lot of fun doing towel trivia today. I had a wonderful time. I hope you had a wonderful time, even though I couldn't find the file that I was the thing that I wanted to add to my closing. Even though that's not a thing to get frustrated about, it's like when I want to remember something and I can't, I get very frustrated. Either way, it was great to spend some time with you. It meant so much to me that we got to do so. You know how much you inspire me. I see you all making friendships here and the camaraderie. It means a lot. Tal's voice is a little tired. I'm going to try to get some rest, but I'm going to be back with you bright and early. We won't even be spending that much time apart. So have a great rest of your night, Tal, friends. God bless you for spending time with me. LS, hold on. Oh, LS, that's what it was. Oh, LS, that makes me feel so much better. Ladies and gentlemen, you can donate to the big issue. You can donate to the big issue. Oh, thank you, LS. That means so much. For the closing, donate to big issue. You can donate to the big issue. Oh, that's what it was. That is a way to thank you. God bless you, LS, for hearing me. I know it won't be on the X, but it'll be on the YouTube. And in future closings, I'm going to add you can donate to the big issue if you're in the UK, which is a way to support populations experiencing homelessness. So first, LS, it was like I needed that. I needed that to feel better. It was like you heard my plea. That makes me feel so much better. But yes, all right. God bless so many of you Tal friends. You really have become like a community here, and you're very much my support network, and we'll keep taking it day by day. I'll make sure to take days off from time to time, but not tomorrow. Tomorrow's a big day for Towel. And then Friday we'll do more Adelson catch-up, and yeah, God bless you. Be well. Lay your head down tonight to sleep, knowing you made a big difference in my life, and you brought smiles to some of your Towel friends, so... Well, yes, Gareth, at the end of a stream when, like, the other part is shut off, most people, like, go to bed. But if you ever want to tune in during the middle of the stream and chat with us, you can do that. But anyway, we appreciate you, every single one of you. I appreciate you, and your Tal friends do as well. So thank you for giving me so much meaning in my life. Rest your head tonight on your pillow knowing that you brightened other people's lives, mine included, and you're special because you're you, and Towel loves you very much. So God bless, friends. Be well. Have a great rest of your night, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow.